Great. I'd like to welcome everybody here today. Unfortunately, Professor Julie Willis, the Dean, couldn't make it at the last minute to welcome you, and so I will do that as well. But my name is Professor Hannah Lewi, and I'm one of the three co-directors of ACAHUCH, along with Professor Philip Goad and Julie Willis. And ACAHUCH, the Australian Centre for Architectural History, Urban and Cultural Heritage, is based within the Melbourne School of Design. And we'll talk more about ACAHUCH informally if people don't know or aren't friends of ACAHUCH today. But before proceeding, I'd like to commence by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we work, learn and live, the Wurundjeri, Woiwurrung and Bunurong peoples. And we recognise the unique place held by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people as the original owners and custodians of the lands and waterways across the Australian continent, with histories of continuous connection dating back more than 60,000 years. We acknowledge their enduring cultural practices for caring for country, and we pay respect to elders past, present and future, and acknowledge the importance of Indigenous knowledge in the Academy. So I'd like to just open the symposium today with a brief introduction, around 10 minutes or so, around, I guess, the motivation for the symposium, and to frame and perhaps provoke some questions that speakers today might come back to and in the discussion. So the choice of theme for this year's annual ACAHUCH Symposium, we have one every year, Keeping House, Conserving, Managing and Interpreting House Museums, is kind of one of self-interest, I guess, on my part, as it's been a preoccupation of mine for many years in various ways, including a side hustle project of sleeping over in heritage houses and house museums wherever possible, and writing about the experience. So if anyone's here today and they'd like to offer me a sleepover, that'd be great. This started way back with a stay at the Manning Clark House in Canberra, designed by Robin Boyd, and following on with writing about modernist house interpretation, particularly about haunted houses, about gender and labour in historic houses, accompanied by various photographic and filmic creative projects, and one of which I'll have on display at lunchtime. So there have, of course, been a number of key writers, academics and curators and managers of houses and properties who've been thinking about and working with the challenges of house museums for many decades, and a number of who are in the room today. And we're very appreciative of having them here today to share their wealth of knowledge and expertise. I've certainly enjoyed reading and made great use of research and writing by Australian colleagues, like Linda Young, Alison Inglis, PhD theses and articles by a number of people here, Anna Wong, Jared Haberfield, who will be chairing the next session, Charlotte Smith, among others. So it's certainly a well-travelled topic. So how do we define house museums as a species? It's worth clarifying that for our symposium, we're taking a very broad look, not only designated historic and design house museums, but also other domestic gallery spaces and heritage properties. These are, of course, there are, of course, many crossovers into archaeological sites, open gardens, art galleries, museums, and period rooms and heritage homes. Yeah, I think we're going to have some weather today. If we take Linda Young's framing, the museum has a remarkable capacity to transform the elements of the world into collections. It can make specimens out of almost anything, but among the vast stock of museum artefacts, few items have such capacity as houses to become not only objects of the museum, but subjects as well. It is not just a conceit that a house may contain a museum, but also constitute it. It is a fundamental that frames many of the special practices that shape house museology. So, and Young's classification, which was also loosely adopted by Alison Inglis when she gave a talk last year that I listened to, she characterises Australian house museums, including the following although again, very much overlapping. She talks about hero houses, someone important lived there, a writer, an artist, a leader, whoever. This is John Curtin's, Prime Minister John Curtin's house in WA. She talks about collection houses worthy of retention as well as the houses themselves. She talks about design houses where form and fabric is aesthetically and or technically significant. Historic houses where events or ways of living occurred there, social, vernacular significance. Sentiment houses retained for their communal living, feeling, their memory, their atmosphere. And she gave a special category to country house museums as a subspecies, if you like. The tradition of houses becoming dedicated museums is practically as long as the history of the modern museum institution from the 19th century onwards. The first dedicated and intentioned house museum was arguably John Soane's Museum in London, as I'm sure everyone here is probably familiar with. Soane was an architect who donated his architectural legacy, an incredible collection of antiquities, paintings, and so on to the nation. So essentially, when we talk about house museums, we now mean an ensemble of house as container and building, interior space, furnishings, collections, exterior situation, and garden estate. We're talking, therefore, about a hybrid realm between the private and the public, with many and varied manifestations along this spectrum. Early Australian house museums, like Vaucluse House of 1910, satisfied a need to invent a historical tradition aside from a convict past. When successful, house museums are typically immersive, totalising environments, which perhaps goes some way to explaining why visitors seem to continue to like them so much. They have also provided a fascinating foci for research as an index of changing museological practices. They share many theoretical questions that surround museum collections, including authenticity, accessibility, relevance, and temporal decision-making. Through them, material conservation, historical narratives and biographies, visitor experience and interpretation strategies have all been studied and are constantly being reassessed. They hold social and symbolic power as places to meet other times and other people. House museums are also stage sets that frame theatrical experience for their visitors. They usually have a front stage, scenography, and a backstage. House museums are also adjunct galleries as places to display old and new art and crafts, to host residencies and performances, to make creative incursions. The preservation of house museums continually makes assumptions about the accessibility of personal and collective memories. Houses are thought of as mnemonic devices in the sense that memory scholar Francis Yates described, mimicking the ancient art of rhetoric, where attributing places, rooms, and objects to histories and stories helped those stories be retold and remembered. And it's all these productive ways of thinking about house museums that we'll be exploring across today's symposium. But before I close, I just wanted to do a bit of provocation on the flip side around perhaps many critiques of house museums, which have laid out persuasive grounds for the need for change in how they're arranged, accessed and interpreted. Infamously, Frank Fagnoni and Deborah Ryan have in a book called The Anarchist's Guide to Historic House Museums, which I recommend if you haven't read it. They distilled a lot of common complaints. And I'll summarise them here by way of further provocation for today, and not necessarily my own views. Critique 1, historic house museums reflect political and social propaganda, often telling only partial truths to the communities that surround them. Professionals who work in the field see their work as telling accurate historical information, while guests sometimes see what is done as reductive, selective, and biased. Critique 2, house museums have nothing relevant to contribute to conversations. Many people perceive them as elitist, insular, self-referential, and culturally old-fashioned. Critique 3, house museums are boring, which may explain why they often don't get repeat visitations. Perhaps it's because the experience they offer is not engaging in a way that fulfills guest expectations today. Critique 4, historic house museums have been narrowly curated and do not reflect real life use. Instead, guests often experience them like dolls' houses, and they move along the length of a room or hallway while voyeuristically peering into the stage set of a furnishing plan. Critique 5, house museums are too expensive to preserve, and they engage in deceptive conservation practices. As soon as one portion of the building is restored, another needs work. The goal seems to be not to let the public know how much effort and money it takes to keep up these homes. While the English novelist and writer Julian Barnes has written about artist houses, particularly open to the public, as follows: in some of them, you feel only a vestige of the artist's presence. Others have had their spirit crushed by museumification, by curatorial intervention, and the accretion of study centres. To add to these challenges, around which many of our speakers will be talking about today, house museums are often survivors, cut adrift from their original contexts. They need to be adaptable to climate change and the challenges of ongoing economic sustainability. And not every house museum can become a museum. Sorry, not every historic house can become a museum. Are there already too many of them? And finally, just to note on context, we're mainly talking about Australian, English and American case studies today, but we're really pleased to have at least 2 talks about these non-Anglo-Saxon contexts with Salma Koo and Roger Beeston, talks set in India and Penang later in the day. And I think some of the most effective houses that I visited or studied are not Australian, being Japan, the Machiya Museum, a house of a merchant, and also a writer's house, both in Nara, and the other, the Musée Nucim de Commando in Paris, which has been so movingly written about by the potter Edmund de Waal in his book Letters to Commando, which again I highly recommend to you if you don't know it. Unfortunately, our symposium budget could not stretch to inviting Edmund de Waal to come and speak today. I wanted to, but in closing, to quote him on the Commando House, in which he writes a series of letters back to the former owner. He says, "That is what your Musée Nucim de Commando is becoming for you. A place with no quotation marks, no vitrines, no ropes or guidebooks, and no dust. You have made a space to talk to the dead and to welcome them in." I hope that didn't go too long. Okay, just some nuts and bolts before we get going. Doors, we're leaving them open because hopefully that'll keep it a bit cool. We'll see what happens with the typical Melbourne weather. Fire, if there's a fire, do not use the lifts. They will be guided to some fire stairs. Food, there'll be lots of ample food throughout the day, but please be careful about the food in the Japanese room itself. Closer, oh, sorry. So keep your cups, apparently. Is that correct? Yes. Got a cup situation. So, yep. In terms of preemptive thank yous, we'll do that again at the end of the day, I'm sure, but I'd just like to thank Theo Blankley. And if you've got any problems, don't talk to me, talk to Theo. And also Basil, who's helping with all the IT. We've got a lot of people on Zoom, so we are at a high degree of difficulty today in terms of managing that. And also thanks to the Jock Simi Fund, who have generously supported many of ACAHUCH's activities, including assisting with getting some of our speakers here today. There will be a book launch at the end of the day with drinks, which will be launching a book, which is the outcome of a previous symposium. So please do stick around for that. Anything else? The US election. We won't talk about that. If something really bad or really good happens, we might just have a little break and catch ourselves. Also, I'd just like to thank 2 other conveners, Jared Haverfield and Sunzu Speechley, who will be chairing 2 of the sessions and the rest of the chairs for the day. And I think we're going to go straight into the first session. Jared, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It's so nice to be speaking to a full room. Thank you all for the effort. We would ordinarily be having this session probably at the end of the day because it talks about the future of house museums, but we've got someone very kindly joining us from Cambridge where it's well beyond her bedtime. So we've brought this session forward in the day. But I think it's interesting as we kick off just to reflect on this life cycle arc or temporal trajectory that seems to always sit in the background of these house museum projects. And it's imposed by the inescapable fact that buildings and art live much longer than we do. And so thoughts of the future live large in the minds of collectors, and that brings into focus this notion of succession and the topic of our first session, navigating challenges in space and time. We will be hearing first from architect, collector, patron, and founder with his wife Yaji of the eponymous Lyonhouse Museum and latterly the House Museum Galleries, Professor Corbett Lyon, who is living through this exact moment in the life cycle arc of his project as we speak. So it's the perfect way for us to kick off this session. Corbett, welcome.
All right, hooray, hooray. Well, good morning, everybody. And Jared, I hope I still have my 15 minutes worth after all of that. So look, I'm here this morning to talk about the Lyonhouse Museum here in Melbourne. And what I'd like to do in the first 10 minutes is to give you a potted history of the evolution of the museum. And I'll do that in a very summary way. It's been a 35-year-long project to date. It began in 1990 with me putting together the beginnings of a collection of Australian contemporary art. The collection has grown now to over 350 works by many of Australia's most celebrated artists. And it includes paintings and sculptural works, video works, and photography. So very much mixed media. And over the ensuing decade, the collection grew exponentially, and we considered what we might do with it. We did consider donating the collection to the NGV or splitting it up amongst members of the family. But we decided not to, and we thought about designing a building to house the collection and our growing family, and importantly, to design a building that would allow us to present the collection to the public. So in the early part of the 2000s, I set about designing a very speculative building type. And my esteemed colleague, Professor Goad, I think, has said that he knows of no other that was designed this way from the ground up. And there were some precedents that prompted me to do it in the design, the Johnstone Museum, which many of you have been to, and Peggy Guggenheim's collection and museum in Venice. And it was the latter that was a wonderful experience for me. I was a graduate student, and here in this museum, you not only got to see these fabulous artworks that Peggy had collected over many years, but you made a connection to her as a collector, to her life story. And you saw these paintings in the context of her home, albeit a palazzo on the Grand Canal, but in her home. And it was a very different experience to going to the Louvre or one of the larger public institutions. So that was a memory I carried with me for 20 years. And these are some of the early ideas I looked at for the house museum design, combining this idea of home and museum. Here I was sort of keeping the typologies a little separate, but it wasn't speculative enough. So this is what I ended up doing, which was to merge the two typologies, to juxtapose them and infuse them into a new typology that I've called a house museum, all one word, house museum, to indicate that hybrid nature of the building. We bought a property in Kew out in Melbourne's east, and I started doing some design thinking about the building. And here's an early sketch of the house museum with a white cube at one end and a black cube at the other end, and the blue areas containing this hybrid combination of domestic spaces and museum-like spaces. And this is what the House Museum looked like when we moved in 2009. And we've had many, many thousands of visitors come to visit. And as you can see, the spaces in the building are very idiosyncratic, part domestic, part museum-like, but they have the scale of a house. Here's the white cube space in the centre of the building. And we have curious features in the building which our visitors love, including this John Soane-inspired cupboard. And here's a scene down one side of the House Museum. You can see how two girls have used one of the walls to hang their shopping bags on it around a portrait of the Queen, which is rather curious. We have a music room where we play music as a family and have concerts. So every room in the House Museum has a dual function. It has a private function and a public function. And we have a concert organ in the music room. We have spaces that connect with one another, so it's very much about an idea of scenographic display of the art. And we have a number of what we call destination works, where people come from all over the world just to look at particular paintings, including this fabulous Howard Arkley. And outside, gardens where we have family barbecues, but it also acts as a sculpture garden for the museum. So we lived in the building for 15 years. We moved out last year, and it was a wonderful house museum to live in. And we had many family dinners and lunches with artists and so on around this table, and engaged in many domestic-like activities. Our vegetable garden out the back, and our daughter here painting in the main room. And we had spaces where during the tours, our girls could get away into their private apartment. Several weeks after we moved in, we opened it to the public. And over the 15 years we've been open, we've had nearly 50,000, 60,000 people come to visit. And some come to visit the unique architecture of the House Museum. Some come to look at the art, but most come to look at this integrated experience that I'd experienced at the Peggy Guggenheim Museum. And we've had a number of people travel from overseas, including the board of the Peggy Guggenheim, who came all the way from Venice to look at our House Museum, and others that you can see there. In 2010, which was a year after we moved in, the property next door came up for sale, and serendipitously, and we were very lucky to be able to acquire the property. Here it is here. And we established at that point a board of directors. We set up a not-for-profit foundation. In fact, it's the second privately funded public museum in Australia after Tharwa. So this is our board of directors, and we put together a plan to evolve the museum in sort of three phases. And we're talking here about moving from just the House Museum, the private House Museum, to the private House Museum and a new public museum next door. I designed that very differently to the House Museum. This is a building with big spaces to accommodate very large installations that we've bought in more recent times, and a storage facility to store the collection in the basement. And here are the two buildings sitting side by side on Cotham Road in Kew. I like to think of them as siblings. They look very similar, but they're different. But brother and sister, or sister and sister, sitting alongside one private and one public. And here's our daughter being very excited about the space in the new building, which is very flexible and very, very large. And it has some of the sort of latest lighting from Europe. We went through another burst of collecting and opened the museum in 2019. This was a picture of our first exhibition. And we've continued to hold monthly events and activities, including architectural drawing classes, which we run, teaching novices how to draw in perspective, and artists showing how they make their work. So part 4 in 2003, so this is last year, we moved out of the House Museum, the original House Museum, and we gifted it across to the foundation that we created. So this was moving from part 2 of our plan to part 3 of our plan. And this also involved joining the 2 buildings together and converting the original House Museum from a domestic zoning to a public museum. So the idea of this final step in the process was to create a consolidated and integrated public museum, which has now been operating for 6 months with the conjoined buildings. So that was 35 years in 5 minutes. And as Jared said, now we're in this very interesting phase. We're going to call that part 5, which is 2005 and beyond. The challenge really of securing its future, we hope in perpetuity. And I include this image here to say that we're thinking about all of this while we're still in our 60s, not our 70s or our 80s, or after we've disappeared. And Georgina Walker's wonderful book, The Collector's Museum, is a fabulous book with many cautionary tales about house museums who have not had their future planned early enough in the piece. So we're very pleased that we're doing it while we're still relatively youthful. And these are 5 questions that we're currently grappling with in terms of its future. What is the future role of this conjoined museum? Is it what I would describe as a mainstream museum where it does a little bit of everything and includes temporary exhibitions, which have a very big cost to them? Is it a collection-only museum? And I'm thinking of, but I won't compare ours to that, but the Wallace Museum in London is a collection museum. You go to look at the collection and they don't have temporary exhibitions. And the third one option we're looking at is a collection museum with small temporary exhibitions. And that might be an exhibition of architectural drawings or student work that we have in combination with the collection. And that's the route that we're currently pursuing. And we have enough works in the collection to have 12 years worth of exhibitions with the collection. So that's how big the collection is, combined with these small 6 monthly or yearly temporary exhibitions. Who will own and operate it into the future? And we've been exploring a number of these options. One is to merge or partner with an existing institution. Our local council have expressed interest in joining with us. We've looked at universities and other institutions who might be interested in partnering with us in the long term. The second option would be to gift the museum to another institution, to one of our existing public museums. And the third option that we're looking at is that the foundation continues to own and operate the museum. And that's the one that we've, and I can see Georgina Walker blanching in the corner here at the prospect of us taking it on under our own steam, under our foundation. But that's what we're electing to do. And indeed, we've been risk takers from the very beginning of this 35-year project. To do that, though, we've decided to scale its operations to make sure that the museum lives within its means. And we've seen many of the precedent house museums grow in terms of their staffing and so on, and they create really a rod for their own back. So we've decided, let's really just keep to what we're good at, which are year-long exhibitions of the collection, monthly programs and events, which we do have fabulous take-up, and weekly tours of the original house museum, which are booked out until the end of next year. And we're doing all 3 of those. This is the really difficult one, how to fund it. This is after I've gone and my wife has gone, looking at state and local government grants, operational income from the museum, philanthropic support. And we're currently putting together a group of potential donors and benefactors who have been with us on this long journey, and establishing a capital corpus. And we're working with wealth managers and actuaries to determine what level of capital is required to sustain the level of activity that we are looking at over in perpetuity. And these are the three elements that we're pursuing, and we've decided not to look at state and local government grants. It's a yearly, twice yearly, triennial application that needs to be made. There's a lot of effort and work involved in doing that, and the grants are not particularly large. So again, we're looking to do it principally under our own steam. And finally, most importantly, protecting the vision of the founders, and we will appoint a refreshed board of trustees. We'll change our constitution into a trust so that the care of the building and the collection and its operation are under a very careful governance structure. We've looked at a very prescriptive indenture. I don't know if any of you have read John Soane's Act of Parliament. It's a fabulous document to read. Nothing shall be touched or moved, or, you know, it's about as prescriptive as you can get. And the other is to provide an indenture document which provides the trustees with some fairly strict guidelines as to how things might be moved or changed and how the museum might be operated, but with some flexibility. And that's what we've decided we're going to move forward with, an indenture that preserves the essentials of the house museum, because that's what people come to look at and why they come to look at it, but with some flexibility attached to it. So we're very optimistic about the future. We're very pleased to be thinking about the future now, and I hope we get some great ideas through the course of today. But we look forward to welcoming many more visitors from across Australia and indeed from across the globe. Thank you.
Thank you, Corbett. We're hearing next from my dear friend and very supportive colleague, Dr. Georgina Walker, who is just in the process of finishing her very important book, about which Corbett just spoke as I was setting off on my PhD journey. And Georgina's been incredibly welcoming to me and made me feel like a part of this world in a way that I really appreciate. And so it's a very nice full circle moment for me to be able to introduce you all to Georgina. This world of house museums exists between the worlds of architecture and museology. And so Georgina joins us today from the School of Culture and Communication in the Faculty of the Arts, where she works as a lecturer in the Museum Studies and Curatorial program. On that note, Georgina, welcome.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jared. And a tough act to follow after Corbett. Mental note to self, don't come on after Corbett. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Jared, Hannah and Theo, for the very kind invitation. I'm delighted to be here with everyone. I begin by acknowledging that we are on the unceded land of the Wurundjeri and Boonwurrung peoples of the Kulin Nation, who are the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, and pay respect to the elders past, present and future. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. Dominique de Menil clearly articulated her vision for the Menil collection. She did not want a museum that was monumental in its architectural exterior. In de Menil's own words, and I quote, "I dreamed of preserving some of the intimacy I had enjoyed with the works of art," end of quote. This was a quality she had wanted to capture and share with the broader public, to allow them to feel like the painting or the sculpture they are standing before is theirs, if only momentarily. This paper will show how the public areas of the de Menil's 1951 Philip Johnson designed house in River Oaks, Houston, informed the scale of the galleries and character of the Menil collection. Sorry. John and Dominique de Menil moved to Houston in 1962. They were young, influential, intellectual, and sophisticated,
and they actively sought to transform the conservative and racially segregated Houston into an open and cosmopolitan city. They did so through the promotion of modern art and architecture. It is important to note that the de Menil's perspective often differed from many of their wealthy and more conservative Houstonian contemporaries. They did not adhere to the status quo, but sought to challenge it directly and boldly, as they believed that they could make an important contribution to Houston's long-term cultural and civic development. When looking to build the new house, the de Menils were intent on choosing the right architect. When seeking the advice of their friend and artist, Mary Callery responded accordingly, and I quote, "If you want a $100,000 house, ask Mies van der Rohe. If you want a $75,000 house, ask Philip Johnson," end of quote. The de Menils opted for Johnson. In 1948, John and Dominique de Menil commissioned the then emerging architect Philip Johnson to design the house. In his biography of the de Menils, William Middleton writes that the decision to hire the relatively inexperienced Johnson was not based on price alone, but rather that the de Menils had very set ideas about design, and collaboration with a younger architect was more likely than with Mies van der Rohe. Furthermore, Dominique de Menil noted that Johnson's affiliation with the MoMA in New York, who was seen as an authority on modernism, was another reason, as they wanted to set an example that would lead to better architecture in Houston. Johnson founded the MoMA's Department of Architecture and Design in 1932, along with inaugural director Alfred Barnes, that's the next one, Alfred Barr. His architectural practice was limited at this stage, but the building of his glass house in New Canaan, Connecticut, would soon change that. It is interesting to note that upon his first meeting with the de Menils, Johnson found the lack of grandeur in their Houston lives was a little disappointing. Even so, the de Menils were clear about their intentions. They wanted to build a serious house, one that was gracious and could reflect the spirit of the time, but wanted it to have substance. It should be noted that the de Menils were involved in every step of the process. Johnson's minimalist design house was a single-story, flat-roofed, dusty rose brick structure that was long and lean. 162 feet long, 70 feet wide, and 12 feet tall. It was largely windowless, except for the 4 windows that Dominique de Menil insisted be installed. Once inside, the internal spaces were designed around a series of the internal courtyard, outdoor spaces, and glazed walls that naturally illuminated the interiors. The new house was built on the 3-acre wooded site, with the main entrance deliberately facing San Felipe, a street that was largely used as a service entrance. Renzo Piano was commissioned to design the Menil collection. De Menil's instructions to Piano were clear. She did not want the Centre Pompidou. And I quote Dominique de Menil, "The visitor's experience should be personal and intriguing. A balanced interplay between exterior and interior spaces must exist, with natural light used as a source of illumination. The criteria for a successful plan was inventiveness and beauty. I believe this museum can offer a unique approach to the exhibition of art," end of quote. Achieving optimal natural lighting conditions within the Menil collection was a critical factor. In addressing de Menil's request, Piano diffused the harsh Texas sun while allowing the changing light to illuminate the museum's galleries and create the intimate and ambient spaces that de Menil insisted upon. More often than not, the galleries at the Menil collection can be experienced without artificial lighting. The constant changes in the weather, time of day, and year influence not only the amount of light within the museum galleries, but also in the way that the works are viewed and experienced. The fluctuations in the daylight and the scale of each gallery allows visitors to engage with the works of art in an informal and experiential manner. The character of the individual galleries are constantly transformed with such dramatic shifts in daylight. What's more, artificial lighting alone would create a clinical environment that would counter de Menil's display aesthetic. The entrance of the Menil collection is self-effacing and discreet and is not dissimilar to the house, so much so that the front door glass door entrance on Sul Ross Street and the rear staff entrance on Barnard Street are identical. They're exactly parallel to one another, with only an internal partition wall to separate the two once inside. The small entrance lobby is simply adorned with a small reception desk, paintings or a combination of paintings and sculpture, and the large heptagonal ottoman. I wish to note that de Menil designed the heptagonal ottoman in the Menil house that you can see here in the beautiful golden velvet, and was placed in the centre of the Menil's living room in the home, and later reproduced in a much larger scale and covered in chocolate brown suede for the entrance of the Menil collection. The dark stained pine floorboards that have been installed throughout the museum are a result of de Menil's aversion to harsh, cold floor surfaces that she observed throughout many of the museums that she visited as part of her exploratory trip in 1976. It is also another domestic reference and linked to the Menil's residence, where the porous black Mexican tiles are laid throughout much of the house. De Menil favoured the impermanence of the almost black stained timber because she felt it would serve as a permanent mark of human contact over time. And I quote Dominique de Menil, "A museum is a bit like a home. It's much prettier when it bears the marks of time," end of quote. Such references to the personal are not coincidental. Just as every visitor has left their mark on the museum floorboards, so too has the founder and creator, not through sentimental or obvious roadmaps, but by way of discrete markers. The meticulous attention to detail addresses de Menil's desire to avert any hint of museum fatigue and boredom. When considering the interior design of the house, the de Menils were not quite convinced that they could live with Johnson's stark minimalist interior aesthetic and his emphasis on these Van der Rohe's pieces that will furnish the living spaces within the home. Much to Johnson's surprise and disappointment, the de Menils commissioned the influential English-American fashion designer Charles James to decorate the interior, design and build new pieces of furniture that would sit alongside many antique pieces. One enters the house via a wide hallway, which has a direct view of the atrium, garden, internal courtyard, an 18th century Venetian sofa that Charles James found, de Menil's black Mexican tiles, and Eve Klein's imposing painting, People Begin to Fly, dated 1961, adorn the entrance. African sculptures are juxtaposed with surrealist paintings and sculpture within the living spaces. Upon completion of the house, the art was relatively sparse, but over time, the house gained an authority, becoming an important place to visit for the art world. James injected bold colours and materials to the de Menil's interiors. However, most of the walls throughout the house were painted in tans and white. The main living areas were painted in dark grey. On my own visit to the house, I still recall the marbleized finish on the wooden closet doors in pale blue in Dominique de Menil's dressing room, and the small exquisite drinks closet off the living room that was painted in exactly the same shade of blue and included miniature paintings by the artists in their holdings, inexpensive glassware, and also cocktail making utensils. The ground floor and galleries of the Menil collection run off the central spine of the museum that is 320 metres long, not 320 feet long, 150 metres long. The small intimate spaces de Menil envisage evolved within the 7 large galleries permanently partitioned into smaller spaces to create the intimate viewing environment of a house museum and collection. A similar cluster of spaces can be seen within the house in the way that the bedrooms are sort of collated together towards the back end of the house. Here you can see Dominique de Menil prior to the opening of the museum, and you get a sense of the long corridor, the long spine, the intimate spaces of the surrealist galleries, which are the only spaces within the museum that are artificially lit, and another space with the Magritte installation. The courtyard allows natural light to filter into both the house and the museum, creating a space that is informal and intimate, thereby providing a harmonious and visually captivating environment. The internal tropical courtyard and gardens running off the oceanic galleries are an important feature. It is also a main aspect of the Menil house. Johnson's courtyard allows the interior spaces to merge with the exterior, just as they do in the museum. It is situated in a U shape with the 3 floor-to-ceiling glazed walls that face the empty foyer and lounge sitting rooms. The tropical gardens form an informal backdrop to the eclectic collection of ethnographic objects, African arts, and modern art. I would argue that this is the relationship and intimacy that de Menil sought to recreate between the viewer and works of art in the Menil collection. Although Renzo Piano was charged with the architectural design of the Menil collection, many of the museum's key features can be linked to Dominique de Menil's research and determination to see through her own ideas. Even though she drew inspiration from existing museum designs and sought the advice of those she respected and trusted, I would argue that the museum also turns to de Menil's house in River Oaks. Human scale architecture, architectural features, and the way the spaces simply unfold as one navigates through large galleries is reminiscent of Johnson's unveiling of the many rooms within what appears to be a modest minimalist building. Likewise, the streaming of natural light throughout the internal tropical gardens helps to create the ambient space that was key to both house and museum. Once inside the museum, the collection, exhibition, and gallery layouts and interior design aesthetic pays tribute to the de Menil's mentors who opened their eyes to a different way of seeing, experiencing, and sharing the collection of art. Even so, it is Dominique de Menil's personal aesthetic and aura that is indelibly inscribed into the museum's psyche. Thus, the Menil collection's difficult to articulate quality is the result of de Menil's single-minded quest to create a museum, a place of enchantment, and I quote Dominique de Menil once more, where it is possible to lose our heads. Thank you. And before I conclude, I just want to put in a quick plug for a new chapter on the Lyonhouse Museum, but also, more importantly, to publicly recognise the ongoing support of Corbett Lyon in my research over the last decade. So thank you, Corbett.
Thank you, Georgina. It's been wonderful. Now we are about to now be joined by 2 speakers from overseas. We're just going to have a little changeover in our tech. Kettle's Yard in Cambridge is a perennial favourite of many of ours. It's a unique outworking of the house museum type, and its evolution over time is famously rich and instructive. We are absolutely thrilled to have Dr. Inga Fraser joining us from Cambridge tonight, well past her bedtime. Inga, thank you for being here. Inga is Senior Curator at Kettle's Yard and is going to speak with us about this very particular aspect of the way that succession has been considered at this wonderful institution. Inga, over to you.
Hi. Can everyone see here? So just first of all to say thank you to Jared and the other conference organisers for inviting me to speak. Today I'm going to be talking about Kettle's Yard, a house in Cambridge that was the home of Jim and Helen Eade from 1957 to 1973. Specifically, I'm going to explore the layers of photographic documentation of the house kept by curators, which I bring into dialogue with case studies of artists' photographic works that were exhibited in the gallery connected to the Kettle's Yard house. It's my contention that these artists' works operate to threat the assumed immutable and unitary idea of the house that is ascribed to Jim Eade as the author of those spaces. So in May 1957, the Eades signed a lease for a row of cottages to the north of the city. Here we go. And with the help of a local architect, the houses were joined together. The altered spaces within were hung with Jim Eade's collection of paintings, sculptures, drawings, and textiles, accompanied by found and natural objects. Almost immediately, the house was open to visitors, mostly undergraduates from the University of Cambridge initially. Seeking additional space led to a fundraising campaign in the 1960s and the eventual design and build of an extension to the house by the architects Leslie Martin and David Owers, which was opened in 1970. So at the time of the Eades' gift to the University of Cambridge in 1966, they were still resident in the house, which is why in the paperwork, no detailed consideration was paid as to how the objects were to be displayed. So the need to establish precise placements arose once the Eades retired to Edinburgh in 1973, leaving Kettle's Yard in the hands of a new curator who was known as the resident and would indeed live in the house as Jim and Helen Eade had, although in different quarters. In Scotland, Jim Eade relied on friends in Cambridge to provide updates on activity at Kettle's Yard. In notes on photographs sent to him by Peter Mills from 1976, for example, he comments on several incorrect configurations. So with reference to this photograph, Jim Eade notes, and I quote, "the intrusion of the white bowl and the spiral of stones, which was all over the place." This disconnect between how Eade intended Kettle's Yard to be and how it was is everywhere to be evidenced in photographic documentation when compared. So here, for example, is a photograph taken quite recently of a table. It's actually currently on the virtual tour on the website. But here is the same table when the Eades were actually still in situ in 1972. And during a return visit to Kettle's Yard in 1977, Eade met with the current staff and afterwards conveyed a detailed typed report and notes written on the back of photographs about which changes were needed in order to return the house to the state in which he'd left it. And that was one of, and I quote, timeless perfection, according to a long-standing volunteer. It seems that Jeremy Lewison, as an incoming curator, was able to make the required changes. And by the time Lewison's illustrated guide to Kettle's Yard was published in 1980, Eade felt able to comment favourably upon many images of the book. And this report is really excoriating. It kind of makes me blush now. So among the formal paperwork from that same year, 1980, is a document in which Eade describes Kettle's Yard as, and I quote, "a nursery to the visual arts from which young people proceed to the larger world of the museum or art gallery." He claims that such a place will become increasingly important as young people crave, mostly without knowing it, he says, for things of deeper spiritual value than a technological age is likely to give them. And yet, now distant from Kettle's Yard, Eade himself was reliant upon the utilities of the technological age to secure his legacy, as we have seen, and indeed used the medium of photography to create a document of the house in his book, A Way of Life, which was published by the Cambridge University Press in 1984. The texts and images that make up the book were precisely laid out by Eade himself, who refused the services of the university designer. It contains photographs taken by many different individuals whose efforts he credits as contributing, and I quote, "overwhelmingly to the serenity of the book." As a definitive record of Kettle's Yard, however, the book is unreliable. It's more accurately a record of Eads' memory of the house that he left a decade earlier, prompted by the images now gathered. In fact, in the text, his comments are actually precisely aimed at the photograph itself rather than the view beyond the lens, as is the case in this example. Indeed, the transformative quality of photography is acknowledged in his text when Ead explains that each medium has its own unique way of life. In the years since 1984, successive curators at Kettle's Yard have added to the photographic documentation of the spaces and objects in the house. So here's my photograph from this year of a colleague remaking the spiral of stones in April following a partial decant. And on the floor beside her, she has Ead's way of life, as well as printed display mapping, which was made in 2015 for reference. Travelling back in time, further into the archive, we see more variants of the same space. So we can see one here from the mid-1970s and another one of those 1972 images, each of which show different configurations of objects on the table. What emerges then, in defiance of the intention behind such images to define, clarify, and pin down what belongs where, is a somewhat paranoid record, a house more alive than expected, changing in minute movements on a bandwidth registered only with close and comparative observation. Now, coinciding with the period of Jim Ead's retirement and subsequent long distance attempts to monitor and correct the presentation of the house through photography was, as I mentioned in my introduction, a lively programme of contemporary exhibitions at Kettle's Yard, taking place in the gallery spaces adjoining the house. And these included several artists who worked primarily with photography. In addition, artists who participated in the residencies programme at Kettle's Yard were able to explore the house directly over a longer period and sometimes made work in direct response. In their work and in the writing about their work, artists and curators seem to have tuned into this bandwidth of movement and contradiction in the house, using photography as a cipher to talk about the changing meanings and relevance of Jim Ead's gift, to trouble and transfigure the spaces and assumptions of the house. So now what follows is a few examples. I had to make huge cuts in order to stick to time. So I'm going to start with an exhibition curated by Hilary Gresty in 1984, which coincidentally was also the year Ead's A Way of Life was published. So this show, which some of you may guess by the title, revisits the Swiss curator Harold Siemens' landmark exhibition, Live in Your Head, When Attitudes Become Form, which opened at the Kunsthalle Bern in 1969 and transferred to the ICA in London with the addition of works by British artists. Gresty's aim was to reflect on the original intentions behind conceptual art, within which, of course, the status of photography was newly prominent. It was not only used as documentation of performance, as in the works by Keith Arnott included, but was also explored as a language that could structure or reveal experience or memory, as in this work by Gilbert and George. In 1970, the artist Victor Bergen, who was in this show, had called for a moratorium on things, a temporary withdrawal from real objects during which the object analogue formed in consciousness may be examined as the origin of a new generating system. With this relocation of the artwork into the mind of the viewer, eschewing material presence, so photography was taken up as a tool to undermine the prevailing modernist idea of art as something, and I'm quoting Gresty in the catalogue now, static, permanent and discrete, which displayed qualities of aesthetic rightness and to which universal values could be applied. In context, I find it impossible not to read her words as a challenge to the principles perceived to infuse Kettle's Yard and Jim Ead's way of thinking about art. This pivot between modern and contemporary, so this is Victor Bergen's work, this pivot between modern and postmodern ideas in art is further elaborated in Bergen's essay for the Kettle's Yard catalogue, in which he almost paraphrases Jim Ead in his description of the traditional vision of art's purpose. Bergen writes that modern art aims to preserve and enhance its own special sphere of civilizing human values in an increasingly dehumanizing technological environment. In Bergen's work, however, photography was key to undermining this position, as in his photopath, which he described as a result of a search for an object that was both here and not here. As a photographic work, it was an indexical or supposedly true representation, but in being superimposed over the object it represents also conceals it, thus inducing the viewer to compare physical and mental forms. John Hilliard used a related strategy in one of his works for the exhibition, Photo Stairs, from 1970. Here, instead of directly replicating, the photographs fragment a curving staircase, analogous perhaps to the spiral stairs of Kettle's Yard. Through this exhibition, the deconstructive strategies of conceptual art are in these works brought into dialogue with a house, which by comparison emerges as the very thing conceptual artists sought to explode. In Bergen's words, the modernist object was so suffocatingly compact that they wanted to, and I quote, blow it apart, scattering its contents so that they now lay beyond, as well as within, the confines of the museum, beyond the airless cloisters of official art history and criticism. In the 1980s, new approaches to photography were made especially welcome in Cambridge due to the presence of the Cambridge Darkroom, which had opened in January 1984 with Mark Lumley and the artist and designer Pavel Buchler as co-directors, both of whom supported more experimental ways of working with the medium. And of course, there were inevitable crossovers with Kettle's Yard. Works by some of their exhibiting artists were purchased for the Lyon collection at Kettle's Yard, and some exhibitions were organised in collaboration. In addition, the Darkroom was one of the only other spaces in Cambridge in which artists in residence at Kettle's Yard could find peers. As Cambridge student and a volunteer at Kettle's Yard at the time, Ian Hunt recently recalled, for contemporary artists in Cambridge, the conversation was small and it was close. In 1987, Hilary Gresty organised a solo exhibition of the work of Sharon Kivland. In her work, again, we can detect ways in which photography was used to or reconstruct the world of objects, including those from her own collection, via a combination of collage materials rephotographed and hand-painted. In her text for the catalogue, Hilary Gresty explicitly makes the comparison with Kettle's Yard, describing the house and collection as one man's home, one man's vision and personal history. It is fitting, Gresty notes, that an artist who is fascinated by the extraordinariness of collections should exhibit here. And several of Kivland's works were later acquired for the Lyon collection. Another exhibition curated by Gresty focused on the work of Sue Arrowsmith. Sorry, these are more Sharon Kivland. And Sharon Kivland was, Sue Arrowsmith was artist in residence at Kettle's Yard from 1986 to 7. In her catalogue, Robert Radford identifies in her work a simple but effective metaphor for the mutability of things. And some of her works appear to reference particular configurations at Kettle's Yard, such as this transparent hanging work by Wardenegger, which is always hanging in front of a background of foliage. In Arrowsmith's image, however, the pairing seems to reference the anecdote that Jim Eade would set Wardenegger's work spinning as visitors passed. And in her work, it also emphasises gesture and inserts a subject into the image in contrast to the usual figureless documentation images. Perhaps the most overt use of photography to engage and interfere with a house, however, is to be found in the 1990 exhibition, The Atomic Yard, works by John Gatto, which was curated by Anna Harding. Gatto was artist in residence at Kettle's Yard in 1988 to 1989, and actually took the founding year of Kettle's Yard, 1957, as the starting point for a wide-ranging investigation into the politics, art, literature, theatre, television, and cinema of that time, using the ideas and imagery of this broader culture as the source material for the resultant artworks. Gatto's works combine photographs of Kettle's Yard with other images drawn from the vernacular media and pastel overdrawing, resulting in highly charged composites which take the serenity of the images that Eade chose for A Way of Life and surrounds them with the clamouring political, social, and pop cultural context of the day. I'm just going to scroll through a few images while I carry on speaking. In this company, the objects on display in the house are compelled to reckon with the turbulence of their times, precisely what Jim Eade had striven to avoid. Gotto then, like the other artists I've discussed, tuned into the contradictions inherent in attempting to create a space apart from society, apart from time. In these works, artists lean into, and not away from, the paranoia of curatorial documentation that attempts a consolidation of Kettle's Yard, and in this they are often encouraged by the curators themselves. As such, they complicate and unravel this unitary idea of life, space, and art as conceived by Jim Eade, showing how there is always more than one perspective. So I will end with a recent photographic acquisition for the Kettle's Yard collection, and it's by the artist Catherine Yass. This work was originally included in the exhibition Open House in 1995, which celebrated the centenary of Eade's birth. And for this exhibition, artists were invited to exhibit their work not in the gallery, but in the house. Yass's double photograph lightbox images of a sculpture by Barbara Hepworth were displayed, as you can see, nearby to the artwork in the house, and as such stated a demand that we account for multiple perspectives in art. Interestingly, on the final page of the catalogue, the then director Michael Harrison included a carefully selected quote from Eade as if to demonstrate his own openness to new ways of looking in his own time, something we continue to debate with every new piece of research undertaken on Kettle's Yard. And I will end there.
Inga, thank you so much. It's incredibly interesting. A discussion of succession and navigating challenges would be incomplete without the story of the Barnes Foundation in Philadelphia. And we are unbelievably fortunate to be joined today by Professor Derek Gillman, who is currently the Distinguished Teaching Professor in the Art History Department of Drexel University, but very relevantly for today was the director of the Barnes over the time of its relocation from its original Marion site to the Benjamin Franklin Parkway. Derek, welcome. Thank you for joining us, particularly from New York on today of all days in this moment of American history. We're with you in spirit, and I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Just want to again ask, can everybody see the images?
Perfect.
Very good. Okay. So let me just move this away. So the Barnes is interesting. We had John Soane's museum's been touched on a couple of times, and the Menil, Sainsbury Centre, Barnes all have a relationship in terms of collecting formalist displays. So overall, it is one of the great collections of modern art in the world. We moved it physically in 2011 to 12 from Marion to Central Philadelphia. I'll show you where those are shortly. It has the greatest Suzanne collection in the world. It's the largest Renoir collection. It's one of the largest and greatest Matisse collections, important early Picasso pre-Cubist, important collection of West African sculptures and others. So very significant collection. Now, the foundation, just for those of you who've never been to Philadelphia, so we're looking at from Google Maps, the new Barnes Foundation in Philadelphia is about 6 miles away from the original Barnes campus in Marion, which is the closest suburb outside the Philadelphia boundary on the west side. It's at the beginning of what's called the Main Line, which is a gracious area of Philadelphia suburbs along what was the main line to Chicago. So this is a snap of where it was in Marion, or it still is in Marion, but it's now run by St. Joseph's University. Albert and Laura Barnes, I'm afraid I don't have time to talk about how Barnes became immensely wealthy, but just take it on trust that he did through pharmaceuticals, through something called Argerol. He came from nowhere. He was a very clever young man who qualified as a doctor in in the age of 20, when you could do such things. So he moved to what was, after he'd established himself an extremely wealthy man. He moved in the beginning of the 20th century to Marion which was then a very pucker neighbourhood, it's still reasonably so. And where the purple arrow is, that was the original house that he built for himself and his wife Laura, which was next to this 13-acre arboretum established by a Civil War veteran called Joseph Lapsley Wilson. And so that was as built. So that, and the Barnes is the title of the talk is A House and a Gallery, because whilst Barnes had lived in the house adjacent for 20 years before he acquired the arboretum, Laura was intensely interested in horticulture and clearly had lots of doings with Lapsley Wilson and was fascinated by the arboretum next door. And there's no question that when Barnes started collecting in 1912, from the until such point as the new foundation was complete in 1925, he was displaying his art in the house, which was to the bottom right of this image, in much the way that we have seen it and are used to at the Barnes. So he acquired the fountain. He became friends with John Dewey, the American pragmatist philosopher, and together they formulated this idea of an educational foundation, which was not to be a museum. And it just, listening to the presentations today, and I have to say, Corbett, I love what you're doing, and knowing the history of the Barnes, there's so many interesting correlations and lessons to be learnt. Barnes was absolutely determined that it should not be seen as a museum. It was an educational institution. Dewey was likewise. But the interesting thing is, when we moved it over a decade ago, there was a lot of distress that we were museumifying it. We were putting it on the Parkway. We were turning it into a museum, and Barnes had never wanted it to be a museum. But then this is thinking about, for those of us who do history, you have to remember how terms are used in their time. When this opened in 1925, the American Museum, and indeed the European Museum, was very much not the museum that we have today. The Association of Art Museum Directors made it very clear a number of years ago that all art museum Americans were essentially educational institutions. A museum in the 1925 was not like that. There was relatively little attention devoted to education, and despite the paternalistic statements we're all familiar with from late 19th century England in how museums were to be perceived, they were places by and large for the leisure classes, and Barnes didn't want that. He wanted to educate his factory workers and people like them who were essentially working class, white working class women, African American men, and they were to be, and he was concerned about people who simply didn't have access to education. So it wasn't that the Barnes wasn't Barnes was not museum-like in its day, but it was more museum-like when compared to institutions today, which are so passionate about the role of education. On I go. So this was the facade that Paul Cray built for Barnes, or stripped down Palladian modernism, and this is the house. Now the house, it was built as a house and a gallery. So again, Corbett, interesting correlation here, but it was built as one related structures. So Albert and Laura Barnes lived in the house, a very, very lovely house, which is where, when I was director and president, I had my office before we moved it to the Parkway, and their upstairs sitting room was my office, and very handsome it was, overlooking this fantastic arboretum. And so just look at I'll run through some images very quickly. Great Renoir collection, the largest of the great Suzanne card player series. This is seminal early Matisse, The Joy of Life. Wonderful. The one on the right is my take-home painting. Fantastic. Early Picasso and the large Matisse. Very large Soutine collection. He bought the whole of Soutine's studio when he first visited him in 1923. And great Modigliani's as well. So here's the Barnes. It's the most symmetrical hang you'll ever see, which of course was the way things were done in those days. It's the only place I know where you see Van Gogh shown in the corner. The fact that this was not a completely novel idea as it seems today is just underlined by when you look at this photograph from the Bernheim-Jeune brothers' apartment, which he knew well because the painting in the middle of the wall is one that Barnes acquired. And you know some other little details. There's a Gothic sculpture at the bottom left, just to the left of the fireplace. And if you look within the purple circle, you'll see a head from Tianshang in Shanxi. And there are 3 such heads in the Barnes Foundation. So he was looking very carefully. But the key thing here, when you go back to the symmetrical hang, and it is absolutely symmetrical. You see the precedence, because that was the way that European art and American art was hung in the 19th and early 20th centuries. So the wall ensembles were constructed by Barnes for teaching purposes. And say I know 3 high modernist collections and displays, Menil and the Sainsbury Centre in Norwich and the Barnes, and I've had the privilege to run 2 of them, and they have real relationships. And the Barnes took up Roger Fry's formalist mantra, slimming it down to light, line, colour and space. But he argued, as the avant-garde, modernist avant-garde did, Europe and America, that great art shares common features from across the world, and they apply to fine art and design, and hence you see the ironwork on the walls. So he also, interestingly, when Philadelphia first got a taste of his collection, and the art historical community poo-pooed it completely, particularly Soutine, Barnes started acquiring old masters to underline the fact that modern art that he was buying, relatively recent art, Suzanne, and contemporary art by Picasso and Matisse, came out of somewhere, and it came out of European post-Renaissance traditions, and he was passionate about color, so he was very keen on Venetians. So the wall ensembles was something that he worked on. That was his contribution. He saw that this is his creative activity. And indeed, because the house and the gallery built by Paul Cray, Cray was professor of architecture at Penn at the time, very distinguished. He built, as you'll see in a moment, the Rodin Museum in Philadelphia and many other things, including the Detroit Institute of Art. But there was a connecting corridor, both above ground on the 2nd floor, and there was an underground passage. But he would go on the above ground connecting corridor at night and walk through the galleries and just rearrange them. And then his staff would come in the morning and find things moved around. So the indenture, and again, Corbett was talking about the indenture and what the indenture should or shouldn't say. The Barnes indenture says, and it was changed endlessly, and that's another story, that all the paintings should remain in exactly the places they are at the time of the death of the donor and his said wife. And that was interpreted by those who were very hostile to the move, that all the paintings should remain in Merion and they can't be moved to central Philadelphia. And interestingly, Barnes had fought with the neighbors in Merion in the 1930s and threatened to take the entire collection to New York. So that doesn't quite make sense. But how the judge interpreted it, and how I interpret it, is that you don't separate that Matisse and that Picasso. You don't move that Cézanne from the El Greco, because they're designed to show formal relationships and underline the Barnes teaching method. You don't separate those 2 Cézannes. In other words, the compositions that he spent, this indenture was written early on. He'd clearly been doing this in his own house, but it stayed the same. He was working on these until the time of his death, when what you see here is the way everything was at the time of his death in 1951. So it's been moved to the Parkway, where the red circle is. You see the new Barnes Foundation. It's on the Benjamin Franklin Parkway. You see the Philadelphia Museum of Art. At the end, the Rocky statue is hidden away by the trees from the rocky steps. Paul Cray designed not only the Rodin Museum, but co-designed the Parkway itself. And interesting, the Swan Memorial Fountain, which is in the middle, you see the fountain in the middle of the image. That was the actual sculpture was designed by Alex Caller's father. So this is what we moved it to. It was a juvie, as my children called it. In England, we called it the Borstal, and I forget what we call it in Australia, but we knocked it down. It was an interesting modernist building, but it was a rather brutalist building, but we knocked it down. And there's the Rodin Museum to the left of it, and the Free Library to the right of it. It's actually, so the Parkway was built in the, conceived around 1900, finally built in the 20s, never completed in the way it was supposed to be because of the crash. but it was modelled on the Champs-Élysées, and it was supposed to be Philadelphia's Champs-Élysées. So, we've seen in the in some of the other presentations these interstices in spaces, and it was true here. I mean, having been deputy director of the National Gallery of Victoria with the grounds building with its internal courtyards, this was a sort of welcome idea when the appointed architects came up with the idea that in Merion it was a gallery in a garden, in Philadelphia it would be a garden in the gallery. And so this is going back to the facade. And if you look at the green arrow, the blue arrow rather, sorry, I've inserted on the side here, that's where we extended the building symmetrically on both sides. So here, the image at the top is the Barnes Foundation that I showed you, the Cray building in Merion, and where you've got those little red dotted lines on either side, you see that a wall, you just have to think about this for a moment, a wall which in the original building was maybe 3 feet deep wide has been pushed apart to create 2 interstitial spaces, each about 15 feet apart, and 2 classrooms stacked one above the other went into one side, and a lower level to roof garden was put on the other. And so there's an image with the lower level of the garden. That's the Barnes on the parkway with a rather wonderful light box on the top. There's some of the plantings to capture the arboretum setting, Ellsworth Kelly sculpture, free library at the back beyond the Kelly sculpture, picture of Barnes by De Chirico on the right, and this shows how it appears now going into the gallery. We replicated it. Sorry. And that was Steve Jobs telling me my time was up. I've just a few more slides. We replicated it very closely. And the thing about Merion is that light had streamed in through the windows, and things have faded. The watercolors had faded, and to stop any further fading, the blinds were always down. And so in the new galleries, the windows are 14% transmission glass. So that's been dealt with. And the ensembles have been exactly replicated, except for very few exceptions. And so to carry over the indenture, that was the condition of the Orphans' Court, which is Court of Equity, agreeing to the move. So the one thing that isn't in the same place as Merion is the Joy of Life, which was in a stairwell, ADA inaccessible stairwell, and it's now in its own gallery with a clear story window above. And Paul Morantz, who the principal of Fisher Morantz Stone, who designed the lighting for the Barnes, had worked on the National Gallery in London. And so we can't live without the Soane Dulwich Museum, which is such an museum, the first purpose-built art museum. And the Barnes is very much in its model. So you see the lunettes with the Matisse dance mural over it. And the only thing that was different is that Cray had said that he didn't much like the top lighting in Dulwich, and he didn't like top lighting. And so, in fact, he built his 2 best galleries were top lit. So we top lit the whole upper floor, and that was very fast, wasn't it? So I'm going to stop sharing and come back.
Derek, thank you so much. It's really wonderful to see you. In the interest of time, we might just wrap up fairly speedily. I'm just going to ask each of you to speak to one point in turn, perhaps in the same order that you presented to us. What's really interesting about these 4 examples that we've seen, the Lyonhouse Museum, the Menil House, and then the Menil collection that followed, Kettle's Yard, and then the Barnes, is this idea of some sort of DNA that we find in the original that's then manifest in the contemporary example that we can engage with today. And I wonder whether just each of you might speak just in a succinct way about the way that notion of DNA has found its way into the topic of your presentation today. Corbett.
Well, I think it's a very natural thing that evolves. In our case, being a collector, being the architect for the 2 buildings, and also being interested in the way in which the artworks are displayed in our museum. So I've looked at this idea of scenographic display, which is very different to what Derek has described at the Barnes. It's not a symmetrical display. It's not what Alfred Barr would have done at the Museum of Modern Art. So all of those things together give it a very distinctive character. So in a sense, they've come out of my head and my wife's head over the course of the 35 years, and people feel that when they visit the museum. So we hope that the DNA is palpable, and that's what we're looking to preserve.
Thank you, Corbett. Georgina.
Fantastic, thank you. It's interesting because when the de Menil house was gifted to the foundation after de Menil's death, I think a few years after that, early 2000s, they undertook a preservation and conservation of the house, but they recognised that there are important aspects of the house that should not be touched, and they were not. And I think that sort of pays respect to the original intention of the design, and also the brief that the architects were given, the architect in that case, and also de Menil's very sort of assertive stance. But I think that the absence of any intervention and that respect, I think, is key.
Inga, are you still with us? There you are.
Yeah, I guess so one quote that comes to mind from Jimmy is that he said Kettle's Yard should change, but only very slowly. So I think different curators have kind of settled on one of those words, slowly change. And it kind of varies with each kind of person. But one thing I wanted to say was I was really interested from the beginning about the terminology of indenture, because it's not something we kind of really use as a word in England, like to refer, you know, what we have at Kettle's Yard is called a memorandum. And I think there's something in that kind of etymology. So the kind of root of indenture being kind of connected to sort of enforced labour in a way, and being quite, you know, aggressively prescriptive, whereas the kind of memorandum route is about sort of remembering and kind of bringing something to mind. So, I mean, I don't have anything more to say about DNA, but I like the way that those words can be used differently.
Fabulous. Thank you. Derek.
Okay, well, that's Inga just gave me a segue. So, I mean, indenture is actually sort of old common law concept, and hence the idea of a deviation from an indenture is an old common law practice, which is what happened at the Barns. And interestingly, I mean, so the DNA is undoubtedly keeping Barnes's wall ensembles together. Now, that's absolutely, because I had major donors say to me, you know, why don't you just hang it like every other place? And I said, no, it's not what, that's wrong. I mean, if first of all, the judge wouldn't have said, the trustees committed to doing it like that, so that's the way that it should be done. But I actually think the judge was absolutely right. It had to be done like that. That was carrying Barnes forward. But the one thing that Barnes said, you know, you can't move anything. So the assumption was nothing would ever leave, you know, the wall. And the Orphans Court actually, after being petitioned by the trustees last year, actually agreed that the Barnes could finally loan works of art from the walls for the first time. So within I think almost half a day, but certainly a day of that decision being made public, I had an email from a colleague in Australia saying, could you help us borrow?
So thank you so much for being here. Questions from the floor?
Just a basic one. Why did the Barnes collection have to be moved?
Did you hear that, Derek? Why did the Barnes collection have to be moved?
Yeah, I mean, if all had been well, it would have stayed in Merion. But unfortunately, for complex circumstances, including the conditions under which Barnes insisted in the indenture how his money was to be invested, plus zoning regulations, plus lawsuits that the Barnes got into with the neighbours in Merion, meant that the money just ran out, and it had no money left to operate with. So moving to Philadelphia was effectively the only way it could survive. And if any of you ever saw a movie called Art of the Steel, which is a robust attack on the whole move, the whole thesis of the Art of the Steel was that moving to Philadelphia was a plot by the Philadelphia Museum of Art to take over the Barnes. And here we are in 2024, and funny enough, it hasn't seemed to have happened.
Thank you, all four of you, for really interesting presentations, and it was really interesting to hear about the different collections and juxtaposition. What I wanted to ask was, when we think about the way that large public museums are run, the NGV, the Melbourne Museum, all of those, the idea is that even permanent exhibitions are supposed to change. They're set up generally every decade if we get the funding. And I was wondering, in terms of these, because of the prescriptive nature of the indentures, is it more useful to think of them as house objects in which there are layers of that object and elements that are internal to that object, rather than a house museum, where a museum holds things that shift around within it, and whether you had any thoughts about that?
Could I say something? Sorry, I guess I'm saying something anyway. The thing that I found most interesting, or the kind of tool, or the kind of theory, is actually taken from the conservation of contemporary art. So with kind of complex contemporary artworks, you have a number of components, some of which, you know, maybe more or less ephemeral, some of which may wear out and need to be replaced. So at that point in time, the conservator needs to kind of assess the meaning and the kind of conceptual significance of those components, whether you can kind of insert a kind of updated piece of technology, for example, you know, a DVD instead of a VHS, a memory stick, etc., or whether you kind of have to extrapolate, you know, some kind of broader significance and kind of recreate that. And I think with the house museum, that is the kind of idea, is that you constantly need to go back to the kind of motivations of the person who began the museum and extrapolate the real core of what they were trying to achieve. So one of the things that makes Kettle's Yard quite unique is that you're very much encouraged to sit on all of the chairs, you walk over the carpets with your shoes. We still host dinners for our patrons in the house. So this element of kind of using and living in a space is something quite key to Kettle's Yard. But it kind of goes beyond that, you know, thinking about the kind of educational aim that Derek spoke about. It's about kind of identifying those concepts as the thing to preserve over and above particular objects if they wear out.
Perhaps I can just add a couple of comments. So when I visited the Peggy Guggenheim Museum 40 years ago now, it had all of her furniture still in place, and you could sit on her cowhide sofa, and and the Calder bedhead was there, and it was very much part of the experience of going to that museum. 2 years ago, we went to visit, and all of that's been taken out, and it's very much diminished the nature of that experience for people. So we've decided to leave all of the furniture in place in the house museum, and indeed all of the personal effects in the kitchen, to really represent the time that we lived there. And we're also preserving a number of the artworks and the spaces in which we've carefully placed them. So the scenographic idea of presenting the art is a really important part of the speculation of that project. So there are things that will remain in place over time.
Jared, Corbett's answered exactly my question, which was going to be, how are you going to actually retain a memory of living in the house? And unless you want to add anything more, I think you've just directly answered my question perfectly. Thank you.
One final question from the floor.
Thank you. Hi, I was just curious about whether, when the house is being purpose-built for the art, whether any considerations given to the relationship between the art and the house as the building ages?
Okay. Speak to the house museum. It took 3 years to design, so it was a very, very challenging project to design. To integrate both the presentation of the art and to design a building that we could live in as a family. And we've been asked many times, is there anything you would have designed differently? And I think the result turned out pretty well, and we enjoyed living in it as a home, and we certainly enjoyed taking people through the building, presenting not only this sort of interesting idea of art and living, but this juxtaposition of public and private through that design.
Just one other point to that. When the Menils built the Menil house in Houston, as I mentioned in the presentation, the art was very sparse, but within a decade, they had over 200 works that were displayed in the house itself. So you can see that the house was a vessel for over 200 objects and works of art that became an integral part of the building and their family living arrangement. So not dissimilar to your situation, Corbett, so that both coming together.
It is an interesting idea when a house museum has been commissioned to house a collection. You do have these very unique scenarios where often the art is actually creating quite a lot of influence in terms of the building. So in the case of Corbett's dining room that he showed you, you've got that work, Fabricated Rooms, Howard Arkley, 1999, which had a very particular dimension, and the room was shaped around that. And then when we look at the barns, there's a really wonderful story there where Matisse's mural, La Danse, which was originally painted to work with those vaulted aspects of the original building, that then of course became almost like a site condition that Williams Chen, the architects of the new building, had to work their way around. So for me, architecturally, one of the really interesting things about this close dialogue that you often see between art collectors' houses that are commissioned to display a collection is that the chronology of art and architecture get flipped. So we have assumed historically that the building comes first and it's permanent, and the art comes second and it's temporary. But sometimes in these particular cases, we have a reversal or an inversion of that, where the art comes first and the architecture is being asked to respond in kind, which I think is a very interesting thing. I think on that note, do you have any closing remarks, Inga or Derek, before we say goodbye? Well, thank you both so much. Derek, we're with you in spirit. God bless.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Hello. Welcome back to Keeping House. Thanks for coming back. Thank you. Cheers. We are going to get into the second session this morning. It is called Interpreting House Museums, Telling and Showing. We've got 4 great papers coming up. My name is Rory Hyde. I am Associate Professor in Architecture here at Melbourne Uni. And I'd first of all like to welcome Hannah Lewi, who is Professor in Architecture and, well, hardly the host of the whole day. So welcome to Hannah.
Great, thank you. And I might go slightly over because I've got the chair sort of. Okay. So despite its material and metaphorical centrality to the home, the kitchen has been viewed as somewhat of a lacuna in architecture and design histories and heritage accounts. And this is partly because of its traditionally gendered and class-dictated use and its heightened exposure to obsolescence, with the result that there is often surprisingly little recorded about kitchen and servant life or remnant artifactual historical evidence preserved. So to address this historical absence, and motivated by contemporary and somewhat ahistorical discussions around working from home that was sparked by the COVID pandemic, I published an article in the journal Fabrications last year that describes a series of visits conducted to historic houses spanning the 1850s to the 1960s that are heritage protected and open to the public in the cities of Melbourne and Geelong. They were chosen to reflect different aspects of domestic labour, which in terms of employed servants rose to a peak in Australia in 1860 and then fell steadily until the 1970s. I'm not going to go into their domestic history in detail today, as it's fully explained in the longer article, and I want to talk much more about interpretation. But by way of an overview, the four houses were Como House in Melbourne, owned and managed by the National Trust of Victoria since 1959. And the house was added to and altered over time with a one-storey kitchen, scullery and outbuildings, and forming a separate wing to the main two-storey house dating from sometime between 1846 and 1855. And this spatial configuration was common in larger Australian houses where the sights, sounds and smells of kitchen and laundry labour were segregated from the main house. Ripponlea in Elstonwick was bequeathed to the National Trust in 1963, designed by Reed and Barnes from 1864 onwards, and evolved as a large family home for entertaining and socialising. It followed a more British upstairs, downstairs service configuration. Remarkably, despite obsolescence, the 1880s expansive service areas on the lower ground floor, including laundry, scullery, cool room, pantry, kitchen, dairy, cellar, fuel stores and day nursery, which housed an estimated 20 or so servants in its heyday, were left intact when alterations were completed in the 1930s that included the building of a new industrial scale kitchen on the level above and a glam swimming pool for those who don't know the house. The third house, The Heights, is also managed by the National Trust of Victoria. It is a rare surviving heritage listed prefabricated residence of German origin that was shipped to and erected in Geelong in 1854. The house contains a rare surviving example of a complete 1930s modern fitted kitchen, or what Siegfried Gideon called in 1947 in his History of Mechanisation and Scientific Efficiency in the Home, called the modern organised cupboard. This included built-in cabinetries, stainless steel and terrazzo benchtops and other fittings. And when I visited the Heights in 2021, the kitchen was the highlight of the house in all its lemon yellow, modern laminex and chrome glory. In the 1940s, only 13% of Australian homes had a fridge and 2% a washing machine. While largely American in origin, Australia increasingly began to manufacture its own domestic appliances in the 1950s. And as women retreated from the labour market after World War II, housework inversely began to be subject to ever-escalating expectations of domestic perfection. So the fourth house I studied is not typical, per se, of a suburban expansion in Melbourne. Located in South Yarra and designed by Robin Boyd, we'll hear about it later today, constructed in 1958 for the Boyd family. But the house does exemplify the demise of employed servant help and the assumption of these roles by wives and homeowners. Here, both concealment of the signs of housework labour are at play, but also its integration into the open plan living spaces, which meant for another kind of invisibility of hostess labour, despite the allure of labour-saving devices. In light of established feminist framings in historiography and curatorship, and the turn to what was called sort of micro-contextualised social, technical and material studies since the 1980s, my article argued that in an ideal world where money and time was not constrained, and I'm very aware of those constraints, and I know people in the room who are associated with these houses, so this is a provocation, understanding the practicalities, but heritage interpretation and management can offer far more to the re-evaluation and evocation of the history of women's work in the home and larger issues of class and gender inequality that shape domestic environments in Australia. And in turn, that historic house experiences might sharpen attention to the seemingly mundane histories and tacit attributes of domestic settings, technologies and infrastructures. One of the framings I found useful is around domestic technologies. In her groundbreaking book, More Work for Mother of 1983, Ruth Schwartz-Cowan investigated both the never-ending series of domestic work processes, she called them, and the technological systems of tools and technologies of home labour. In this account, however, Cowan did not include any substantive investigation of the architecture, planning and built infrastructure of home technologies. This was partially addressed by other domestic histories, such as those by Adrian Forty in 1906, Mark Girard in 1979. However, I found Zoe Sophia reflecting on Lewis Mumford's formative thinking on the history of technologies in the 1930s very useful in further framing how technologies associated with women's labour and lives have largely been lost or overlooked. Sophia recounts how Mumford distinguished machines and tools and technologies of what were called containment and supply into three categories: utensils, so baskets, cooking pots, bins, water storage, and so on; apparatus, brick kilns, washing machines, as well as the specialised spaces that house them, like kitchens and laundries; and utilities that supply essential infrastructural services into the home. Sophia's critique has helped to reflect on heritage assessments and conservation management plans of these houses, which have tended to favour integral built fabric over machinery, service infrastructure, and architectural ornament and decoration over domestic utensils and containers. Sophia continues, I quote, "To keep utensils, apparatus and utilities in mind is difficult because these kinds of technological objects are designed to be unobtrusive and, like their assumed user, to make their presence felt but not noticed. Technological apparatus and utilities are also subject to profound obsolescence, and simple utensils are lost over time. As Gabby Porter writes, objects likely to survive obsolescence are those that are superior in materials and construction or cutting edge in the face of technological change, or those that are associated with the prosperity and permanence of their owners, and those that are associated with individuals and groups who are very aware of their own importance and significance. The possessions of homeowners have typically survived far better than those of their workers. However, vestiges of domestic hierarchies that ordered familial lives has survived, in particular when inbuilt into the infrastructure of the houses themselves, in spaces and objects like service stairs, alarm bells, cooking and serving appliances. It's clear, so I'll move on to interpreting these absent subjects, as I call them. It's clear that through the physical act of visiting and moving through potent places of housework, including kitchens and service areas, that the potential for enhancing thinking and feeling in visiting audiences is great. It's also clear that there is still much informed work to be done within the heritage sphere to tease out and communicate the narratives, memories, facts, and impressions connected to these backdoor and below stairs functional and liminal spaces and domestic technologies and the inequalities they enshrined. Linda Young issued the challenge in 2002 that house museums needed to, quote, move beyond simple conventional styles of house presentation to introduce more complex ideas of social and feminist history. Making domestic labour more visible and sensible to the contemporary visitor, however, runs counter to the historical thrust of rendering home labour largely invisible, whether through the employment and management of servants that directed attention away from the spaces, sounds and smells of the work, or through disguising the work of the modern housewife and mother by streamlining design. While it's self-evident that most women historically negotiated their everyday lives overwhelmingly around domesticity and homemaking, the tendency to overplay the dichotomy of gendered modernity, where the masculine realm of work was situated exclusively outside of the home, is far too simplistic. Rather, such polarised divisions between public and private, between employed work and homemaking, were neither accurate nor particularly useful, and they underplayed the paid and non-paid domestic work that always went on in these homes. So my conclusions were, firstly, that many heritage houses still lack adequate interpretation, whether that be in situ or through additional information that might augment public visits. Although, as noted, there are very understandable, pragmatic and economic explanations for such absences, there are still too few heritage protected places, notable for their association with women as both employees and employers. Given the lack of personal archival records, diaries, images, and documents associated with the women who worked in these houses, generalised histories can go some way to assist, but it's always critical that the physicality of buildings and the artefacts and utilities contained with them do more work in rendering former labouring lives more articulate and visible. Mains and Pollock have discussed this by suggesting that informed narration and representation can still be radical. Equally, having lost much of the direct evidence of women's labour in the home, curation techniques might pay more attention to leading contemporary audiences towards noticing such absences, which are everywhere, by creating more evocative interior spaces and acknowledging absent subjects. More targeted research could better reveal the personal stories and voices of women and, to quote, use the personal to rewrite the masculine narrative. I've got out of sync. I'm supposed to be now. Yeah. Interpretation lends context to what are often today, at least on the surface, the more appealing and empathetic surface spaces of nostalgia and frugality, in contrast to the overly ornate and out of fashion public rooms in historic houses. Secondly, as described, historical technologies for heating, cooking, water and sanitation, alongside other examples of appliances, containers, fixtures and fittings, have the potential to inform and educate. In this regard, we might think of the persistence of technical objects as standing in for the missing persons who once operated them. And to do this effectively, as Madeleine Ackridge has described, we must, quote, move constantly between the technical and the social, so as to provide them with a historical, what she calls a script or scenario, and to thereby better picture their quotidian patterns of use in the home. Stoves, sinks, clotheslines do not communicate much without careful annotation and inscription. It's thereby, again, through historical interpretation and by valuing and conserving the integral nature of such technologies that the relationships between obsolescent artefacts and their ghostly subjects might be more effectively illuminated. The history of domestic labour is also fundamentally linked into broader histories of urban infrastructure and how basic service provision, water, power, heat, sanitation was gradually integrated into the very fabric of our houses. And conversely, how these services gradually became decoupled from servant power towards semi-automation, with the demand for servant labour being replaced by other duties and expectations of housewives and homeowners. In general, the kitchens under examination have been well preserved, but the ancillary spaces and servant rooms, associated corridors and stairs have in some instances been deemed less intact, less significant and less authentic. They exist today too often as leftover spaces closed to visitors and claimed for ad hoc storage. Without these interstitial spaces, the domestic hierarchies of front and back, inside and outside, upstairs and downstairs, served and service, public and private, day and dark and light, and leisure and work cannot be fully appreciated or experienced. There is much more that could be achieved in the way that historical service spaces and infrastructures are therefore today conserved, explained and displayed. And these zones should, in an ideal world, be opened up and maintained as carefully as other period rooms. In all the houses visited, little remains of the sensory stimulation associated with cleaning, cooking and food preparation. So finally, how might curators and heritage managers more successfully enhance the sensory and performative possibilities of visitor experiences? Joni Lariat continues this provocation in relation to heritage more broadly by calling for performance to play a renewed role in finding alternative and nuanced critical heritage representations in the domestic sphere. We might equally ask, therefore, how heritage house curation might also explore with more intensity the description and reenactment of mundane sensory experiences, routine, tacit bodily experiences. Without resorting to kitsch Disneyfication, is it possible to empathise with the weight of a weekly wash in a copper tub, to feel the intense heat of a coal-burning stove in a stiflingly hot kitchen, or to experience the dim, steep service stairs rather than just the formal set-piece tableau of stately furnished front rooms that some heritage houses still tend to remain fixated upon? Many of the speakers today will talk about many of the ways in which really exciting practices are being done to animate historical properties like in these ways for contemporary audiences. Ultimately, with more resources, domestic heritage could provide so much more to illuminate the history of gendered labour in Australian homes, even if these evocations are more difficult and often incomplete. And in the words of Donna Haraway, always interpretive, critical, and often partial and stuttering in the gaps of evidence. These kinds of critical and immersive historical interpretations could in turn bring more informed historical perspectives to contemporary debates which have been so facile about the ongoing challenges of working from home. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Next up, we've got Georgina Downey, who is visiting research fellow in art history, University of Adelaide, and widely published in the domestic interior. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. How do I move the slides on and what do I do? I'm going to end up like Donna Haraway, stuttering. Okay. Oh, what's testing? Doof, doof. Right. Between 2018 and late 2023, I ran my own one-person heritage house tour business, which I called Interiors Adelaide. Over this time, I took hundreds of interested adults on interpretive tours, focusing on the house museum venues with architecture, interiors and art collections in 6 different venues across Adelaide and the Mid-North. My paper today reflects on my approach to the interpretation and narration of these venues and my experiences, and it concludes on some personal thoughts about interpretive tensions between independent academics and more institutionalised forms of interpretation. I tried in my research of each venue to put it into a larger framework, into South Australian history, in terms of class, gender and power. Now, at this point, when I decided to start my house museums, I'd been working for 16 years as a casual academic in art history, postgrad art history at Adelaide Uni. I'd co-edited 3 volumes as well as contributing chapters to others. The sharp-eyed of you will note that the top volume contains a chapter by Hannah Lewi. A little bit more about that coming up. So I decided to put some of my ideas built up through all these publications on the interior into applied use. And I did a lot of research on each venue. What's happened? Oh, with that one. Okay. I did the same kind of research that I do for a journal article. So I went on the left-hand slide, I went to the state, obviously the State Library. This is the record groups for the Mortlock family who owned Martindale Hall. On the right is UniSA's Architecture Museum. I spent a lot of time in there gathering things like plans, and they have over 400,000 pieces in that collection. So they're a really great resource. I made it a bit breezier in tone than I might. I didn't put so much theoretical scaffolding in, but I basically took my potential audiences very seriously in terms of what kind of depth they wanted to go into for each venue. With my programming, since I built up 6 properties, I rotated through all of them 5 or 6 times a year. I also had to take out public liability insurance. I'm telling you all the basics in case some of you guys want to go out and do it, because I really think you should. Oh my gosh, my first house 6 years ago was a really difficult one. It's Government House, North Terrace. It was built in 1840, designed by George Kingston. It's the living symbol of power of the British monarchy through the person of the state governor. I know you've got your own really specky Government House here, so I had to approach it with respect, but not too much reverence, because I wanted to open up some space for my groups to reflect on republicanism and the consequences of this power. This house here, and for the beginning of each house, I'll signpost each house with a picture of the ad that I put up to get tickets. This house replaced first Governor Hindmarsh's hideous hut, which was a vile little structure built by his sailors when Adelaide was first settled in 1836. It was crawling with snakes, with insects dropping from the roof, and Hindmarsh and his 8 children slept on the floor. George Gawler was somewhat of a different character, and he asked Kingston to design him a proper government house, but he spent too much and he got sent home. Anyway, thanks to George, we have this beautiful building. For the roving academic wanting to do academically orientated house tours, this was an almost impossible space, truly impossible, because every day of the year, the house is on active duty for the governor. So the only time I could get in was on open days. However, in consultation with the staff, that's what I was able to do. And as I took the groups through, I was interested in the use of crown symbology, almost as a form of corporate branding. And my groups got very good at picking out the tiny crown insignia, which is absolutely layered throughout the house in terms of its interpretations. On the left, you can see my first group, and standing fourth from the left is the governor's wife, herself the social worker, Mrs. Lanley. She used to wait at the front door when my groups got to the end and line us all up, because her official duties meant she's very good at lining people up for official photos. And she would always photograph the group just as we were about to leave. House number 2, Carrick Hill. Now, a lot of you know Carrick Hill, especially those in the business. In 1983, Edward and Ursula Hayward left holus bolus, lock, stock and barrel, their entire house to the people of South Australia. There's an aerial view of it. They left everything, all the house contents, the British, French and Australian art collection, and the grounds. It's one of the most intact house museums in Australia because everything was given at once in toto. It's run by a board of trustees and overlooked by a small staff. Access, therefore, was really easy, because when I worked at Adelaide Uni, we would send curatorial students up to Carrick Hill to get work experience, so I had some relationships there. They understood that I was offering something different because they're a house museum that do their own volunteer tours twice a day that are free. So I was competing with quite an expensive ticket price against something that was free, but they understood that what I was doing was significantly different and important. And they were wonderful to work with. It was a really seamless experience. I started with this house with Mark Jouard's theories on the function of the English country house, which is a perfectly fitting model for what the Haywards were trying to do with Carrick Hill. And I did a room-by-room analysis of taste and decor, as well as discussing major paintings in the collection. So it was a massive tour, really quite, I think for me and the attendees, quite full on. Whoops, backwards. I really liked Hannah's slide of the girl dressed up as a servant. On Valentine's Day, you can see we did, everyone had to come in the group dressed in 1950s to commemorate the both the house and a Chanel dress that's on display that was made for Ursula Hayward in Paris in 1954. So we decided to both, form a small reverence to the dress and Ursula. House number 3 is a house that probably you will all know. Oops, bit trigger happy here. It's the house that became a movie star. It's the location for Peter Weir's film Picnic at Hanging Rock. It was Miss Appleyard's College for Ladies, 1975. Access was really easy. The house is now owned, it used to be owned by the University of Adelaide, and then it went to the Department of Environment, and it's run by local custodians, Sharon and Michael Morris. In my script for this particular house, I go into the history of the build, the lives and the fortunes of the two families who lived there, the Bowmans and the Mortlocks, the Victorian era disposition of rooms in terms of gender, feminine's on the left, masculine's on the right. You sort of get that when you look at the house plans. It's also extremely significant in terms of it has absolutely no worthwhile European or Australian art, surprisingly, in it. But it does have John Mortlock's fabulous smoking room. And this, in terms of, I've got some friends who are Japanese scholars, apparently, is only one of 2 perfect examples. The other one's in the British Museum in London. So it's a pretty spectacular museum. And up until recently, they used to do like ghost weekends and dinners there. And they had this priceless artworks and just sitting there in the smoking rooms. Here's me talking to the group. Up in the right-hand corner, there's Edmund Bowman and then John Mortlock, and underneath is the dining room. It's a very overwhelming experience, but it's quite indubitably the poster child for heritage preservation. There's been a big argument going on about it in South Australia. A few years ago, private developers wanted to buy it and turn it into a spa. This move was seen off by massive petitions and then a bill in Parliament in 2021. But this still does allow for new uses for the building. And this is something that I talked to the attendees in the last room at the very end of the tour. And I'm really interested in finding out how much they understand about heritage and what they think the future of the house should be. So that's where we get quite interactive and people get quite worried. House number 4 is a really weird one. The idea of doing a TB clinic came to me in the middle of COVID. It's not like the first 3. It has no art collection and it has no real significant interiors of any significance. But I was really curious about medical architecture, and I knew about Alvar Aalto's Paimio in 1933 in Finland and the health furniture that sort of went with it. But I didn't know until I read a colleague's paper. Dr. Julie Collins of the UniSA's Architecture Museum has written about Nanyara. I didn't realise we had our own example like a few miles away from where I live. So it was built by our local Dr. Arthur Galt for private patients. And it's based on the open air cure. And this is the open air cure. This is Germany in, I think it was just after the war. What was going on at Nanyara was quite a bit more glamorous than this, but it's based on the same idea. TB specialists had figured out that the bacterium grows a lot more slowly at height. So they built sanatoriums way up high in windy pine trees, wind, rest, incredibly calorific, frequent meals were the only cure because there was no medicinal treatment for TB until I think just after the Second World War when we got the triple vaccine. So this was the only chance that patients had, and it was, could be fatal. And it's not actually as mad as it sounds. Apparently in Davos, and you'll know Davos from Michael Mann's famous novel Magic Mountain, it's a town in Switzerland full of sanatoria. They all reopened in 2021 to take patients to do the open air treatment who had long COVID. So some of these like older, really simple non-medicinal approaches are being used in health. So I thought it would be really interesting to take people through. It's a unique building, and Dr. Galt from Adelaide toured the world looking at sanatoria before he came home in 1902 and got Williams and Good to design this building purposefully. As you'll see in the picture on the left, it's got this very slight curve on the front veranda which faces the city of Adelaide and the sea, the Gulf of St. Vincent. It's got this slight curve to literally funnel the air into all the buildings. It's got exceptionally tall windows. Everything is painted down so it's easy to clean. There are no nooks and crannies. Next to the Don't Spit poster, this is a hut which rotates on a wire rotational circle so that the patient can be pointed towards the sun at any particular time of day. There are issues though with its current integrity, and this is the sad bit that I save for the attendees at the end of the tour, which is that it's currently owned by the Uniting Church and it's used as a conference centre. And they were happy to let me come in for a fee. That was fine. I did one a couple of times a year up here. But what they've done, unfortunately, despite having a listed facade, is that they've built on the back all that red stuff on this side of the picture is now fitted onto the back of that curved facade. And all of the beautiful Edwardian rooms with the high windows, they've all been, you know, the rooms have all been internally changed. So in terms of being intact, all I can really show people is the still pristine facade and also the gardens, which are fully planted with pine trees for health properties. House number 5. Sorry, I'm out of order here, so I'm just going to skip ahead to house number 5 and then go back to Hannah Lewi. Walkley House by Robin Boyd. In contrast, this is almost perfectly intact. And it's the only house designed in South Australia by Robin Boyd. And it's currently where his granddaughter, her partner, and his great-grandchild live. Gavin Walkley was terribly pleased with his Boyd house, which replaced a salt-ridden 19th century cottage. And here's the famous picture of the house being launched. And we have, I don't know the first man, but the next man, he was a guest at the 1956 Architecture Convention. He's from MIT. Then in the skirt, there's Marion Hall. Then there's Gavin Walkley and Robin Boyd. And apparently Robin Boyd got hit by a shard of glass at the moment this picture was taken and had a permanent scar on his head from the Walkley house. So yeah, sorry. It is beautiful. The family definitely know what they have. The only change that they've made is to put ducted aircon in, because in South Australia's brutal heat waves, you would die in a glass house without some form of air. The kitchen cabinetry has gone from white to bottle green. The bottle green was the Marion Hall best colour scheme. I think I've got, yeah, there's a picture of her colour scheme there. Most of those colours are actually still in the house. Then and now you can see how the beaten copper flue heads up into the second floor to provide heating up there. It's absolutely perfectly resolved. It's really beautiful. Access is extremely tricky with people living in there, but I was lucky to speak to Jane Walkley and get a chance to go through 2 or 3 times. The last time I went through was at the Sahans conference. I took a group of delegates for the Adelaide one through, and I think Ali's in the audience. There's Ali and me. He's up the back in the dining room. So yeah, lucky to get through the Walkley house and to show people modernism in Adelaide. How am I going for time? Okay. Whoops. Oh, only one. Anlaby, pastoral seat, the Dutton family. It's enormous. I first did it as a webinar. I did it as a walkthrough tour. I picked 3 public rooms from the house. It's very important. It was where the first meeting of the Australian Republican movement was held. It was where the Adelaide Festival was planned in 1960, and it was where a lot of the international guests went up to decompress before the festival started. So not only is it a great sheep producing site, it's also a great culture producing site. But moving on, much fun as we all had, and we did. It's been really good. As I said, how many minutes have I got? 2? 2? 2? 2. As I said, my interpretive method is very much guided by what Hannah's talked about, and particularly her chapter for my our book, Domesticity Under Siege. Her chapter, I've ended up like the house pretending to be myself. I like her notion of almost like a 3D proscenium arch around the experience, and I try to make the attendees conscious of that arch. I ask the question, what version of Australian domesticity are we being shown here? And what bits of that story are being left out? Which brings me to my final example, because sometimes I think when you have a small group in charge of a house museum, the interpretation starts out sort of here, and then as the scholarship gets more and more remote, it starts to swing, and you begin to get a reflection of the group of people who are looking after the house instead of the original occupants. And I would argue that this is what's happening at Gamble Cottage, which is a small National Trust property in the Adelaide Hills. It's described as working class. I mean, it's not working class. I went to Stefan Pecusa's house styles in Adelaide. That's definitely a return veranda Edwardian villa, not a cottage. It was built for Joseph Gamble, who was called a labourer, but actually a research assistant at the government fruit farm, which is one of the biggest experimental farms in the world. He kept all these plates, the labels for the plants. His daughters in old age, Clara and Edith, donated scholarships for girls' education. They sketched out a plan of the garden, and then the gardening group that look after it have completely planted their own things now. Like it's part of that pendulum swing from sticking to Ethel and Clara's map of the garden to then putting in things that the gardening volunteers actually want. So in sum, I'd like to say, if you want to just start writing up house museum tours and operating them, I've had the most fantastic time. In 6 years, I've not had a bad attendee or a bad experience. As Hannah says, better, closer, more granular, more gendered, more layered interpretation is definitely needed in this area. And I think I went through my audience, the few thousand people in South Australia who really want that kind of experience, but I'm sure there'll be more here. So if you see me for the rest of the day and you've got any questions you want to ask about doing a tour, just please come up, say hello, and thanks everyone for having me.
Thanks, Georgina. Next up is Scott Hill, who is the curator at Museums of History New South Wales, focused on colonial building, domestic design, and the intrinsic relationship between architecture and landscape. Welcome, Scott.
Yes, I've got the timer there because there are several people in this room and quite a few more watching who find it hilarious, the idea that I can somehow control myself to 15 minutes. So we just need to jump forward to, where are we? Here we are. So what I'm talking about today is Elizabeth Farm, the challenge of maintaining a no barriers house museum. So I'm just going to place the museum in various contexts. So to place ourselves as an institution, who we are, Museums of History New South Wales, we're a relatively new body, but with quite a long history. You probably know us originally by our two former components, Sydney Living Museums, or the Historic Houses Trust, as it was originally formed in 1980, and also the New South Wales State Archives Collection, which has an older history, being founded in 1961. So in December 22, we combined together by an Act of Parliament to create this new entity, Museums of History New South Wales. Below is a list of the house museums and all the properties that we care for, but the actual house museums and museums that we care for. You'll see down the bottom, for instance, Vaucluse House, which opened to the public in 1912, partially opened as Australia's first house museum. But further up, second from the top, that's the property I'll be talking about today. It was the third property acquired by the then HHT, Elizabeth Farm. To locate us physically, satellite photograph of Sydney, and the arrow and the dot over on the left-hand side is pointing at Elizabeth Farm. By car now, thanks to all the new tunnels, Sydney loves its tunnels, we are about 40 minutes only from the CBD. It used to be about if you went back to the 1830s, it was about a 4-hour horse or coach trip. So pretty quick, or even faster if you went up the river. At its full extent, the estate there of about 1,000 acres was bigger than what is currently the CBD of Sydney, stretching from Circular Quay down to Central Railway Station. So it was quite an extensive estate. It, of course, has a much, much longer history. It's built on the land of the Barramaddigal people of the Darug Nation of the region west of Sydney. Parramatta gets its name from the name Barramaddigal. The stories of that much longer history are ones that we would share routinely with our visitors who have a really deep and genuine interest in learning those stories. And it's also one that we celebrate each year with the Eel Festival. To locate us historically, The MacArthur family arrived in Sydney in 1790 on the Second Fleet. John was an officer in the newly formed New South Wales Corps that was arriving to be like the military / police force / people really in control of Sydney. The MacArthurs then became a family that would dominate the first decades of the colony, politically, economically, if not socially, and through their part, particularly in Australia's only successful coup. It's an interesting day to be talking about that, which is the overthrow of Governor William Bligh. In 1793, they received a land grant initially of 100 acres, which then increased tenfold in the colony's second centre, Rosehill, which was quickly renamed after the Parramatta Gull as Parramatta. For the 20th century, though, it was the home of the Swan family who actually ensured its survival until 1969, and then it began the slow trek towards being a public museum till it was actually opened on Saturday, 16th of June 1984 by the then Premier Neville Wran as the third property of the HHD. So this year we are celebrating the 40th anniversary of Elizabeth Farm opening as a museum. Importantly, it opened as a museum without barriers. And what that means is that when you go to visit the house today, you can touch, you can sit down, you can handle everything. Recreating or evoking is the word I actually use. The house's interiors posed a distinct interpretive challenge. Assembling an original collection of the MacArthur's furniture was impossible. So copies were made of several known pieces at properties still owned by MacArthur and used by MacArthur descendants, including, for instance, beds, a dining room sideboard, portraits, a writing desk, an inkwell, a bonnet. The use of reproduction furnishings, however, meant that this house could become the barrier-free museum where visitors could wander at will, handling objects, or, as we so fond of saying, relaxing by the fire in the drawing room, which we do. The pared back rooms, because we're not trying to say this is a literal reconstruction, it's not, it's an evocation. Of these rooms worked like stage sets, inviting the visitor to fill them with stories of the families who had lived there and creating an immediacy of experience that is very rare in historic houses. Being a barrier-free museum, of course, poses very particular and distinct challenges. And what I'm going to be talking about today is these challenges really through the lens of a big project we completed in recent months, which was a big interpretation refresh at the property. So not changing the underlying ethos of what we do there, but how it's physically presented. The challenges here are not interpretive. That's a really important point because the visitors get the approach. They understand what it is we're doing. They understand it's not a literal attempt at recreating the interiors, but it's an evocative one. You might think it's theft and breakages, and in reality, no. When I was actually the curator at the property for 5 years, we lost a teacup that was dropped, which then had a second life sitting on my desk for holding paper clips. But in this respect, for instance, this is why we don't use historic crockery in the house. It's a early 1800s Regency pattern still made by Spode. So you can go down the street and you can get more of them if they break. We had a saucer go missing, but that's really it. People are actually really careful with the house. Authenticity, and that's something I'll really be coming back to in the next slide, but how can you get it so that people buy the experience? How can they actually buy, okay, this is an evocation of a genuine early 1800s property? Sourcing appropriate materials, this is the corker, and that's what I'm really going to be talking about. The biggest challenge for us, and I'm not talking about the building itself, but the interiors, is just simple wear and tear. For surfaces, especially stone and timber, we're finding now we're having particular challenges with flagstones that, as is the way of sandstone, especially mudstone, delaminates. And timber, moving furniture, and this, I've got to tell a hilarious story, because when we reopened after COVID, someone took our please make yourself at home ethos rather literally. And we went into the house and found they'd started rearranging all the furniture in the house. And so things were moving from room to room. And then another group came in and started using a tea set. They filled for their thermoses in, and they were having a tea party in one of the rooms. We went with that. It's okay. Things like the piano is that small hands tend to thump the keyboard and it keeps breaking because it's a delicate interior. And just the wear and tear on fabrics, especially because fabrics, case covers, curtaining, they wear out, not just from wear and tear of sitting on them, but sun rotting especially is really fierce. So getting to authenticity, getting those details right in what we do present to people, especially in the soft furnishings, is central to that visitor experience and that acceptance of that experience, and therefore of accepting then the stories that they're being told, particularly when objects in the house are being used as visual prompts to suggest a line of questioning or a line of conversation. Now we use several key sources. Over on the top left, we have the one and only interior view that has survived from the MacArthur period, and it was done a few years after Elizabeth MacArthur herself had died. But it shows the interior of the drawing room, and underneath, that's really what the room looks like today. It's how it's been done since 1984, to actually recreate that view. And we can talk about that. There are several known, as I was saying, items of furniture that we can look at, such as a provenance sideboard. That's it, top right. It actually came into our collection from the Camden estate. It was copied, and a copy of that was then placed in the dining room. You can see it in the loom down the end of that room. And we can look particularly at archival evidence because the family left an awe-inspiring archive. The bulk of it's now in the State Library, known as the MacArthur Papers, where we were talking about hundreds of thousands of documents, everything from letters to invoices to day books, catalogues. It's an amazing insight into this period. So if we're just looking at those 2 pages there, the one on the front is part of an inventory of the house that was drawn up just after Elizabeth had died. That was the principal document that guided the contents then of how we were going to present the rooms based on this quite scant inventory. And behind it is when is it? It's an 1826 invoice from an ironmonger, and on it, it's like, there's a list of curtain rings that are being bought. And when you work it out, that's just enough curtain rings to do either the drawing room or the dining room main windows. So you get that idea, in about that period, they're redoing their curtains. So it's those kinds of clues that you can get. It's not going to be a surprise to anybody here that historic fabrics are becoming harder and harder to source. It's a far cry from the grand old days of the 80s when this house was first opened, when we were tripping over suppliers internationally. There were literally just dozens of UK and US suppliers, many of whom had outlets here, all your Laura Ashleys and what have you. And they were supplying very, very high quality reproductions from their archival collections. If you look at that list on the left, that's a list of suppliers from 1984 of the original fabrics that were used in the house. Now, several of those companies, such as Warner's, who had an awe-inspiring archive, for instance, have now merged with later companies, or they've been absorbed or just bought out by other companies and so effectively disappeared in some cases. The bulk no longer have local distributors, and in some cases a very negligible virtual presence. So it's really hard to actually track them down. This means, for instance, that doing quick replacements on need is really problematic. Now, we were very fortunate, for instance, that when we were doing this project, that one of our suppliers just happened, we said, if you come across any really good muslin, she said, I've just found a supplier in India who's making hand-woven muslin. So we instantly bought all the stock she had, partly for this project, but also to guarantee us for about the next 10 to 15 years worth of these projects across multiple houses. So fortunately, we were in that very lucky position of being able to grab her entire supply. In that, there's actually reports of a resurgence in the Indian traditional hand weaving textile industry are really encouraging. So we're looking closely then for things like maybe if sprigged muslins should become available. This is an example of how we get around that. So when a new summer set of bed hangings was created for the principal bedroom to replace the original set, still going, of a chintz from 1984, what we chose instead was to go with a very high quality plain voile, still historically accurate, but it was one that we could source just down the road. Well, a very long road, but we actually source it in Sydney. And it was the fraction of the cost of an imported chintz, which would then have to be sourced and would take likely half a year to do. It was made to a slightly different design, and it featured, there's the design sketch up on the right-hand side, and it featured 17 meters of continual hand crocheted fringe made by our soft furnishings group. Here they are. This is who made it for us. And we are extremely lucky in having this. The volunteers of our own soft furnishings group combine their own expert, prodigious skills. They are just extraordinary, with period details drawn from rare books and physical examples in our own collection. So particularly that's the Caroline Simpson Library and Research Collection, which is open to, as a resource to everybody in this room. Here they are on the left, finishing a bead and reel edging. And there's an example just near that. And it was based on surviving examples made by Elizabeth Wright. So the fantastic Lizzie Wright, who played such an incredible role across all the HHD properties at that stage, and especially at Elizabeth Farm, along with James Broadbent and Mrs. Broadbent. James Broadbent, I'm sure you know, but his mother as well, who was quite an expert seamstress, who produced a lot of this handmade material. In terms of making the 40 meters of bead and reel edging that this took, I'm really surprised they're still speaking to me after this. But here's the importance of this. The importance of this is that when you see visitors going into these houses, whenever I go into Elizabeth Farm, I will not ever go in there without seeing someone looking at the edge of the detailing and examining that. So visitors get it, they understand it, and they comprehend it. That's part of the experience. On the right, for instance, is another example of some of their work. It's a window in a small closet, small room facing the front carriage loop. It's got an embroidered neoclassical olive wreath going down it in shadow work, which provides a series of these visual prompts. They got no idea they have something like this here, but this then creates a series of visual prompts. Yes, it tells of materials and it tells of domestic interiors, and we tell a story of who made these, but it's also an olive wreath crest that sits on top of the family's coat of arms. And it also frames in between them a view of the olive tree outside, which was the first planted in this country, planted by John MacArthur in 1805 and still flourishing. Case covers, however, are a whole other level of complexity. They're sat on every day by school groups, by visitors, and they absolutely take a beating. Now, we now know that these have a viable lifespan of 15 years, if you're lucky. And that's based on when this previous set, on the left is a fragment of it, were last made. When it was also last made, a large order, fortunately, the previous curator had commissioned it from Brunswick through New York. It's an 1840s pattern. And enough was bought so that when they needed to be replaced in the future, that had been stockpiled and it's been sitting there for 15 years, ready to use. So we were able to go ahead and do this. Now, as a big part of the project, forward planning and factoring into the economic planning for, say, the next 15 to 20, 40, 50 years of the organization was a really key part of this. So we were able to say, in about 13 years' time, you've got to start looking for the replacement fabric, because it might take you 2 years to actually get it, source it, and to have it printed, because these are all special orders, they're not off the rack. We also managed to get the old set patched, because in some places it had literally worn straight through on the elbows, for instance. So we've got an emergency set. So if something should happen to one of these, we can temporarily pop one of the old ones on. Which then takes us to another optional. The visitors are really harsh on the furniture. No, this is after we had a go at it. When the chairs, these are actually William IV chairs that were required for the house. This one, and most of them were just over upholstered in a dead plain white calico, because the chairs are not bought for their, acquired for their intrinsic value. They were just, they're props, and they were covered in case covers anyway. This one had been damaged. So it needed replacing. We actually decided we were going to replace it all instead in horsehair to provide a completely different kind of visitor experience, because who gets to sit on horsehair fabric now, or actually to sit in a chair which doesn't have the overstuffing we might expect from chairs, from the 1880s onwards. So it was stripped. In that we found all sorts of fascinating things about the chair, like it possibly had an Indian history, because we found some tiny little shreds of what we think is Pali script newspaper stuffed inside it. And we took notes on, say, for instance, the gimp and the buttoning. On top right, that's an existing chair at Elizabeth Bay House that's almost identical. And so we were able to show that to the upholsterer to say this is what we were after. Locating someone who could actually do this work again, it's not just the fabrics are disappearing, it's that skills base that are going. So we were very, very lucky that a colleague down at Parliament House had just found and used a guy who was working in horsehair. He'd been trained as an apprentice by a much older Italian upholsterer who said, you've got to learn how to do horsehair. So he did. But this is great, I've never get to do it. So he was really excited to do the project. This is the end result. Yeah, it's a costly investment, I've got to say, but it's going to pay off because the projected lifespan of this is a minimum of 50 years. When we look at chairs in the house, dining chairs that were upholstered in horsehair 40 years ago, they are still going strong. There's barely any wear and tear on those at all. So this may be a costly thing to do, but your long-term investment is going to do 50, 60, 70, maybe years into the future before you need to look at doing anything with it. Having said that, we made a couple of compromises. The back of the chair squab, if you turn it around, there's a concealed zip. If anything's going to go, it's going to be that seat. So we'd be able to take that off and have that repaired or replaced. And knowing that what's going to go will be the stuffing inside the squab, first of all, we actually had that done with a mix of old and contemporary stuffing just to prolong its life. But otherwise, it's giving an authentic experience of someone sitting there in an 1830s chair like that. And my very last point, and I'll whip through this, to finish on, the other big challenge that we really had to look at was lighting in this house. Historically, we have always used modern lighting in this house. We don't try and pretend that, oh, this is lit by historic lights. No, this is very obviously a modern lamp that's sitting in the corner. However, the lighting levels in the house and that pressing need for equal access throughout it, and also to be really practical, to be able to accommodate venue hire and programming and education inside the house, meant we had to really look at upgrading the lighting. So finding historically sympathetic lights that would not scream, look at me, but instead just be part of that overall evocation became really important. On the right, two lamps that out of the blue turned up at a dealer down in Tasmania. They're 1826 lights. Argon lamps had been electrified. We've got a low wattage globe in each of those. They're perfect. They solve that issue. On the left, I jumped right part. There we are. Sorry about that. On the extreme left, there's actually a hanging argon lamp at Camden Park, which is the MacArthur's big house southwest of Sydney. So that's when they bought in the 1830s for that house and is still hanging there. Then by fluke, I happened to be talking last year with a supplier in Sydney and said, oh, if you ever said what we're really trying to find is, and he said, oh, I've got one of them out the back. And literally out the back in his warehouse, he had a reproduction 3-branch argon lamp, which had originally been commissioned as a series for the UK National Trust as a very non-specific light that could go into any of their properties. And he had one sitting there. So there it is, installed and hanging in the house. It means inserting and penetrating old fabric, but in this case, as you'll see on the left, that ceiling was replaced during the restoration and conservation process for the house. So we weren't going to be going through old plaster, any old lathes. In the center, we used laser pointing to work out exactly where that cut had to be because there are beams above it. And in the right, it rests on a support. It doesn't actually bolted to anything. It rests on a support that goes across the beams and then hangs down through it. And I'm going to finish, there we are, on how that room looks today after the refresh with the new lighting, new bays we found from one supplier, extra wide in the UK, new portrait on the left, and new lighting at the back of the room as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Scott. And final presentation for this session is Andrew Murray, who is Research Fellow here as part of ACAHUCH at Uni of Melbourne and has previously worked at the 20th Century Society in London. Welcome, Andrew.
Hello. I'll be brief-ish. That's all right. So in 2024, the Lawn Road Flats, or the Isokon building as it's commonly known, and which I will refer to them interchangeably throughout the talk, in Hampstead, London, celebrated 3 major milestones. Chiefly, it was 90 years since the building, designed by Canadian architect Wells Coates, first opened. It was also 20 years since the building had been extensively restored, having lain derelict and abandoned for decades. And it was 10 years since the Isokon Gallery had opened in the building's former garage. This talk examines the history of the Isokon building and this new Isokon Gallery, a purpose-built space which acts as both a museum for the building and an exhibition space with regular rotating exhibitions that celebrate the former residents and their broader social circle. The particular focus will be on the way in which the current and former residents support the gallery and actively participate in telling the story of their building as a kind of living, informal, active house museum. So today I'm just going to give a brief history of the building and the prominent residents, and then move into the gallery and the current interpretation of the way that it's structured. So Rainer Banham, reflecting on the history and legacy of the Lawn Road Flats 20 years after it opened, wrote, and I quote, "The history of this remarkable building is inextricably involved with the history of the modern movement in England and features pioneer architects, pioneer exhibitions, and famous architectural refugees, while it has housed an extraordinary cross-section of thinking England, from Gordon Cullen to Agatha Christie. And in the immediately post-war years, it helped to focus a crisis of the English avant-garde." End quote. It is indeed a remarkable building, one that has been both celebrated and criminally neglected over time, formerly occupied and squatted and acted as a bomb shelter during the war, and now has a gallery space dedicated to telling that story of the building and the complex social network that is woven into the fabric of the building. The Isokon Gallery and the connected Lawn Road Flats are not a house museum in a typical sense. Rather, as this talk will explore, it operates more as an informal house museum, which relies on the generosity and spirit of the current residents to help tell the story of its former residents. Unlike most house museums, which typically concentrate on one occupant or a chain of owners, as an apartment building, the Isokon celebrates a rotating and extensive cast of residents, former and current, without a fixed house to exhibit. The Lawn Road Flats opened in July 1934. It was designed by Canadian architect Wells Coates for the clients Jack and Molly Pritchard. The 4-story gallery access apartment building originally had 22 single flats, 4 double flats, 3 studios, and a penthouse for the Pritchards, along with staff quarters and a garage. The garage you can just see there. Painted a light pink, it was built entirely from monolithic reinforced concrete, which proved to be difficult to construct, but provided a dramatic and sculptural final form. The flats immediately caused a sensation amongst the architectural profession and Hampstead and Belsize Park residents. Alan Powers describes that it would have seemed unremarkable in pre-Nazi Germany, but it created a stir in sluggish London. In 1937, the staff quarters and kitchens on the ground floor were reconfigured into a restaurant and bar to service the residents and neighbourhood, called the Isobar and designed by Marcel Breuer and FRS York. With the addition of the Isobar, the building became a key hub for the burgeoning art and cultural scene in Hampstead, centred in and around the neighbourhood, aided by its progressive modern architectural form and ambition. The flats survived nearby bombing during the war and was for a period painted a dark brown to disguise it from the air. Given its robust concrete construction, it became a refuge and bomb shelter during the war, with residents from the upper floors coming down to shelter in the heavily fortified ground floor and isobar space during particularly critical moments. The apartment was sold by the Pritchards in 1969 to the New Statesman magazine, who turned the isobar into a further 4 studio apartments, which it was then sold on to Camden Council in 1972. And under their watch, the building significantly deteriorated in condition due to lack of ongoing maintenance, which, given the experimental building techniques and design, required significant care and ongoing attention. Given the small size of the flats, it was used predominantly during this period as single men's housing for those with drug, alcohol, and mental health issues. It was during this time that it was recognised by English Heritage as a significant and building and was added to the National Heritage List for England at Grade 2 in 1974. It was later upgraded to Grade 1 in 1999, which is the highest level of protections for building in the UK. At the time that it was upgraded to Grade 1, the building was largely abandoned, and it was finally sold to the Notting Hill Housing Group in association with Avanti Architects, led by the architect John Allen, which was a leading conservation architectural practice which specialised in restoring modern buildings in the UK. The building then reopened in 2004, now with 25 key flats for key workers like nurses and teachers under a shared ownership scheme, and 11 that were released onto the private market, largely to fund the restoration work. The decision was taken while doing the restoration to include some kind of public-facing communal facility within the Isokon, primarily to reflect, or as John Allen suggested, honour the original Isobar space, reinstating a central focus for the complex. Given that the Isobar could not be reinstated, having been subsequently turned into flats and a change in permitted use prohibited another hospitality venture, the decision was made to repurpose the vacant garage space adjacent to the main building as a gallery and museum space, primarily to communicate the history of the building and its residents. It was also an opportunity to have a space where the modern movement in Britain more generally could be promoted and knowledge shared, which today is reflected in the bookshop on site, which stocks a range of books and ephemera connected with the modern movement and regularly hosts a series of talks on modern architecture. The gallery space was opened in 2014. It contains a permanent exhibition on the building and its residents, and a small gallery space which hosts a rotating exhibition each year. The permanent exhibition has a small mock-up of an original kitchen and dressing room space, along with a small video room, bookshop, and display of Isokon furniture. Dotted around the room are panels which chart the history of the building, its architects, its owners, and extensive details on previous residents. The southern half of the space is dedicated to a rotating exhibitions and event space, which can seat 30 people uncomfortably. The Isokon is well known not only for its architectural qualities, but also for its illustrious list of previous residents. Indeed, it has a blue plaque from English Heritage celebrating it as the residence of Walter Gropius, Marcel Breuer, and Laszlo Moholy-Nagy. Other residents include the architects Egon Riss, Arthur Korn, Jacques Groeg, and Jacqueline Groeg, the textile designer, along with Agatha Christie, art historian Adrian Stokes, and author Nicholas Montserrat. For various reasons, it has also had particularly close connections to the world of spies and hosted 4 high-profile Soviet spies in quick succession, most notably Arnold Deutsch, the agent who recruited the Cambridge 5 spy group. There was also Simon Kremer, Jürgen Kaczynski, and his sister Bridget Kaczynski-Lewis. Through the Isobar, which became somewhat of a social hub for the emerging cultural set based in Hampstead and Belsize Park, a broader circle of people would regularly gather at the Isokon and interact with the residents, forming a strong connection with the building and the immediate neighbourhood. Artists like Henry Moore, Barbara Hepworth, and Ben Nicholson, along with the critic Herbert Reed, were regulars, all of whom lived over the road at the mall studios. This wide-ranging group of influential figures from across the 20th century has been a major contributing factor to the building's enduring appeal and visibility within a broader cultural discourse. And so the focus of the rotating exhibitions at the Isokon Gallery since it opened has been firmly focused on the people, their lives, and the social networks which they moved within and around. Rather than celebrating the architectural qualities of the building, the Isokon acts as a stage for these relationships to unfold, a lens through which to view key people and movements. These exhibitions provide alternative perspectives on well-known figures, like a recent show on Agatha Christie, with its emphasis on her life in Hampstead and her friendships which were key to her time in the Isokon, including modern residents, fellow residents Egyptologist Stephen Glanville and the architect Louis Holman, who she had previously worked with designing alterations to her house in Oxfordshire. Other exhibitions have focused not on residents, but on neighbours like the residents of the mall studios, many of whom were regulars at the Isobar, curated by Celia Scott. And the most recent show, which is still on, looks at the life of Bauhaus-trained photographer Edith Tudor Hart, who was not a resident, but was closely involved with the building's history. She photographed it for the Pritchards during construction, but perhaps is better known as a Soviet spy and was instrumental in recruiting the Cambridge Five. So differences to a normal house museum. So as envisaged, the Isokon Gallery is not a conventional house museum. It is ostensibly an autonomous separate gallery space to the apartment complex, which tells the story of the building and its occupants, with only a partial reconstruction of one of the flats included on display. The gallery has a separate and distinct entrance from the street, which means the typical gallery attendee has almost no interaction with the apartment complex or the residents. The apartment building itself is fully occupied by key workers in the local area and remains an active residential complex, not a museum. However, in recent years, the line between the active apartment complex and the gallery have become increasingly blurred and closer together, which makes for a fascinating case study in management and possibility for a future house museum and the kind of evolving relationships and different guises that they may take. The gallery is staffed by a large roster of volunteers, which require 8 volunteers per weekend. These were originally drawn from a pool of volunteers shared with the nearby National Trust House Museum 2 Willow Road, or the Goldfinger House, of which the Isokon Gallery was a partner institution. This arrangement has now ceased, and the gallery operates with its own volunteer pool, with people drawn from a range of sources, including neighbours, students, and architectural enthusiasts. The list is now, however, increasingly populated by current residents and some past residents of the building. Current residents of the building are also part of the Gallery Trust's board and sit on the gallery committee. Thus, the current residents actively participate in the retelling of previous residents, not only within the gallery itself, but also participating in the higher level decision-making and guidance of the gallery and its curatorial decision. With those current residents acting as gallery stewards, there is also the possibility that those sharing the stories of former residents are currently occupying the same flat as the exhibition subjects, in a kind of perverse flattening of time and space. Further, the volunteers that live in the apartments are able to provide a unique perspective and lived experience to the site to the visitors, and thus significantly enrich the gallery visit and experience. The blurring and the boundaries between the exhibition and current residents present an intriguing hybrid mix, and this has further developed recently. In speaking to John Allen from Avanti Architects and the chairman of the Isokon Gallery Trust, he highlighted an ongoing anxiety of the gallery, that telling the story of a pioneering apartment complex directly next to the apartment complex without providing access to the real thing. This creates significant tension for those visiting, most of whom express a desire to those volunteers to see an actual site or an apartment. Recently, this tension has been somewhat diffused through a new informal tour of an authentically furnished minimum flat, thanks to a resident and volunteer who started to offer tours of his own flat for a small donation to the gallery's charity. And you can see this is a tweet that advertises their flat. So Paul, a long-time resident of the complex, owns one of the minimum flats and has it entirely fitted out as an authentic period piece, complete with Isokon furniture and period-correct fixtures. He retains the apartment as a London bolt hole while living off-site in a larger family house, and so is able to keep the flat furnished with a minimum of personal effects, treating it largely as a museum piece. Paul volunteers for the gallery typically twice a month, and given the advanced rostering system now in place and the social media presence, those days that he is available are now advertised in advance through these channels. Paul then takes people through his apartment in exchange for a small donation to the gallery. In effect, Paul is running a private house museum through the gallery space in a way that relies entirely on his own generosity, time, and commitment. This is an entirely informal arrangement, so if Paul is away or otherwise committed, the flat is simply not opened up. The access is entirely tethered to his own commitment and availability. This is clearly not a sustainable long-term arrangement and presents an array of issues, including management of crowd numbers, access, financial responsibilities, and privacy. As an informal offering in its current guise, it is an obvious success and has bolstered numbers and attendance to the gallery. This is further consolidated during the London Open House weekend, during which 2 other flats in the apartment are opened up, a 1-bedroom flat and the penthouse, which you can see here, which are both owned by gallery volunteers, are opened up to the public. These are terrifically popular and received over 600 visits over the open house weekend. Given that the building is grade 1 listed, the furniture and fixtures of the building are covered in the fixtures and fittings of the building are covered in the listing description, and so they remain largely as museum pieces with only the loose furniture available to change. This is particularly evident in this penthouse apartment, which has the distinctive and original plywood wall panelling that survived the dereliction of the 1990s. So that's the story of the Isokon Gallery, an unconventional kind of house museum, one that aims to tell the story of its previous residents through a dedicated space, but also increasingly through the generosity and willingness of its current occupants in an arrangement that is still being tested and moulded, but certainly seems to suggest an interesting and dynamic future for the building and the gallery. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. I was one of those 600 people on open house weekend. It's like insanely great if you get a chance to go to the Isokon building. But also like to meet the social housing tenants who live in this like spectacular thing. Like, why can't we give the best to people who need it most? We are now going to take a lunch break and come back a little bit later because we've run over. So at 1:30, the next round of papers. Thank you. Oh, sorry, of course. Yeah. Sorry, Hannah. We won't take questions now from this session, but we will carry that conversation over to the second part of this session, which is next. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thanks very much. My name's Jane Eckert. I teach here in the Faculty of Arts in Art History, School of Culture and Communications, and it's my great pleasure to be chairing this session. I'd like to introduce you firstly to Dr. Anna Wong, who's the Director of ACT Galleries, Museum and Heritage, and her colleague, Virginia Rigney, Senior Curator, again at ACT Galleries, Museums and Heritage. And together they're going to present a paper on Lanyon Homestead. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this wonderful opportunity to speak to you today. We're presenting, we're doing a bit of a joint act with my colleague Virginia, and we'll be presenting a case study at Lanyon Homestead to explore the opportunities presented with the use of contemporary art in interpreting different layers of histories and storytelling at a house museum. A little bit about where we're from. Both Virginia and I live and work on Ngunnawal and Ngambri country. We're part of the ACT government and we're responsible for 4 museums and galleries in the ACT. 3 of these are house museums. We'll be talking about Lanyon Homestead in a little bit more detail, but the other 2 include Mugga Mugga Cottage, and for you, Hannah, there's a lovely kitchen shot. Mugga Mugga Cottage is actually a very special property. The building itself dates to the 1850s, originally part of the Duntrin estate in Canberra. It was occupied from about 1913, which is also the date when Canberra became the federal capital. And was moved, the family who moved there was a Curley family, and they stayed there right up until the 1980s. And we have this amazing intact provenance domestic collection that represents a working class family. So very, very rare collection there. The other house museum that we manage is Calthorpe's House, which is a 1927 house built on Mugga Way, a very exclusive area, if you're familiar with Canberra. It belongs to the Calthorpe family, an upper middle class family, and it was one of the very first suburban houses built in Canberra as part of the new federal capital. Again, it was purchased by the government in the 1980s, including its domestic collection. So as we're talking about the lives and experiences of women and domestic history, but both properties are very, very important. The other place that we manage is, I guess, your more traditional gallery, which is the Canberra Museum and Gallery. Our overall purpose is to interpret and tell the stories of Canberra and the region, and at CMAG, we collect the social history and visual arts of the region here. And just a small plug, we opened a permanent exhibition about Canberra in 2023, and we won a wonderful Amago Award for that. So come and visit us. So a little bit about Lanyon Homestead. Lanyon is probably the most intact pastoral properties in Canberra. It is rich with Indigenous histories, and it was occupied in terms of European history from the 1820s right up into the 1970s, when it was resumed by the Commonwealth government. It was initially resumed as part of the intended subdivision and expansion of the Tuggeranong area. So if you can imagine what was happening in a lot of areas around Australia, it was earmarked to be surrounded by suburbia. But through the efforts of the National Trust, there was a recognition of its landscape and curtilage values. And with the support of the then Minister, the Minister of Environment, Tom Uren, this whole area was conserved complete within its pastoral landscape curtilage, which is very, very rare. In the 1990s, we further acquired some of the outbuildings, including the Tourist Precinct and Workers' Cottage. And we now have this amazing intact property that includes the main homestead that dates to the 1850s, convict-built buildings dating to the 1830s, and then 20th century farming history as well. When the Commonwealth acquired the property in the 1970s, it actually didn't become a house museum. It became a gallery for the Nolan collection. Some of you might be familiar with the works of Sidney Nolan. Lanyon, because of the lobbying to preserve it as a heritage site and place, was very prominent in the conservation movement at that time. And it attracted people like Sidney Nolan, who visited the property. And he was drawn to the landscape around Lanyon because it was so similar to Heidi, where he spent such a pivotal time in his career in the 1940s. And that was where he developed his Kelly series as an example. So because of this connection, Nolan decided to gift what is now called the Foundation Collection to the Commonwealth, which was a series of 24 works from his collection. And in 1975, so we're celebrating our 50th anniversary of this collection next year, the main homestead was actually presented as a gallery. And you can see here, there's a photo of Nolan sitting in a very white, stark gallery presentation of the interiors of the gallery. A purpose-built gallery was constructed in the 1980s, and the collection was transferred there before it was transferred later to CMAG. And from the 1980s, the idea turned towards, well, how should we present Lanyon Homestead? And this is when the House Museum part of its history came about. We have very little evidence or documentary evidence of how the Cunninghams who built Lanyon Homestead furnished the house. There's a bit of documentary evidence, but not a lot. So driven by the National Trust, research was done into what a house would or might have looked like for a very wealthy pastoral family during the late Victorian period. So for the next 5 years, the National Trust Committee had a lot of fun going shopping. And this has become the basis of the House Museum that you see today. The only exception is what we call the rose or the pink bedroom, which you see on the upper corner. This was an Edwardian extension and built for a young bride called Louisa, and Virginia would talk a bit more about that. But because it was a later addition, we were able to gather some wonderful oral histories from the housekeeper who worked for the family. So this room is furnished based on her memories and how Louisa furnished her bedroom, which is wonderful. What Hannah said in her introduction today is very true. Some of the challenges that we are facing today are all about how do we challenge public perceptions of the past and house museums being boring, static, no longer relevant to our current day communities. And we have embarked for the past few years on some very innovative programming, all about providing very immersive experiences, breaking down boundaries in terms of disciplinary approaches. So we've been working with a lot of other different partners. We've got, for example, astronomy viewings that really looks towards the dark sky and the environment around Lanyon Homestead, working with First Nations facilitators and presenters, artists. We're very much about interactive programs as well, because we know that the act of creating has a lot of wellbeing connections with our community as well. The other part that we're trying to do is how can we present the interiors, which are quite static, in new ways to present new stories. So at this point, I will pass on to Virginia to talk about one of our case studies.
Thanks, Hannah. So the background to this particular project happened, I want to say, very quickly. The gestation was the development of an exhibition that I was curating with the artist Exter Bedici within our Nolan Gallery at CMAG. And this show had been in development since sort of just pre-COVID period. And it was addressing the theme of Sidney Nolan, Exter Bedici, guns and flowers. And there's that obvious, I guess, dialectic between the gun and the flower that was particularly evident in both of their works, but in different ways. And I'm just showing you in this slide, for me, that the most important painting for Nolan's that was addressing this was this Return to Glenrowan from the Ned Kelly series, where the figure of Kelly is shouldering a rifle, just as an AIF soldier would have done, which of course by the time that Nolan is painting this Kelly series, he is AWOL and on the run himself. So because that wanting to really speak that narrative for people that I've always sort of seen the Ned Kelly series as about Ned Kelly, it was really talking about that Sidney Nolan had always said that the Kelly series was as much about himself as Kelly. But I really wanted to bring into that dialogue the work of Exeter Badici, who is, of course, a long-term Canberra-based artist. And when I approached her about this show, she said, what I hadn't really known was how important Sidney Nolan had been for her in her, I guess, gestation as a very early career artist. Unknowingly, she had, in terms of a connection with Nolan, she'd answered an advertisement in October, barely 6 weeks before she was due to graduate from art school, and desperate to get out of what she thought was a kind of destructive destructive learning environment for her, where there was a little ad on the pinboard saying bush residency in the bush. So less than a week later, this 22-year-old was on her own in a cottage up the bush on the Shoalhaven River, not knowing until a month later, in the middle of the night, bang, bang, bang on the door, and she opens it, and there's Sidney and Mary Nolan drenched to the skin, and he owned the property. He'd returned from the UK. The car had broken down, and then anyone who's visited Bundanon knows that road in. And so she was to learn that actually he owned the house. He wanted someone to live in it, or especially an artist to live in it, while he was, you know, he and Mary primarily lived in the UK at that time. So she was initially like, whoa, what am I supposed to do? And he said, look, you stay here. I'll be down at the main house with Arthur and Yvonne. You can stay here. So for the next 3 or 4 months, she stayed there, and I guess witnessed Nolan's, you get up in the morning and you paint, you stop for lunch, and then you paint again, and then you stop. So for her as an artist who was intrinsically disciplined in her practice, that was her first insight into, actually, if you're an artist and you mean business, you've got to work at it. And that was a really key lesson for her. Additionally, about a year later, also as a complete fluke, she met him on the steps of the Art Gallery of New South Wales and toured around that important art and social commitment show. And he gave her, basically downloaded that whole landmark exhibition experience to her, which is that point for her as an artist who's interested in what is the role of the artist in political activism. So those were 2 key messages that she got from Sidney Nolan. And this is a picture that I took of her, and I guess you might know that she doesn't wish to have her face represented in photographs, but this is a work from our collection, which was on the left-hand side of Verlaine Sheet's Rimbaud, and X's own work of the same gun. So those 2 works were firing off at each other in the show, and I won't go into sort of all the detail. So once the thematic of that show was instigated, X was very interested in the iconography of guns, certainly, but also what Nolan was doing. And in this major work, which is over almost 3 meters long, she used the motif of wallpaper. So she was really interested in the domestic spaces, particularly associated with gendered violence. And wallpaper, the idea of papering over things and making them pretty. And when you look in detail at this wallpaper, those what appear to be flowers are actually exploding bullets and kind of like poisonous, sharp, thorny things. The guns themselves, there's a lot of iconography there, but the molecules are all about the kinds of medication associated with male behaviour, male violent behaviour. And the molecules in particular in the centre are those given to men, well, mostly men, but people in a complete state of absolute can't move. And so these are the last resort drugs to stop people from hurting themselves and others. So that was that work. So I'd been visiting that work in the studio. I saw it, I was seeing it in development. And then I happened to be at Lanyon with my colleagues, and we were having a kind of workshop. And this is some of the Nolan references about wallpaper. So the Constable Fitzpatrick and Kate Kelly work, the Albert Tucker photograph of the flowers on the mantelpiece, and a work from our own collection, which to me, I'm reading as a metaphor for Nolan's own relationship with Sunday Reed, where this precarious vase of flowers, well, precarious, it appears to almost fall off the mantelpiece there. So those were other elements in the exhibition. But it was this connection to the pink wallpaper in the pink bedroom that Anna has mentioned. As I said, I was out there at a meeting and I just was walking through the room and I just saw the pattern, and it was exactly the same kind of pattern. I mean, it's not necessarily an unusual pattern, but it was the same blue pattern that that X was already working on for this other work. And I remember texting it to her from my phone. Unusually, the phone reception was working, I have to say, but because it is actually relatively remote, even though it's very close to Canberra. She just texted me back straight away and said, "Oh my God, maybe could I do an installation in that room?" So, like a curatorial conversation over 2 text messages. You know, I'm narrowing it down, but the background to it was much longer for her. She then sort of, you know, we had a long conversation about it, and she said, "Look, I've been wanting to do a large scale installation for a long time. This, I think, could be the one," because for her, that association with Nolan had also been important for her as a young woman going out to Lanyon and seeing the Nolan works out there. So then I collaborated with my colleagues in who look after the historic collection there. And this particular photograph on the left that you see is of Christmas Day in 1911 with the Squire of Lanyon, Andrew Cunningham, with the kind of family group in their starched whites. Everyone is, you know, looking at the camera, apart from the young bride whose eyes are quite downcast. He's quite ebullient, she's less so. So he's 55, she's about 25. He's been encouraged to marry the year before because they have no heir, and he's been a kind of gallivanter around Europe and so on. And so she is, her father had recently deceased, her mother and 2 daughters, her 2 sisters were in, you know, financial difficulty, and lo and behold, they're encouraged to marry. Things don't quite, there's no issue. He dies less than a couple of years later. Because there's no issue, she's not part of the will and receives a pension and leaves. So that was a bit of the story of that situation for Louisa. This was the lovely, pretty bedroom that was built for her. But yes, there was no issue and perhaps little joy. So these were some of the considerations that X looked at. But there was also this sense as a child growing up in Canberra, and these evidence of the way that male power is expressed. And so she was alert to that in Canberra, but she also absolutely loves the work of Hans Holbein, in particular in the collection of the National Portrait Gallery in London. And this painting of the ambassadors that is very famous, very large scale dual portrait, and that particular sleeve of pink satin. So when it came to developing a concept for the work and the installation in the space, the artist wanted to make a reflection that was particularly personal to her. And she, as a gun owner, she's maintained that it's important for her, if she's going to make these works about guns, that she should know how to fire them. And she's had a gun license for more than 30 years, that was important for her to reflect, to have that sort of direct knowledge of it. And the particular portrait that she makes, well, I call it, well, yes, I've called it a portrait, but it's of her gun wrapped in this meters and meters of pink silk. So I knew that this painting was coming and we were talking about it. And I guess about 2 or 3 weeks into the conversation, we started to have the conversation about what else would go in the room. And as you saw from some of the slides, the rooms themselves were quite busy with different furniture. So she said, look, I'd really like to remove quite a bit. So we collaborated with our colleagues. And this was the painting. So it's quite a large work. She worked extremely hard to complete this work in 6 weeks. It's got the pink elements, the gun swathed, the actual firing mechanism is wrapped in there, but where the bullets would come out has disappeared into the background. The site, however, remains clear. And so I guess I'm sort of reading that work then as the artist that retains clear sight. But the key, I guess the major intervention in the way that this work is presented is the removal of most of the other furniture in the room. The floor, thankfully, had been japanned only 6 or 12 months before, so it was very fresh and very, very well restored. And the pink wallpaper, so that the work itself looked quite almost like camouflaged into the background. So it was something that I guess visitors wandered into, and it was quite a different experience from the rest of the house. There was, sorry, I don't have a slide of there was a interpretive panel in the room, in the hallway leading up into the space, and it was advertised as such. So the intention of this exhibition was that whilst the Guns and Flowers show ran for 6 months at CMAG, this was running for 3 months in the lead up to the summer period. So visitors were encouraged to be able to visit both exhibitions, and I guess strategically what we were interested to do is, I guess, make our audiences more aware that CMAG and Historic Places were now linked as a curatorial and programming organisation, which was a relatively new-ish dimension to our strategic functioning. The other dimension to this installation, you might just be able to pick it out, is we did a reproduction of the Nolan Flowers on a Mantelpiece work. So the original copy that we owned as a collection was on display at CMAG, and this version, this copy version facsimile, is here in the space itself. Also reinstated the view out into the landscape. When we launched the exhibition, we had a conversation, a public conversation. Over 100 people attended. And on that particular day, there was a very high profile police raid where 600 people, 600 essentially men, were arrested targeting domestic and family violence. And this was the context that was discussed in the exhibition event. And X has been an artist who's absolutely well known for her concern in these areas, but with a very I guess a way of not, I guess, berating people with her views, but I guess drawing them in. And also as an artist, not wanting, and as a curator we discussed, not presenting the work as an A plus B equals C. And so this was I guess something that a work like this might not have been I guess challenged at all if it was in a conventional gallery space. But we did get some feedback from some of our volunteer staff in writing that they were really concerned that this particular installation overstepped the mark in terms of making a direct connection, that we were saying that Andrew and Louisa had, that there was violence in their relationship. So I think where that sits is, I guess, an audience who might be familiar with one type of interpretation, not necessarily being aware of another type of interpretation. So I guess we're looking forward to a conversation and your responses to this display, and whether there's this is a kind of healthy dialogue. We've got a couple of questions for us that we want you to think about, and that we hope that we can discuss in the question time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anna and Virginia. Our next speaker is Josephine Briginshaw, who is the new Executive Director, I believe, of the Robin Boyd Foundation. Thank you very much, Bridget.
Robin Boyd Foundation, and thank you to ACAHUCH for the invitation. Today, I will provide an insight into the foundation, our house museum, Boyd House 2, or Wall Street, as I will refer to it, its archive, the Wall Street Archive, followed by 2 recent projects that connect with and explore Robin Boyd's significant relationship with Japan. For those of you who are unfamiliar, the Foundation is the custodian of the legacy of Australian architect, author, critic, and public educator Robin Boyd, and the Wall Street house he designed for his family in 1957. Located in South Yarra, the Boyd family, Robin and Patricia, and their children, Mandy, Penling, and Susie, lived here. Robin until his untimely death in 71, and Patricia, as I understand it, until 2003. In 2004, the opportunity unexpectedly and swiftly arose for Wall Street to be purchased and protected as an exemplar of modernist architecture. Wall Street's unique value endures not only as a reminder of Boyd's architectural legacy, but his complete attitude to living. Boyd used Wall Street as an opportunity to reject domestic conventions and contribute a house of programmatic and technical innovation. With support from the Boyd family and initially under the auspices of the National Trust of Australia, the residence was secured and the Robin Boyd Foundation officially established. With Patricia's care and foresight, the residence, including its grounds and interiors, are largely unchanged from the time it was built. It is a house museum, unlike many others. It is not an artifact to tiptoe around, but a place to experience. For 20 years now, Wall Street has been a vessel for discourse and education. The Foundation, with Boyd's interests and ideas closely in mind, have continued busily advocating for a better understanding of design in the community for our programming and activities. The Wall Street Archive comprises of items that remained in the house and that were gifted directly to the Foundation by the Boyd family. Until 2014, the scope and importance of the archive was largely unknown, with items uncatalogued and stored haphazardly throughout the residence. Led by research and collections volunteer Kerry Lanyon, and with guidance from Professor Philip Goad, the Foundation embarked on a project to catalogue, research and digitise and conserve the Wall Street's holdings. The research and collections team would meet once a month, gathering at Wall Street to undertake this mammoth task. Over 40 volunteers participated, and the project took 8 years to complete. Thanks to the hard work, today the archive is easily accessible for all to explore online via Victorian collections. The project was a critical step towards ensuring the archive's long-term preservation and enabled the Foundation to learn more about its breadth and significance. The archive spans over 4,000 items and can be defined in 2 categories. Professional items relating to Boyd's work. This includes a manuscript collection of approximately 2,000 pages of Boyd's written work, a slide collection containing over 1,500 photographs taken by Boyd, approximately 180 letters and postcards that illustrate correspondence with publishers, producers, and architectural colleagues from around the world, architectural drawings by Boyd, including significant projects such as Domain Park, which is pictured, and other items such as certificates, awards, and medals as awarded to Boyd. The second category is household items, and these pieces are associated with the family home, and they include a library of 1,500 books, magazines, and journals that illustrate the interests and tastes of the Boyd family, over 250 functional and decorative items, including kitchenware, memorabilia, records, and furniture, and 10 artworks grace the walls at Walsh Street. This includes paintings and works on paper by Australian mid-century artists such as Isokon, and pictured we have the beautiful Sol Star. With the completion of the Walsh Street Archive project, the Foundation was able to start to think creatively about how we might demonstrate its interpretive capacity to tell stories about Boyd, his work, the Boyd family, their home, and what form this might take. The decision was made by volunteers Kerry Landman and Jonathan Russell to conduct a deep dive into Boyd's relationship with Japan. To give a brief context to this topic, in 1961, Boyd travelled to Japan for the first time. His journey was sparked by a commission to write the book Kenzo Tange, and from here he began an engagement with Japanese architecture that would grow deeper and more nuanced throughout the 1960s. From his subsequent visit to Tokyo in '65, through his work on New Directions in Japanese Architecture, published in 1968, and as Australia's exhibits architect at Expo 70 in Osaka, Boyd would think, visit, and write about Japan with a sympathetic outsider's lens. As Jono notes on the process, when we started to interrogate Boyd's relationship with Japan, our first challenge was to understand the historical context. Like Boyd in '61, we were approaching the mid-century Japanese architecture scene as outsiders. We began by mapping out relationships between people, places, documents, and objects. And this process was driven by curiosity about their connections, and it drove decisions about how we structured the outcome. The result is Robin Boyd and Japan, a curated online network of objects, documents, stories, and historical context, which is designed to be explored in a non-linear manner by 4 starting point categories, which are in pictures, in letters, at work, and at home. In Pictures shares Japan as seen through Boyd's lens on his trips in '61, '65, '69, and '70. Here you get a taste of Boyd's fascination with the unconventional architecture of Osaka Expo 70 pavilions, as well as his interest in traditional architecture and everyday street scenes. In Letters explores a trail of correspondences, both personal and professional. Many of the letters reveal Boyd's enthusiasm for Japanese modernism and the genuine relationships he developed with several key architects, including, for example, this letter from Kenzo Tange, written to Boyd in '63. Here, Tange praises Boyd's deep understanding of his architecture. At Home highlights a variety of domestic objects with connections to Japan, many of which can be seen at Walsh Street on an ongoing basis. The artwork section is divided into 2 parts, an analysis of Japan as found in Boyd's writing, and Japanese influences as found in his architectural practice. As we delve down into the written work section, you will see how the site cleverly connects and refers to items in other categories through the body copy. The site provides brief snapshots into these items, as well as in-depth overviews and access to downloadable PDFs. So following the launch of the site in March early this year, we've been continuing to promote Robin Boyd in Japan through highlights in our EDM and on social media. Presenting our archival objects in their historical context via a focused online curation has increased engagement and accessibility for the public and interested scholars, and expanded the Foundation's international audiences and connections. Since the site has launched, it has received 17,000 page views from 3,700 unique visitors. 25% of the audience is international, with a particular interest from the USA, Korea, Singapore, and of course, Japan. Other positive outcomes for the Foundation have included the development of research skills across a broad cohort of volunteers, the establishment of an exemplar project we can use when seeking future funding, including specific support for the care and conservation of our archive. It has also strengthened historical connections and narratives between the items in our archive and those held by RMIT Design Archives and the State Library of Victoria. It's provided a project development and outcome template for future exhibitions, so please stay tuned for Robin Boyd and Scandinavia. Just recently, the project was awarded a high commendation in the volunteer-run Project of the Year category at the 2024 Victorian Museums and Galleries Award. So I encourage you all to visit robinboydandjapan.org.au. With the momentum of Robin Boyd and Japan and the associated research in full swing, the Foundation decided to invite Marika Newstopney and Nigel Bertram from NMBW Architecture Studio to curate an exhibition to take place at Walsh Street. Marika and Nigel's response, titled "When Robin Boyd Went to Japan," was inspired by thinking about everyday life in Japan during the period Boyd was visiting and writing about Japanese architecture. A significant topic of discussion within Japanese design culture at the time was how the beauty and particularity of everyday life in Japan could be retained whilst huge post-war social and economic change was taking place. This was illustrated and the exhibition took shape through a series of minimal interventions, including the design and implementation of one-to-one adaptations of Walsh Street, including a Norin. This cloth curtain, made from a tenagu, acted as a sign to the street and emphasised the cloth-covered bridge entry threshold to Walsh Street. Shoji, working within the dimensions and breakup of Boyd's window design, the paper screens were applied to selected Walsh Street windows to conceal and highlight certain views. The hagazi, or drying rack, shifted the courtyard from being a primary social and relaxation space to a productive yard. Its sheltered northern aspect was utilised for the drying of food and fabric during the exhibition. We extended a small threshold between the children's pavilion and the courtyard, and it marked a moment to remove shoes and emphasise the pond and vertical drain. It was a space of passage, but the cushions provided visitors with an invitation to linger on its edge, view the courtyard from a different perspective, sit, chat, and enjoy an iced tea in the summer sun. The soft straw surface of tatame offered a new way of experiencing the children's pavilion and courtyard while sitting or reclining directly on the floor. Through the introduction of water, paper, bamboo, and tatami, Marika and Nigel gently revealed a new set of experiences and sensibilities within this familiar structure. 6 iconic houses from before and after Boyd's trips to Japan were selected for study in parallel with the exhibition. These models were created through the NMBW Studies Unit when Robin Boyd went to Japan, which took place at Monash University in semester 2, 2023. Displayed were 3 timber houses, and I'll quickly run through them, which were House with an Earthen Floor by Shinohara in 1963, pictured, Alpine Summer House by Hayashi from 1962, 9 Tsubo House by Mazuzawa from 1952, Sky House by Hikutake from 1958, Midori Gaoka House by Hasegawa from 1975, and Sumiyoshi House by Ando from 1976. In the accompanying catalogue text, Marika discusses each house and the architect, including their known and potential connections to Boyd. NMBW and the Foundation also engaged in a collaboration with Chibi, a local Japanese cafe and design store, to bring mid-century Japanese designer items to Walsh Street. This included iconic homewares by Sori Yanagi and Masahiro Mori. As I mentioned earlier, the Children's Pavilion, now converted to a tatame room, held space for the display of facsimiles from the Walsh Street archive, as researched by Kerry and Jono for Robin Boyd and Japan. Visitors could sit in this library space and read manuscripts and correspondences, as well as Boyd's 2 books, Kenzo Tange and New Directions in Japanese Architecture. The presence of key travel documents assisted with illustrating a timeline. The exhibition was also supported by a series of pop-up talks and the gentle stepping of the exhibition throughout the house encouraged visitors to slow down and engage with both the material displayed and the architecture. Chibi delivered a slow food day with tastings and demonstrations, and the foundation collaborated with the Australian Tapestry Workshop to deliver an indigo dyeing day. Offsite at Tadeo Ando's designed M Pavilion, a panel discussion was held discussing the benefits of embracing good design in daily life. Through this multifaceted approach, unique curatorial interpretation of Wall Street and its archive, and an immersive experience, attendees to when Robin Boyd went to Japan, experienced a snapshot in time, and through this, imagined the different kinds of cultural interactions Boyd would have engaged in. There are also outcomes for the foundation through this exhibition. Over 1,500 visitors engaged with the exhibition and its program over a 3-week period. The collaboration with Chibi provided access to new audiences and an opportunity to promote the exhibition through their well-attended Collingwood Cafe and Design Store. We saw through this growth in our digital audiences, including a significant rise in the number of our social media followers. And the exhibition also encouraged architectural studio engagement through the hosting of teams for after-hours viewing sessions in partnership with Four Pillars Gin. And this resulted in new Boyd Circle memberships and donations. So what's next? We are continuing our exploration of the impact of Japanese architecture in Australia, this time in the contemporary context to explore the new directions through forum found in translation. And we're thrilled to share the Tokyo-based architect Mio Tsuyama of Studio Eminem will be travelling to join us to speak about her experimental Holes in the House project. The event is taking place at Sanders Place on Saturday, the 23rd of November, and I encourage you all to attend. So I hope I've stayed to time and that this presentation has provided a bit of an insight into some of the ways the Foundation is encouraging engagement with Wall Street, the archive, and the ideas and work of Robin Boyd. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we've heard some amazing different models and approaches to interpreting the House Museum over the last 2 panels. Thank you very much. I have some opening questions, but perhaps rather than hog the floor, I'd like to maybe take it to the floor first of all. And anyone got a particular question for anyone from this particular panel or the previous session before we... All right, some nerves. All right, so perhaps I could put an open question to all. Oh, sorry, I beg you, Georgina, you should be here. I should have a chair. One of our speakers has just realised she should be in this panel. Here we are. Georgina, please join us. We haven't got enough chairs. Grab this chair, you're right. I thought we didn't have quite enough numbers. All right. So this question can be posed to any of you, but I wonder how we might, the papers we've heard today seem to frame a shift between telling and narrating a story, show and tell, as opposed to a sort of visitor interpretive experience. And I wonder if any of you would like to take the question as to how can we sort of foster more of that engagement where it's visitor input without sort of risking throwing the baby out with the bathwater and potentially losing some of the inherent fabric of the House Museum. So would anyone like to take that slightly curly question?
I'll give it a go. It is a challenge for us and our 3 historic house museums down in Canberra. One of the things that we have done in terms of a new direction is going towards a more visitor or audience-centred approach in our program development. So we've been to many, I'm sure all of us have experienced going to a guided tour, and it's like death by 1,000 facts, where you're given 100 dates and 100 facts and figures, and you walk out and your head's swirling and you don't really remember anything. So I think one of the things that we're trying to do is avoid that experience, and it's really about applied learning, immersive learning, interactive learning. So what we've done at our properties is we're using the values, stories, histories, experiences, etc., from our different sites, the families, the people who work there, as points of inspiration to create programs that are creative, immersive, and interactive. So for example, we might have a children's activities where we're using clay to create something that references the garden. Now, the kids might just go away and learn that there were certain plantings in the garden for a particular purpose. That's fine. They may not remember the date of the garden. It doesn't matter. But they've gone away with a very positive experience that they can remember, and they've got something tangible in terms of making, because we know that when we make and we create, we actually remember. So it's about enhancing that creative process, I think, is a really big change for us, and it's actually worked. So not to brag, but but I'll go ahead anyway. We've increased our visitation by about 60% in the past 18 months. And we've done surveys in terms of new and return visitors. So we are retaining our very loyal audience base, but the increase in visitation are new audiences. And I think that's a testament to saying that people are really responding to this new approach.
Thanks so much, Anna. I have a question from the floor.
Oh, okay. Thanks for that, Anna. Just following on for what Anna said about visitor surveys and research in Virginia, I'm just wondering what sort of visitor research and surveys been undertaken in response to the recent installation that you were talking about.
So we had, I guess, the conventional visitor books and feedback from the staff. So comments on social media and those sorts of, so aggregating those sorts of things. So and reviews and so on. So I guess we aggregated a lot of that material together. What we found was that a lot of visual art audiences hadn't been to Lanyon really for 30 years. Like, for example, X hadn't actually been to Lanyon for 30 years. So that was an audience that hadn't been to an historic place for, like for 30 years. But in terms of actually like really doing proper fine-grained analysis, we're probably a little bit like, I think one of the things in doing the project so quickly, like, it was developed really effectively in 6 or 8 weeks. Some of those embedded learnings, just couldn't get done in the space of time, but I think it's something we definitely are planning to do. You say?
So we didn't plan for that, I think is what we're saying, but we did get a lot of verbal feedback in terms of both staff and public responses, both positive and negative. For some people, it just was not their cup of tea. They had come to a house museum with a very clear understanding of what they expected from a house museum, and they actually found it too confronting. But in a sense, it achieved the aim of challenging people's expectations in terms of what the past might be. And this included members of our volunteer team and our own staff as well. So we know that for house museums, especially when it's presented in a beautiful colonial homestead like Lanyon Homestead, you're wanting a pretty past. And sometimes people want to see that. So when you're presented with an installation that asks you to question power, status, hierarchy, and all those type of really challenging questions about history, sometimes it doesn't go down very well. On the other hand, we had visitors who gave verbal feedback saying that it was fantastic, that they were seeing something different. And for staff who found it a bit confronting, that was totally fine. And it was a temporary installation. And I think part of that is also bringing them along on that journey as well. So if, for example, we also have a artist prize program that we launched about 2 years ago. And it is very much about how can we insert different elements into a fairly static house museum setting to generate questions while not necessarily throwing out the work from a previous generation of museum curators as well.
Thanks. Can I just speak to something that Hannah said? Thank you. I've been through Cowthorpe's house. I particularly like it. I think there are probably several groups of people in the room, and I think it's important that we don't get too applied as we go through today. I think a lot of people will be involved in, well, like Anna and Virginia, presenting the House Museum, but there's another group of people in the room who are the academics who are involved in the question of what actually is a house museum. And I think it's really interesting that your project assumes that it has a public function and it's a form of entertainment or leisure, which is also educational. But there's no particular reason why a house museum should be particularly that. We need to step a long way back and I think become a lot more conceptual about how we start researching and presenting and thinking about the museum of such, because not every old house is going to become a museum. There are 10,000 house museums in the US and they are all struggling for money. Why museumify everything? You know, I think we need to think a bit more fundamentally about why we're doing what we're doing. And I think we need to talk more about a bit of a lacunae between the academics approach and the more applied museum directors and curatorial staff approach, and those who help them, like the library people and the archive people and the practicing architects who help them, the technicians who help at Elizabeth House. But I think it's really important at this point to step back and to think about, well, you know, what assumptions are we making about what a house museum should do? It doesn't, you know, anyway, if anyone agrees, disagrees wildly.
Thanks, Georgina. That's a really fundamental question, I think, for the whole session. Did you want to respond to that? And I believe, Lyndall, next, you also had your hand up. You had a question. So before we move on, is it related to that question? We might just see. Okay, just 1 second. Would anyone else in the panel like to respond to Georgina's provocation?
I might jump in.
And a question down there. Okay, a response there as well. Okay, 1 second. Yep. Okay.
Just to jump in, what our own corporate audience surveys tell us, and that's based on not, you know, we do include, say, visitors' books and online comments, things like that, but literally going up to people as they're leaving the property and ask every single person if they'd like to be in a survey, and those responses is the number of people who are going to visit house museums because they just want a nice day out. And so to satisfy that, to be able to say, well, what are some experiences that we can create at this house that maybe by stealth are getting across those wider messages that we want this property or this house to tell, but to remember that people aren't going to visit a house museum to have a horrible day. They're going there because they want to have an enjoyable experience, learn something great, but to enjoy themselves. So that's probably a big point that I'd make based on that very quantitative research that we've done.
Terrific. We've got another member of the audience who'd like to respond to that.
I was just going to say, I agree with Georgina's comment, but it's interesting this session has been all about invention and reinvention of the house museum. And I think in my experience, in having worked on Lanyon 40 years ago when it was restored in one way and worked on historic houses, trust properties in Sydney, there was a whole generation of producing house museums that came out of that period in the 1980s, 1990s. The National Trusts now have vast numbers of properties that are house museums, which they are having enormous trouble knowing what to do with them. And I think it's been a really good session in that it is all about finding new raison d'etre for what we're doing. And whether it's delving into untold stories, whether it's using these places as vessels for other activities, for doing entirely different things other than static collections of old furniture in old buildings and decorated rooms. And I think this is a great conference for this reason, because all the speakers really have talked about where do we go from here. We're no longer decorating investigating colours. We need a lot more. And if we can find a solution, we will help unquestionably the national trusts of the world, but others as well who own these properties. So I think it is a very good provocation to come up.
But whilst recognising that, the reason you have in the 60s, 70s and the 80s, for instance, in Sydney, this great rush and the interest in historic properties and heritage properties. There is in Sydney, for instance, a huge awareness that gigantic amounts of heritage are being lost and very, very quickly. The National Trust has its landmark No Time to Lose exhibition. In 1980, you've got the creation of the Historic Houses Trust. That's all coming at a time of peak awareness. You've got the green bands also happening. So it's not a surprise that this is all happening at that period, but I do agree that looking at alternatives than that standard model of old house, fill it with older furniture, whether it's a house from the 1990s or a house in the 1890s, there are multiple versions that you can look at for that. Like in Britain and the US, for instance, where you've got the model of those big national trusts taking on historic endangered properties, not for opening and turning into museums, but to restore, guarantee their preservation, and then to on lease or sell. For instance, there's other models for the preservation of these buildings. Thanks.
Thank you. Another response here.
Thank you. Thanks all. So I'm here sort of as a general heritage manager, but I'm an archaeologist by background, by specialization. And I just wanted to sort of raise that we deal with very similar, very high level concepts, that when we're excavating an archaeological site, if we want to maintain or preserve those remains in situ and conserve them, we're immediately causing or creating a conservation challenge, you know, something which is going to require resources in its upkeep. It's the same problem as a house museum. We need to ask the questions, what are we trying to achieve with this house museum? Just the same way that archaeologists need to ask the question, what are we trying to present with this interpretation of an archaeological site? I think it's useful if we realize that we're all trying to answer that fundamental question.
Thank you so much.
Just to add, I think one of the incredible advantages of the House Museum is part of kind of coming out of the post-COVID situation. We're actually going along to a big museum and being amongst, you know, 10,000 people is actually pretty dissatisfying a lot of the time. You know, it can be fabulous, but actually it can be quite draining and quite kind of exhausting. My mother had an adage, a little done well. And I don't know if that was an Australianism, but sometimes that unique experience that you might share with one or two other people, or even feel confident to go there by yourself and have an experience, is offering something, I think, that is even though the big museums have the kind of glamour pitch and the cultural tourism staff, that actually they're not meeting the kind of soul needs of people. So I think that's our key point of difference.
I didn't really get into this in our talk, but what Virginia's talking about is well-being. And I think we've been doing this for a while, but we've now got sort of a branding around it, which is sort of well-being and providing that support to our communities. And certainly something that I noticed. So just before COVID, Canberra got hit by the 2019 fires in Amagi. We were surrounded by bushfires. It was a pretty horrible summer, and then followed by COVID. And one of the things I noticed following, so Lanyon, you know, the fires was about 5 kilometres. We were shut down for about a month. And literally we could see the flames hovering above the Brindabellas. When we were allowed back on site and we could reopen, we had a lot of locals come back initially and chatting to them in the garden. So Scott, absolutely right, chat to your visitors, you know, welcome back, etc. And their response to me was, I just wanted to come back to make sure everything was okay. Yes, I was feeling really anxious and I was getting a lot of feedback like that. This place helps me keep calm. I really enjoy being here. And that was when we really started getting to this idea of how heritage places, museums really support community wellbeing. There is a lot of research around this already. but that started to help us pivot into that more audience-centered approach in our programming and development in that area. And I think we're sort of appealing or addressing some of our community needs in that way.
Thanks very much. I'm aware that we're running out of time and we have a couple of unanswered questions. Are we allowed to dig slightly into lunchtime or not? Okay, I've got one urgent question over here. Thanks.
Thank you for your presentations, most interesting. But I would like to ask, with your properties, you also have beautiful gardens. Do you have a medicinal garden? Do you have a herb garden? Going in with the history, how these plants were used by the pioneering families or even from the local Indigenous people. This also, when you have programs with that to develop, it's very satisfying for the children and for the other adults, something to consider. Schwerkold Cottage has something like that, and so does West Garth Town. Thank you.
Thank you.
My original question was to Scott, and I was going to ask about whether the experiential side of just being able to sit in a chair and so on was going to lead to, or in your observation, better learning by your visitors or a longer stay. So that was a basic question. I'm the museum director of Zeebel's Farmhouse Museum, which is part of West Garth Town, and former director of Duldig Museum, and I'm pleased to see it's listed on the recommended museums to visit. So I quite like the idea. It's interesting, wellbeing came up. Zeebel's Farmhouse is heritage listed with a garden as significant as the home. And just recently I've been starting to talk to our horticulturalists about developing a wellness walk in the garden, just to speak to your question, because I think that's very relevant, the outdoors as well as the indoors.
If I can give it perhaps the single strongest example of the results at Elizabeth Farm from that experiential nature, because it's both physical sit down, it's touch, it's also things like light levels, sound, so it operates across the senses. The little corner bedroom used by John MacArthur there in his last years, we keep quite dark, quite shuttered up. So when you walk in, it's like, oh, this is a very, very different experience going into that. One of our guides came to me one day and said, she just had a woman ask her quietly, was John MacArthur bipolar? And she said, yes, we believe so. Why did you ask? And she said, because I walked into that room and my mother was bipolar and she couldn't have the blinds open. And she instantly responded to the way that room was set up, no signage, no labeling, nothing, just something sensory about the room. It's darkness and it's claustrophobic nature with all the windows closed. So that kind of response can be really profound. It can be really basic as well, but it can also go through to really, really strong, quite profound results. But yes, that idea about being able to just sit in a chair in a room, sitting in the drawing room at Elizabeth Farm when that fire's lit in the middle of winter, and just sitting there warming your toes, which is what people do. And they sit there and they chat exactly like you used to do in that room. They're using that room as a sitting room, exactly as it was created to do, which means they understand that room at a really basic level and they respond to it like that. So the experiential thing can be something as simple as just literally being able to sit in a chair and take your time into room and just listen. Yeah, or it can be profound.
Goes back to what Hannah was saying about the unrecognised invisible female labour. You know, what would it be like for a visitor to stand near 100-degree Fahrenheit stove in the middle of summer and have to stand there all day cooking, and or, you know, what does it smell like when they're rolling out the dough? I mean, I think, yes, I think the experiential haptic qualities that involve the body are really wonderful. Going to a house museum should be a pleasure, you know, it should be fun.
And those little experiences then become by stealth how we then tell those stories, we were talking in the break earlier about, we've always got a pot of onions cooking in the kitchen on the wood fire at the house, but with Madras spices. People go, someone's cooking curry, and they're thinking, no, it's 1820s, they're not cooking curry. Well, yeah, they did. And they'll ask a question, and suddenly the whole story you're really telling is about how incredibly multicultural the workforce was at Elizabeth Farm. You're not really talking about curry at all, but that was your stealth way in to talking about these much larger topics.
Well, if I can segue and say this is a stealth way into our lunchtime conversations, because I am very acutely aware that we haven't spoken specifically about the Robin Boyd house or about Isokon. And yet there are so many experiential connections to be made, but I hope that we can bring these forth in conversations over a bite to eat. Thank you.
So welcome this afternoon to session 3, Conservation Challenges, Material, Fabric, Gardens and Interiors. My name's Philip Goad. I'm a co-director with Hannah Lewi of ACAHUCH and very pleased to be chairing this session this afternoon. We've got 4 speakers, and for those that know me, when I chair a session, I like to keep to time. So I'm going to give every speaker a 1-minute warning before their 15 minutes is up. And that way we can keep rolling through so that we have enough energy for the final session. So our first speaker this afternoon is Suzanne Bravery from University of Sydney. And the title of her presentation is Keeping Her House, Margaret Olley and the Transported Interior. Thank you, Suzanne.
Thanks, Philip, and welcome everybody back from afternoon tea. There were some amazing pastries. So I'm hoping that that sugar and that caffeine will keep you awake for the next 15 minutes. Look, thank you. Okay. I really love where this paper has fitted into the day, not necessarily because it's after coffee, but because it's come after Robin Boyd and it's come after talking about what is a house museum. And I think when we look at that, and there've been many, many different definitions of that. And of course, Linda Young has classified different sorts of house museums, and that's how she defines them. And that we really need to bear in mind it's a house first and a museum second. And there is just so much discussion about what a museum is. And I have to say, very little of it seems to be positive, but of course, it completely should be. I'm talking about the Margaret Olley, not House Museum, but Margaret Olley Arts Centre this afternoon. And I wanted to say that we are actually meeting today in a transported interior. You're sitting in it. The Japanese room was conceived in 1963 by staff member Professor Shigeru Yara as a contemporary interpretation of a traditional Japanese interior design. The interior incorporates elements of the original 1960s design, so we talked about Robin Boyd earlier, with some preserved elements from the room in the old architectural building, so it's been moved a couple of times, such as the hand-painted sliding doors and timber grills. And the interior, of course, has been modified to meet current standards for lighting, ventilation and audio-visual presentation, which is why we can meet here now and you can hear me and so people can see me on Zoom. Look, I'm talking about the Margaret Olley Arts Centre, but particularly the rooms that have been transported in the context of period rooms, which again have their own connotations, and also curators, which again have connotations. So it's sort of a bit like a Sara Lee cheesecake if you look at that and remember those advertisements. Wikipedia defines the period room as a display in a museum that represents the interior design and decorative arts of a particular historical social setting. So it's arts first, history second. But of course, it's, as we all know, much more than that. This museum construct is usually a composite and sometimes fictional piece, which may incorporate elements in conventional presentation, ensembles of furniture, fittings and decorative schemes within the context of the museum. There it is again. Of a room that one existed, or decoration, or it really can look at the ways that we interpret or define historically the ways some of us, or maybe none of us, live or have lived.
Period rooms and encyclopedic museums such as the Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York, such as the ones here, may represent different countries and cultures, whilst those at the galleries such as the Margaret Olley Arts Centre, Murwillumbah in northern New South Wales, often reflect both social and artistic elements of rooms used by artists. At their best, these are curated spaces designed for study, shaped by scholarly research, museological trends, and the museum's collection. In the late 20th century, many museums dismantled and disposed of their period rooms, and those who follow the Victoria and Albert Museum would know that that's particularly happened with the European galleries, put in the 1970s, fractions of representations of bits and pieces, completely dismantled, then down to the collection and the archives that are in the basement and reconstructed in a more composite manner. The 21st century has brought a revival driven by the desire of museums to attract new audiences, another trend we've been talking about today, and by their need to address questions of identity. We've talked about that as well. The focus has shifted towards using period rooms not as decorative arts displays or as local history narratives, or as confusing combinations of both approaches, but through broader cross-disciplinary context of material culture to incorporate evidence of social and creative activity, which is what the Margaret Olley Arts Centre does really well. But before we go there, I'll just linger a little on the interpretation of the Met's American Wings period rooms, now put together in the 1920s. They continue to evolve based on ongoing historical research and scientific analysis to improve the accuracy of the appearance of each room, while expanding our understanding of the people, places, and times represented. So trying to do a deep dive. The use of research in on-site and online tools informs visitors about the history of these rooms in their original contexts and at the museum, their occupants and workers, and the production, use, and collecting history of the objects on view. The rooms that I have here, the Verplank room at Colton in New York, 1767, and the entrance hall from the Van Rensselaer Manor House, originally located in Albury, New York. The period room on the left is a fairly early construction and reconstruction, and you'll notice that it has elements of decorative room interiors. And then the Verplank on the right, in fact, has also elements, but it has a digital screen in front of it so that people can have a look at not only what the room may have looked at or elements of what they may have looked at, like, but who put them together and how. So again, at the Met, the Frank Lloyd Wright room, 1912 to 14. And this living room emphasises Lloyd Wright's concept of organic architecture, in which the building, the setting, interior, and the furnishings are all related. And the oak furniture was conceived as an integral component of that composition. What is different here is that the installation has sought to preserve the connection between the interior and the exterior in its museum concept by reconstructing the exterior facades and the side passageways and providing a view of Central Park. So we don't have just a bit of the room or the room, but we have the room in its context. This is the Museum of the Home Shoreditch in London, and some of you would have known it as its former name, as the Jeffrey Museum. It's changed for a number of reasons, all of which are available online. And if I had an hour, I'd go into that, but I'm not going to. So what I will say is that it has had recently a major refurbishment, and it started off as an educational museum. Yeah, as an educational institution, really. But the recent refurbishment has used a wider source of material, as we would do as social history curators. Pictures, inventories, and commercial archives were used in planning the refurbishment, but still sometimes with the same on-provenance objects, although with a greater variety of settings and also with a greater array of periods. And the idea behind this is to bring the current audience into seeing something that they would be vaguely familiar with, and if not, to help them with levels of identity and connection. We're going to get a bit close to home. So the few period rooms in Australian art museums tend to focus on Australian artists. An early composite representation of the Lindsay family parlour at the Ballarat Art Gallery, Victoria, hasn't changed in its appearance since its creation in, and I was given two dates, 1964 and 1969, as a tribute to the family of artists whose home, Lisnacreve, was demolished. This transported interior is used as a context for interventions, such as the 2018 Looking In by artist Megan Evans, who inserted her own Aboriginal history with family portraits and dismembered furniture into the space, replacing much of the Lindsay family memorabilia with her own. So she's adding another layer of history in a temporary installation. So there's a connection between the creative work and the collection by Lindsay's and the Lindsay Creswick interior, even though that's not where the creative work took place. And it would appear to be a forerunner of the Margaret Olley Arts Centre space, which is a reconstruction of the spaces in which the creation of artworks which hang on adjacent walls took place. But before we get to Murwillumbah, we're going to go to Edinburgh, because Margaret Olley Arts Centre is, in effect, if you think about weaving, that's both the weft and the warp. It's everything that comes together. So Margaret Olley's transported interiors, which are both her living areas and her studio, can also be seen in the context of earlier period room recreations of dead artist studios. These include sculptor Eduardo Palozzi's in Scotland's Museum of Modern Art, Edinburgh. So Palozzi is there, but you can see that a lot of that space has been changed. There's barriers there. It's the artists in his studio, but nowhere else in his house. And then we move to Dublin. And in Dublin, painter Francis Bacon's studio moved from a South Kensington muse to the Hugh Lane Gallery. In 1998, after his death, the Hugh Lane Gallery in Dublin acquired the entire contents of Bacon's studio. Over 7,000 articles were collected and catalogued, from paintbrushes to scraps of thick corduroy trousers, toweling dressing gowns, used to texture his paintings, and even dust. The ceiling, I know, it's not just in your cellars on your bottles. The ceiling walls and the narrow staircase that led up to the studio were also taken, so you can see that it's moving along. The collection was then reassembled in detail and with precision using architectural maps and photographs, and the, in inverted commas, exact replica opened to visitors in 2001. It's accompanied by an online database that forms the first computerised record of the entire contents of an artist's studio. So as close as Bacon's studio transfer and reconstruction goes in terms of attention to detail in objects and their positioning, Olley's goes further. These examples are to do with the movement of the artist's studio to an art museum space. Olley's transported interiors go beyond the studio to incorporate key contextual interiors in her Paddington house, in a move far more akin to an historic house interior. So when we look at terms of sustainability, for example, house interiors, this is a possible option. Just prior to her death in 2011, Olley made a bequest to the Tweed Regional Gallery, not of a nice cheque, as the then director Susie Muddiman thought might happen, but of the grand and also more intimidating idea that several rooms from her inner city Sydney home, complete with their contents, be transferred and almost sculpturally reconstructed, making Murwillumbah the domestic space that had inspired and sheltered her for almost 5 decades. Olley left $1 million for the move to the area where she spent her childhood, which with gallery extension cost 4.5. Seeding money. Central to the Margaret Olley Arts Centre is the recreation of areas of Olley's home studio. This unusually includes original architectural elements such as windows and doors relocated from 48 Duxford Street, Paddington, Sydney. These were the rooms where Olley painted the most and were so significant to her practice. She lived in the yellow room and the blue kitchen for 26 years and rented out the other rooms. So you can see it's very different to Robin Boyd interior, which just looks fabulously minimalist, and it's completely, you know, deep dive in everything. That'll give you an understanding of what the layout is and also what the outside of the building looked like. And you can see that the outside of the building has been recreated. Olley was a hoarder and nothing was ever thrown out. Kiln rugs were placed one on top of the other and every surface was covered. All the things that she collected were chosen for their shape, colour or texture. So she was really living in and recreating her own three-dimensional painting, although she wasn't a sculptor. That's exactly what she did with her art. Recognising that recreation of the studio would be akin to an archaeological excavation, museologist and curator, Sally Watterson, was appointed project manager, and hundreds of forensic photographs were taken to record the rooms exactly as Olley had left them. The Tweed River Art Gallery was designed by architect Bud Brannigan to be built in 3 stages. The 3rd stage offered the perfect opportunity to house the Olley studio as well as an exhibition area, educational workshop, library, multimedia space, storage area, and a standalone artist in residence, all of which is still going strong over a decade later. After visiting the recreated Francis Bacon studio in Dublin, Brannigan decided to house the studio within the new gallery by replicating the external walls and using the original doors and windows from his Paddington site. Many people were upset that the museum could not be retained in Paddington, but access and parking as well as health and safety issues made the location difficult. And what's really interesting is that the exterior was heritage listed, but the interior wasn't. Olley had always been a great supporter of regional galleries. So the decisions about what to take from the studio became the priority, and not wishing to sanitise the space, it was decided that everything, apart from the items such as food, which could carry infestations, and when we talk about conservation, that's probably a very sound decision, into a museum environment should be taken, and it was. And it was also agreed in terms of a very sound curatorial decision that archival material be housed at the Art Gallery of New South Wales Library to enable ease of access for scholars. We always talk about accessibility being important. Over a 2-year period, Watterson, assisted by Hagel, catalogued and packed 21,000 objects, including 130 jugs, 50 teapots, 57 coffee pots, and 84 vases, whilst then sort of moving along in the documentary process. One of the things we talked about earlier is the importance, so there are no hero objects. One object was as important as the other. We've talked about the importance of sensory elements. So even the light was recreated. There was a skylight put in the top of the studio area to reflect the time of day as Olley would have seen it, and the sound of the radio on Classic FM, as well as the lingering smell of oil paints and cigarette smoke in the fixtures and finishings. And Muddyman said there's a spooky kind of aroma around the place with the wooden frames and so on, cigarette smoke that has permeated that joinery. So still to that day, the concept of building a house inside a white art box was bizarre to her, as in fact it would seem to be. So the Margaret Olley Art Gallery has been going now since 2014. It has been extremely popular. There have been tens of thousands of people who have visited. You cannot access it in terms of there being barriers there, but you can certainly view the installation from many angles. It doesn't change very much. All of the objects are familiar, except all of the objects are provenance, except for the dining table, which needed to go to a family member. And we move from the second space where Olley was very familiar, and you can see her contextualising her space, which I have to say as a social history museum curator is an absolute gem. There she is in one of her most painted spaces, to outside where her garden has been created in a way that is really usually quite difficult to make. So there we have it, a transported interior in an art museum.
Thank you very much, Suzanne. Our next speaker is Sheridan Burke, who's a heritage consultant and a former chair of the Eraldine Trust. The title of her presentation is Building Resilience to Climate Change at Eraldine. Please welcome Sheridan Burke.
Right. Okay, thank you very much for the invitation to talk here. I feel a little out of kilter with the rest of the papers that I've heard so far, although they're very familiar to the work that I used to do at the Historic Houses Trust. Looking after a place like Eraldine is a slightly different kettle of fish because Eraldine is entirely a community trust. It receives no financial backing from anybody except the people who come to visit it. So it was very difficult when we had COVID. And I want to take you through what we had to do to become more resilient through that time. So Eraldine was built in 1913 to 14 for Professor E.G. Waterhouse and his wife Janet and their family. It was designed by architect Hardy Wilson, and together they began a remarkable garden design and plantings, culminating in an internationally significant collection of camellias by the time the professor passed away. Eraldine left family ownership in 1981 and has since been managed by a community trust. Because it receives no ongoing government funding and relies entirely on income generated from events, grants and donations to stay open and to pursue the trust's mission to share and care for Eraldine, the practical resources and operations were severely impacted by COVID. But we did use that time well. We had the time to undertake more intensive research and to look particularly at the impacts of climate change, which was already starting to happen in the garden. The 2019 to 20 Australian bushfire season, or Black Summer as it's come to be known, was a period of bushfires in many parts of Australia of unusual intensity, size, duration, and literally uncontrollable dimensions. While with the suburbs shrouded in bushfire smoke, Sydney's air quality dropped to hazardous levels that summer. But at Eraldine, we already had access to urban water supplies and there were no catastrophic fires nearby. We were very lucky while so many regional areas were devastated. But just as the Black Summer bushfires ceased in March, the COVID-19 pandemic brutally emerged. Eraldine closed for the duration of the pandemic, and with it, all its events were cancelled, all its income ceased, and the project and maintenance had to be postponed. There was an unavailability of trades to carry out the work, and whilst garden maintenance continued, albeit on a reduced basis, our volunteer gardeners were impacted by lockdown travel restrictions and social distancing rules. I was then the incoming chair of the trust, and I was keen to use the COVID lockdown to strategically plan for Eraldine's post-pandemic future, which I hope was just around the corner. But as COVID deepened, the small staff had to be let go, and the Eraldine trustees all stepped up to form a management committee for the duration, which we had no idea how long it would be at the time, but we developed a COVID response plan and then a renewal and a resilience plan. We began to meet virtually, and the trustees began to focus on improving our longer-term sustainability, both as a house museum, but also in terms of looking more closely than ever before at the garden's resilience to climate change. Eraldine remained closed through 2021, and attempts to reopen at the start of 2022 were stymied by Omicron, then Delta, and then more lockdowns. But to build its operational resilience, we held many very hard strategic conversations during that time. We looked at our future as a house museum post-COVID, and it was interesting to hear Corbett Lyon's reflections this morning, because the Eraldine Trust was looking very closely. Should we partner with another institution, perhaps the council? Should we gift the property to another institution that might be able to look after it better than we could? Should we shift to seasonal operations? These kinds of questions were very much on our mind, and it was a new conversation for most people who had been involved in Eraldine. During the COVID time, the trustees changed. New people came on board, the foundation changed as well. And ironically, access to better communications during COVID meant that we could also reach a wider audience. We defined our conservation needs very carefully through a conservation plan, which had been hanging around as draft for years and finally got finished. But we also looked very closely at our environmental needs, and that's where we realised we really probably didn't have quite as much information as we needed to have. Even before the Black Summer fires, Eraldine was already very carefully looking at its water management practices. Professor Waterhouse was an astute gardener and he planted many of his specimens in large tubs and pots so that he could manage the feeding and watering in less favourable areas of the garden, as these photos attest. He had gardeners who moved these enormous pots around at his whim, and when they were flowering, they would be outside one window, and when they weren't, they'd be somewhere else. It's been estimated that there were over 500 tub specimens in the garden when the professor passed away, and eventually the community trust was established some years later. Now, the trust has continued the professor's very careful water management practices. We constructed 3 enormous tanks under the driveway 15 years ago, and they harvest 27,000 litres of roof water from the roof for the garden use. However, by 2020, it was clear that we needed to be better prepared. This wasn't going to be enough, and water costs, certainly in Sydney, are going up astronomically. So we began to develop a water management plan at the end of 2018, and it went on for a couple of years. At that time, we had certainly experienced longer and more intense dry spells, but when we started to look back over the trends, it was clear that this had been happening for more than a decade, that the local temperature variations that we as individuals thought were probably just occasional were not. They were actually a trend. So we started a volunteer working party of these 3 people. You can see they're all socially distanced. And they took up the task in earnest. They charted the water usage across all the different sections of the garden daily and in seasonal fluctuations. From that, we were able to adjust all our water systems. We automated some parts and we eliminated others. What we realised was we really couldn't find much research about this at this time for historic gardens. So we reached out internationally through other historic gardens to share our experience and hopefully to learn from others. Specifically, we were looking for houses that had historical horticultural collections, and we were hoping especially for camellia gardens, which was the majority of the particular types of the plants in Erraldine. Since Erraldine's horticultural collection is a very important part of its significance, we wanted to retain the horticultural collection in situ, not like a botanic garden where you can migrate the species, or even like the Melbourne Botanic Gardens, which is moving its rhododendron collection up to the Dandenongs to get more height and more cool weather. We can't do that at Erraldine because that's part of the significance of the place. And it's actually been internationally recognised in the Upperloo Declaration. Some of the plants are exceptionally rare. But what we had to realise too was that things were changing. We couldn't just keep doing the same. So as a foundation member of the ICAHUCH Climate Action Working Group, I'd been part of a drafting group that had looked at and produced the ICAHUCH Future of Our Past report in 2019. So I could see the global trends. We could now see some of the local trends. And we had a wonderful volunteer come to help us, actually from the Sydney Opera House, Emma Bonbinato, who helped us look at how we could develop an environmental sustainability plan. We could see that we were having increased periods of extremely hot days and that there were longer groups of days. And what they were doing was parching the soil and drying the leaves, which were having an impact that even additional watering wasn't going to be able to resolve. We were having more severe storms, a little bit like the experience we had this afternoon, but at Erraldine, that was causing branch and roof damage. We had a very different rainfall distribution and it was much more intensive. And that was testing our old drainage systems and our terracotta shingle roofs. So the impacts were already there, and we had to plan not only for our adaptation, but also for what we were going to do, what was our responsibility to try and mitigate things. Here are some of the impacts on screen that you could see we were already up to. We were seeing increased different kinds of pests, not the pests we usually have, but different kinds of pests and at different times of the year. Similarly, we were getting different weeds. The cost of buying water was just going up and still is. Last bill was horrendous. So to plan for the worst, we actually tried to take perhaps an extreme position. We started to prioritise which plants could be irrigated at times of extreme drought and whether we were not going to be able to sustain them all. This was a shock. This was something that people were really not ready to face and probably still aren't. And I have to say that as yet we haven't had to make any of those choices. But what we have done is take other actions. We've refined where we have multiples of plants and we've sent some of them to other nearby gardens. So that diversifies their survival opportunities. We've also taken cuttings and there's lots of succession propagation going on. We've completely stopped irrigating the lawns. When you went to Erraldine 5 years ago, you would have seen the sprinklers going all day, every day. That doesn't happen anymore. And we've changed, unless, I shouldn't say that. It happens occasionally when the garden manager says, yes, it can, but very, very rarely. And what we've done to sort of balance that out, we've changed the type of grass that the lawns are made of, and that's really helped. But we have had to cancel open days, and that has a big impact on us in terms of our risk management. So part of what we did with the environmental sustainability plan was to look very carefully at what the climate risks meant to us. Now, I realise that's too small for anyone to read. It's all online. You can have a look at it. But we also decided not only did we look at what was the highest risk and what we would do to ameliorate that risk, and there were a range of comments because we knew we couldn't get all the answers straight away. There were things we had to keep on researching. We also wanted to minimise our impacts. So, for example, we changed our energy provider. We changed the frequency of the gutter maintenance, and we started drone inspections of the roof, which was a really helpful thing. We created a detailed annual maintenance plan with the Honorary Architect Bob Moore and Trustee Wendy Dillett, and a working group of trustees developed a climate risk register. You can see the very highly risky ones there, the loss of rare plants, the structural damage to the property by the wind, but the risk to public safety and the need to close the site was something we really hadn't considered very much before. Now we really had to take it up. Okay. So we now have had 2 years with that sustainability plan, and we now, all our events, and I appreciate, again, you can't read that on the left, but what that is a checklist. Now, when you run an event at Erraldine, you're asked to check all those things off, whether you're hiring Erraldine or it's something that Trust is doing, to ensure that you are handling garbage appropriately. You've dealt with extreme weather. You've got a whole series of things that you've tested through. So everybody goes through that process before we go ahead with an event. We've refined the management of that under driveway water tank that I mentioned. We've changed the grass on the tennis court, which is this photograph here, which is now a much less water hungry kind of plant, and we've ceased its irrigation altogether. We've pruned and retubbed the horticultural collection altogether and adjusted its irrigation, which was a massive rejuvenation job that was done during COVID. What's more, we've initiated an events program to explain the sustainability initiatives to visitors, especially for kids and school groups. But before we did that, we reached out globally just to see what was happening elsewhere, because we thought maybe everybody else is across this and we're just a bit slow. We haven't been overseas for a couple of years. What's going on? And we ended up doing a global webinar. And here's the lineup of speakers. They were a great group from gardens in the UK, across Australia and in the US. And universally, they all talked to us about changing weather patterns, new pests, more or less water, more climate violence was the term that's used, cancellation of events. And the question and answer session at the end of this webinar was very revealing. We are sharing the same problems. We are acting in somewhat similar ways, but we can all get ideas from each other. And this webinar is up on our YouTube site. You're very welcome to have a look at it at any time and comment on it. We'd be absolutely thrilled to engage with other gardens who are going through this. So what happened during that 4 or 5 year period was there was a bit of a shift of focus from the house museum tours that Erraldine always used to do to the absolutely exquisite garden and buildings. And I haven't mentioned them because that's not the subject of this conversation. We had started a shift from that focus towards conservation with the community more in mind, with having difficult conversations with the community, because I can assure you, nobody on the leafy North Shore wants to reduce the irrigation of their lawns. So it was a big issue. We've adapted our primary school visit program to have a sustainability focus as well as the traditional curricular links. We've developed a kids magazine, which we give to every kid that walks in the door. And it's a bit of a treasure hunt around the garden to understand some of the things that are already happening. So today, Erraldine is what we call living in climate action. There's a bit of a summary about the things that we're trying to do. But in parallel with this, we're also facing the cold, hard reality of a different social issue, which is the rapid reduction in volunteer availability. And I know a lot of you who run historic house museums will be having exactly the same problem. There's an ageing demographic and there's less people available to do it. As a museum who absolutely relies on volunteers to manage, that's a big issue for us ahead, and we're working on that. So as I mentioned before, we've just completed the midterm review. Now we feel we have all those foundation documents in place, but we do have an absence of funding. We do have an absence of volunteers that will be necessary to support us going forward. So we're looking at a very innovative new funding model at the moment. It's due to launch later this month, and we hope that's going to secure Erraldine's future. But sustaining Eraldine's resilience and its horticultural as well as its heritage values will continue to be a really key concern for the Eraldine Trust and a key conversation that we'll continue to have with its communities. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sherry. Perfectly timed. Our next speaker is Dr. Louise Volbox, who's the CEO of the Johnston Collection here in Melbourne. The title of her presentation is Curatorial and Collection Management Narratives at the Johnston Collection, Sustenance, Preservation and Growth. Please welcome Dr. Louise Volbox.
Such a privilege to be part of a whole day on house museums. I'd like to acknowledge the Wurundjeri Wurrung people, the traditional owners and original custodians of this land. I pay my respects to their elders, past and present. The Johnston Collection is a house museum in East Melbourne with a historical collection of predominantly 18th and 19th century English and European fine and decorative arts. We opened nearly 35 years ago and operate from an 1860s property, Fairhall, a former residence of our benefactor, William Robert Johnston. As we're in a residential area, our operating permit requires that we do not publish our address. We have limitations on our visitor numbers. We don't have lifts, so we can't, access is difficult for people with mobility issues. And our visitors travel 600 metres from the Pullman Melbourne on the Park to attend a guided tour, booking advance and to visit us. So no wonder we're often called Melbourne's best kept secret. So again, I was thrilled to see our name listed as in the guidebook as a recommended visit. So please do come and visit us. And I'm keen, of course, to change that. Our benefactor, William Robert Johnston, was a Melbourne-born antique dealer, property investor and a collector. He operated his businesses from Kent Antiques in Armidale, in Melbourne, and Greenwich in London. And his focus was often on the decorative rather than the connoisseurial elements of furniture and decorative arts. And he was a really savvy businessman with a good eye. He travelled between Australia, the UK, Egypt, Tunisia, and India, acquiring pieces for his collection and also to sell to his clients. The line between his own collecting practice and his business practices was very often blurred, and pieces cycled between his own residences and his shops. It was said if you were a dinner guest and particularly liked an object that you sat on or saw, you may be able to take it home for the right price, of course. This blurred line of use and display continues into our operation today as we toggle between house and museum, as we've heard from many of the speakers. Johnston's will left provision that his collection and a property to house it as a museum was left to the people of Victoria. In line with Johnston's wishes, his collection is displayed in a domestic setting without ropes or labels and is rearranged regularly. We therefore offer what is now quite a rare and special way of accessing and experiencing historical objects. But unlike Elizabeth Farm, we are a no-touch museum situation. So it's always a battle for our volunteer guides to help our visitors to understand that they can't touch and engage with the collection. It's quite tempting. It feels like you're in a home, in a design showroom, in an antique shop. The fact that we make extreme changes to our collection is an arrangement is quite different from the Johnstone Museum, which we've heard a bit about, of course, today, and the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum in Boston, whose benefactors were very specific that no changes should occur. And these picked in small print, 1903 and 2015, very much a similar look and feel. So today our focus is to enrich the cultural, intellectual, educational and social life of the city and Melbourne and beyond. We share stories, inspire communities, and reinterpret historical objects for contemporary audiences. We provide a place of conviviality and learning surrounded by beautiful objects. Our diverse programming links to our exhibition themes and to wider stories of art and culture. We have a small but enthusiastic team of 2 full-time staff and 4 part-timers and around 50 volunteers. As well as presenting our collection on site at the museum, dozens of our objects are also on loan to Government House Victoria. And that's part of a much valued long-term partnership. Here our pieces are also moved regularly within the spaces. And right now, if you visit the Government House, our Walnut and Marketing Cadenza currently welcomes visitors as they enter the ballroom. And when visitors call on the Governor, they are seated in the private drawing room on our suite of ex-Government House Calcutta furniture. So our furniture has a really active life in use. Again, another major difference from other house museums. There are certainly some interesting challenges when working dynamically with a permanent collection that is presented in a museum that is also a semi-domestic house, with the added complexity of it being used in a vice-regal setting. We can consider these challenges in conjunction with the key ethical guidelines for museums, neatly summarised by Museums Associations UK. Our objects' lives or active lives offer greater public engagement, but long-term collection care must also be part of this equation. English and European objects from the long 18th century, the focus of our collection, are now perceived by many visitors as contentious. They are the booty of wealthy white male privilege over the centuries. My paper today briefly discusses these two key issues: addressing the changing public perceptions of historical objects and the challenges of caring for objects in semi-residential dynamic contexts. My lens is sustenance, preservation and growth, the challenges of collection management and preserving the integrity of the objects while maintaining and growing visitation and support, and as a result, the financial stability of our organisation, because much of our income is reliant on visitation. Since commencing as CEO 18 months ago, my focus has been on these three key pillars to sustain our operation in the long term: to invigorate our programming and audiences, and to inspire new research. For us, like many cultural institutions, financial viability is a key priority. And linked to that financial stability is invigorating programming. Public engagement is important for our long-term financial stability, and one of the key ways that we have done that is through sharing new stories with our audiences by completely revisioning our spaces and then linking these stories to engaging programming. Repeat visitation is critical for the long-term success of our organisation. Change is also part of what we call the trust deed, and that we've seen some different words used, memorandum, etc., for Johnson's gift. It stated that his collection, quote, of historic and educational interest was left for the benefit of the people of Victoria, that it should be permanently displayed in an appropriate domestic setting as compared to a gallery type display, and that the arrangement should be changed from time to time. When Johnston died unexpectedly in India in 1986, the first trustees of the Johnston collection had to work out how to make a museum from stock from his antique dealing premises, from 3 residences in Australia and the UK, and to bring that into something that looked like a museum, or what was considered to be a house museum in the 1990s. His was not a collection tucked in a vault or in vitrines. It was an active collection used by him, some objects sold by him or just about to be sold by him, and those that were ready to be used by others. His residence Fair Hall was reimagined as a London townhouse, an exhibition house, a term he actually used in his trust deed, rather than a house museum, locked in a time capsule. What happened and what has happened within these walls over time has really been a movable feast. Our exhibition house approach allows us the flexibility to tell a variety of stories about the collection and artistic and design practice. Over the years, the collection has been arranged 2 to 3 times per year. The next few slides are all of the same space, one of our largest rooms, our green drawing room, just to demonstrate how significantly we do make change and the variety of curatorial stories that we tell. So sometimes there's been a traditional approach, as in this slide. Here's Akira Isagawa's designer's workroom in the same space. Milner Richard Nylon created a bedroom for the Sun King, again in the same space. Artist Janet Lawrence's 2019 exhibition, Palm at the End of the Mind, brought in hundreds of plants. live foliage in flowers have actually been part of that domestic story of the House Museum over time. This is something that I've moved away from, and we're looking now, again, for collection management reasons, of using what is now actually very good quality and quite realistic looking fake plants. Here again is the Green Drawing Room, curated by interior designer Robert Thompson, more recently by Vincent Gendon, set for a banquet fit for a king. And our current exhibition, which is open right now, inspired by women, evokes an intellectual and scientific salon inspired by collector and botanist, the Duchess of Portland. As you can see, these changeovers are more than just rehanging a few artworks. They are complete reinstallations. Ours is a house museum that is not set in aspic. These are all things off to offsite storage. Almost everything is removed. We also have many domestic attributes. We have doors and windows that open, historic staircases and fittings, some challenging to upgrade to contemporary museum standards, and all the maintenance issues of heritage properties, the occasional leaky guttering and leaves blowing in as we open our front door to visitors. And I was thinking of our visitor services today with this rain happening outside. But some aspects are not operational, such as our kitchen. We have a small footprint, so every space is used in our exhibition changeover process. Here's our lecture theatre, and we use storage actually in pieces on, so cupboards are our storage, so they all need to be emptied when we take out our furniture. The quantity of objects that are moved and the cost of those moves poses financial, logistical and health and safety challenges to a small museum such as ours. We are so grateful for the opportunity to house some of our collection off-site at Government House, and wonderful to have a number of our Government House colleagues here. But our changeovers also then have the added complexity of working with the weather. We have no lift or for objects or people, so every object moves up and down stairs by hand. And health and safety, of course, is important, so a broken object over a broken person. And our volunteers also contribute to our changeover activities. So handling is a very important part of our training. So our changeovers are like moving house. Our visitors enjoy seeing the total transformation of our spaces, thereby supporting our financial objectives from repeat visitation. But from a collection management perspective, the constant movement of objects is challenging. Many objects just aren't designed to be moved or assembled or reassembled. This is the frame for a bed, which needs to be completely reassembled, even if it's moved from room to room. And our furniture handlers who've worked for us for a number of years are now saying, you really need to think about how often you move this or how often it comes apart. So it looks great when it's up, but thinking about the long term, how does this work? It's likely that there'll be similar guidance for some of our collection objects that are in daily use in Government House. Regular reviews of condition, conservation and repair, swapping in and out pieces will add to their usable lifespan. Our furniture pieces are very much part of the furniture at government behind the scenes in staff and guest areas. And these are some photos just taken last week at a stock take. I'm delighted to see our collection animated in this way, alive, dynamic, especially pieces that would otherwise just be in long-term storage. And of course, many of our museum objects were originally Johnston's stock as an antique dealer, intended for sale to be used. So this is a really interesting and unique juxtaposition between living historical objects and their identity as museum pieces. This was explored in a recent exhibition held at the Johnston Collection, curated by design firm Hecker Guthrie, where the collection was arranged as a house sale with for sale labels attached. And this overt expression of commerce introduced a really interesting new narrative. So our attention is how to continue to undertake such dynamic and regular exhibition changeovers to have our objects in use, cycling through Government House, on loan, etc. But also, and that's key elements of our programming, our income, and the very DNA of our organisation and our benefactors' wishes, while minimising impact to the collection. In the 4 minutes remaining, I'll just touch on my second theme, which is around the spoil of wealthy white male collectors and a colonial past, as we have a number of contentious artworks in the collection. How do we interpret these objects for contemporary audiences? Here's our automaton clock. historically after dinner entertainment, blackamoor furniture pieces, and many less overt expressions, such as furniture made from mahogany, of which all of this is. Mahogany was predominantly harvested by enslaved people, often to make more land for growing sugarcane. And we have many collection objects related to sugar. In the 18th century, sugar was also tightly connected with the labour of enslaved peoples. In these challenges, we are not alone. We also have objects now subject to the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Flora and Fauna, and selection of objects made of ivory, including this table, this ivory box, which also has undertones of cultural misappropriation, and 4 polar bear rugs, which were a favourite of Mr. Johnston, and they've featured in some of our most creative exhibitions. So how do we work with these difficult historical objects? Our ability to move and change our spaces allows us to tell new stories with them. Artist Kate Rhodes here diffused the aura of old white male wealth with new voices. And we're currently also telling more stories about women. Our current exhibition, as I mentioned, focuses on women makers and fascinating women from the long 18th century. Women makers, intellectuals and scientists, writers, silversmiths, artists and embroiderers, and also just for fun in our boudoir, sorry, moving. Here we are, features some of our polar bear rugs. So in conclusion, many visitors walk right past our objects, such as our automata clock, without comment. But for those who inquire further, our volunteer guides discuss our colonial histories and our retain and explain ethos, which is based on that developed by the UK government, particularly in response to the toppling of statues across the country. Through displaying our objects in new contexts, we can educate and engage with new dialogues, such as our recent loan of works to the Dominion exhibition, which talked about crossovers between mahogany and enslaved people. Our new Brooks Study Centre, and I'll be sharing more information about our activities there, will allow us to share some of these ideas with emerging curators, scholars and the public. So as we move into our 35th year, we continue to evolve, looking backwards, looking forwards, and responding in new ways to changing expectations of our visitors, best practice collection management, and the growth and sustenance of our organisation. And I look forward to welcoming you soon to the Johnston Collection. Thank you.
Sorry for that momentary interlude. Our final speakers this afternoon are Samantha Westbrook, who's Executive Manager of Conservation and Advocacy at the National Trust of Australia, and Louise Honman, who's an architect volunteer at the National Trust as well. They're talking about the Waller House, and the title of their presentation is At Home with the Wallers. So please welcome Sam and Louise.
Thank you. So we're going to be doing a dual presentation. I'll be giving you a bit of an introduction to the Waller House, and then Louise will be talking about her wonderful work, working on the conservation management plan and looking at conservation challenges. The Waller House is located on the lands of the Wurundjeri people on the Darebin Creek in the suburb of Ivanhoe, Melbourne. It is an arts and crafts style bungalow, which was the home of husband and wife artists Christian and Napier Waller. Constructed in 1922, is a split level house built by Philip Milson with extensive design input from Napier and Christian for their home and workplace. The house is constructed of reinforced concrete walls with a rough cast pebble dash finish and half timbering. It reflects the arts and crafts movement ethos with its design and handcrafted surfaces, custom designed and made furniture, and collection of artworks from the Waller's Circle of Friends. It was extended in 1931 with the addition of a studio for creating stained glass, and a detached studio, landscaping, and house additions were undertaken in the 1930s to the designs of architect and friend Percy Meldrum. Not a friend of mine, a friend of the Wallers. The house and its collection, including art, furniture, books, art tools, and materials, was bequeathed to the Crown in 1998, following the death of Napier's second wife, Lorna. A committee of management was established at that time, However, between 2012 and 2016, this committee became inactive and the National Trust was asked to take over as Committee of Management, which they did in 2017. Under the previous Committee of Management, which had representation from the local council, Banyule City Council, the National Trust, Heritage Victoria, and Executor of the Will, the house was maintained with minimal activation. And that activation waned around 2012 when the Committee of Management became a bit inactive. With inconsistent membership as staff in organisations, no fault of their own, when you've got a Committee of Management with organisations represented rather than individuals, it's hard to maintain leadership. Minimal and with little funding, as in no funding, even though this has gone to the Crown. Minimal documentation or strategic work was undertaken for the place prior to the National Trust management. While this has meant that there are many historical and documentation gaps for the National Trust to fill, it is this need to research, document, and understand the place that makes it so captivating. We're starting from the beginning. The untapped nature of the site is also very attractive to staff, volunteers, scholars, and visitors alike, as there are still so many discoveries to be made, and they can all be part of that. Since 2022, a small group of staff and volunteers have been working from the house on a Thursday, using it as our office and hosting volunteers, tour groups, researchers and stakeholders. Working within the building weekly and engaging with the visitors, an amazing group of skilled volunteers, including Louise, who is taking on the priority project of preparing a conservation management plan, allows us to organically learn about the place by just being there, sharing ideas and discussing the stories of the place and its future over our now famous morning teas. All the morning teas. With a need to start earning an income from the place, we have recently started hosting conservation tours for small groups. These tours don't pretend that we have all the answers and are a combined history and conservation in action tour, bringing the visitors on our journey of research, discovery and enlightenment, warts and all, sharing the joys and the challenges of caring for and making decisions about this incredible place. The interest in these tours has sparked the idea, and I put this out there, that maybe the most compelling way to continue to share and interpret this property is for it always to be a work in progress, and visitors are brought along with us on the conservation journey, like our very own Sagrada Familia. Learning about our most recent discoveries and thinking a place that is always evolving. That's what you get for putting a conservation architect on the job. I want to turn everything into conservation education. Before I hand over to Louise, I just want to introduce you to our ever-present, always informing companions on this journey and the heroes of the place. Mervyn Napier Waller was born in 1893. He studied at the National Gallery School of Art and served in World War I, where he was badly wounded, resulting in the loss of his right arm, his preferred arm for his artwork. This, however, did not stop him from becoming a prolific artist and designer, most notably in the production of monumental art, such as mosaics, murals, and stained glass, including the mosaic and stained glass at the Hall of Memory at the Australian War Memorial, Canberra. Napier was widowed in 1954 and married studio assistant Lorna Rayburn in 1958. Napier died in 1972. That's a mosaic self-portrait of him in the centre. Christian Waller, nee Yandel, was born in 1894 and was also a prolific artist who studied at the National Gallery School of Art, where she met Napier, or where they met each other. During the 1920s, she became a leading book illustrator and also produced woodcuts and lino cuts. From about 1928, she designed stained glass windows, and by 1948, she had completed more than 50 stained glass windows. She died in 1954 at the age of 59. So that's her in the top right corner. Clytie Pate, Christian's niece, also lived at the house from 1925 at the age of 13 until she married in 1937 at the age of 25. Clytie became renowned for her high quality geometric Art Deco design pottery. strongly influenced by Napier and Christian. So she's in the bottom right corner. And then Lorna Waller, nee Rayburn, was born in 1912 in Auckland, New Zealand. She was an artist and student of Napier's, later becoming his assistant for his mosaics and stained glass windows. She married Napier in 1958, and following his death in 1972, continued to live in the house until her death in 1997. It was Lorna's will that bequeathed the property to the Crown. Now I'll hand over to Louise.
Thanks very much, Sam. Okay. Do I need that up a bit higher? Okay, thank you. So many ideas about museum houses. I've heard a lot about so many different places today. My head's kind of spinning a bit. We're about 20 years behind where everyone else is, and we really don't know what the answers are for this place. We don't even know if anyone needs another museum house, but there it is. It's owned by the state government. National Trust has got it. We've got to do something with it. I'd like to say that it's been an absolute privilege to be working in the place that we're studying. It's also a luxury to have some time on our side and to test some theories, to measure, to refine, and to learn. In terms of the condition of the house, it's been handed down to us in pretty good condition. There's not any major building issues with it, but there are certainly some conservation problems, I suppose, that and some challenges that we need to address. So I'd like to present an interpretation challenge, a bit of a myth-busting exercise, and a thought about the future for the place. The first challenge we've got is the great man syndrome. Renaming the Napier Waller House to the Waller House is just a small indicator of that. The terms of Lorna Waller's will are clear that Napier is the person to be memorialised in this place, and the art to be presented to the public is monumental art. That is, it's Napier's work. But the place represents much more than this, and to elevate the practices of one person while ignoring Christian, Clytie, and even to a certain extent Lorna, is not entirely truthful. Christian's influence is not only through her own art practice, but also through her niece Clytie, who she strongly encouraged in her artistic talent. And Clytie's formative years at art school were spent in the house, and she later became one of Australia's finest ceramic artists, creating and she credits Christian as a formative influence in that. So Christian's contribution tends to recede behind that of the more public image of Napier. But in the building of their home, Christian was more than equal to Napier in terms of her education in the arts and crafts, her refined tastes and knowledge which she applied to the decoration of their home. So both the Wallers were intensely interested and knowledgeable about the arts and crafts. And the hall, as the most extraordinary room in the house, was their shared studio, followed closely by the glass studio. So following her death in the early 1950s and Napier's second marriage, Christian was almost totally expunged from the house. Her art continues to be reassessed and validated. But if changing as little as possible and as much as necessary is the aim in presenting a house museum, then this means that Christian is actually not represented in this house at all. So while there's a wealth of material around Napier and his art, the story of the house is one that involves the three women that you saw in the portraits. And the challenge for us at this stage is to balance the contributions of these four people, and particularly to find a way of reintroducing Christian's life and work. The next little sort of dilemma we've got was the great architect myth of this house. So we've kind of unpick that a little bit. And we didn't really know who the architect or designer was, but we did have a builder's name. Because we're dealing with the not too distant past, there was some correspondence in a National Trust file, and that provided the clues to the extraordinary Milsom family of builders and tradespeople in Fairy Hills. So this proved to be a very useful research rabbit hole, whereby the Wallers, their artist colleagues and neighbours, Norman and May McGeorge, who are well known to Melbourne University, and the Milsoms were able to collaboratively bring together the vision and the reality of this house. At the centre of the collaborative efforts was the influential National Gallery Art School and the connections it fostered between people. However, while it's tempting to project the idea of a unified arts and crafts design, the story of the house over time reflects the push and pull of forces in the Wallers' lives and in their artwork. As the Wallers' art practices coalesced into stained glass for Christian and mosaics for Napier, their studio needs changed. No longer was the hall the central place for their shared work, but highly specialised spaces were required for their large-scale works. Napier's rather austere art studio by architect Percy Meldrum and the almost complete refurnishing of the house in the modern style by cabinet maker Harry Goldman reflects Napier's growing adoption of modernism. While the addition of the glass studio and Napier's, these additions to the house really show the divergence of the Wallers' lives and their artwork. There were other minor changes in living arrangements in terms of extensions to bedrooms, conversion of the lower porch to a third bedroom, and the remodelling and extension of the laundry. So the myth of the perfectly curated arts and crafts house it starts to become rather more messy. So we have quite a lot of artworks, installations and things already in the house. And all of these have stories behind them, which we're only just starting to uncover. And I think some of the ways in which other people have spoken about how to interpret these things are giving me lots of creative ideas. And it'll be another sort of spin-off session at morning tea next Thursday when we go through all this. So in the future, we're looking at how the house will be used. In order to remain relevant and vibrant, house museums need to do so much more than memorialising their former inhabitants, however illustrious they are. So I think there's been a bit of a theme today about artists' houses, and they're really a sort of subset of house museums generally, but they do have an advantage in that people could connect with the art as well as just with the people in the house. So I think we're kind of lucky there. You know, there's all sorts of stories about house museums being dead, but I think when it's connected to art, you can kind of make lots of stories around that. So Lorna outlived Napier by some 20 years, and it's through her that the house has been passed down in such good condition to eventually the National Trust. She's been downplayed in the narrative, but as we spend more time in the house, her personality and interests start to become quite, start to come through. The current raw presentation of the space is quite striking, and it does have an air of authenticity. Visitors connect with this, but you know, the question we've got is how sustainable is this for the future? Can it be maintained? Is it consistent with conservation objectives, particularly of the more fragile works, which are works on paper, many of which have actually been removed to the conservation lab, Heritage Victoria's conservation lab. What about the garden? It's kind of mature, over mature. We're starting work on that. We're starting to discover what's in that. But again, we really don't know how that's going to come into the whole story of the place. So visitors make connections with the place in different ways, sometimes through small details rather than the grand narratives. And this non-curated presentation can provide opportunities for those quite unscripted experiences within the house. And we've seen quite a few examples of that with visitors, the tours that have been run so far. So we've seen many successful models of open houses, museum houses, as opposed to just house museums. The Walsh Street one is obviously carved out a really strong niche with modernism and the Boyd legacy. Heidi, in a neighbouring suburb to the Waller House, has connected Australian post-war art history to a particular place. What Walsh Street or Heidi does for their sort of periods in time would be a model for the Waller House. The influences, the forces and the directions of the interwar period are represented here in this house. And groups such as ANBAM, which is the Australian National Veterans Art Museum, are already taking an interest. And this type of specialised involvement is what we envisage. We believe that there will be more collaboration as individuals and groups find their own connections to this place. And it's in this way that this place might come to life and to find its place in Melbourne's and Australia's cultural history. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam and Louise. Now, I'm being advised that we have very little time, but I am allowed to accept one or two questions from the floor. Right, so there's a very good question about the sort of dynamics of what sort of period that you choose to represent. So Sam, Louise, the other Louise, Suzanne, yes. And any other questions down the back? Again, I think given our timing, I'll leave it there. But I just thought, can I make one comment, Hannah, am I allowed? I thought it was quite an interesting session because it was very, very different. We had a house and garden grappling with climate change. We have a house and landscape, which is in the early stages of having its importance and undoubted significance clearly understood. And the other examples, the George Johnson collection, I had no idea how much of the collection was actually being lent out, if you like, to Government House. They ride on that a lot. There's a lot of good stuff there in Government House. And I think what's important about this last session has been that absolute variety of question and the diversity of approach that really thoughtful papers that we've been given this afternoon in terms of challenge. Everyone is different. So I'm being...
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sunzi Speechley, a lecturer in urban and cultural heritage here at the University of Melbourne. And it's my pleasure to introduce this panel, which has a slightly misleading name because we'll be hearing about South and Southeast Asia today. Our first speaker is the Malaysian writer, publisher, heritage activist, and for our purposes today, custodian of the Sun Yat-sen Museum in Penang, Kusama Nasution.
Good afternoon. After listening to all those presentations, I think I have to go totally off script. This is the Sun Yat-sen Museum in Penang, Malaysia, and it's a small private museum, and it's standing in front of a pocket park in a tourist area, actually, Armenian Street. And by private, I mean really under-resourced. And I'm basically the chief cook and bottle washer, and I'm guilty of a list of sins, that is listed in the anarchist guidebook. So the museum, was closed during the pandemic. It's been open from 2010 until 2020, and then with the close down. And then this is actually the great grandniece of Dr. Sun Yat-sen. and she's the one that kind of pushed me to reopen it. And she also basically said that, you know, Dr. Sun Yat-sen would not want this to be like a kind of in veneration of him, but it can be a place to hold talks on the environment and other worthy causes. So forward, how do I forward? Huh? Ah, arrow, okay. So I have to tell you a bit about the history of Dr. Sun Yat-sen, but basically he was here during the last of his 16 years in exile. And the story is that he was really down and out as a revolutionary. And the following year, you know, there was a revolution in China, and then he went back and became the first president. So he had two pivotal meetings in Penang. So this is actually the second most important site, but the most important site has been demolished. And this place was a private subscription library or reading club, which is called the Penang Philomatic Union, as well as where he started the newspaper, the Konghua Yitpo, which is today the oldest Chinese newspaper outside of China. And because of this history, it has received some very famous and important visitors. We do have quite a healthy visitor, you know, from last year. Actually, during the first 10 years, it was very difficult. But subsequently, after reopening, because of the waiver of visas from China, so now most of the visitors are actually coming from China, about 70%. And then there are several curatorial and interpretation challenges. First is that there are no artifacts linked to Dr. Sun Yat-sen. We do not even have a photograph of him in Penang, but there's many photographs of him in other countries. And also, we don't know what the house looked like when he was there. You know, he was basically there for meetings. He lived in another house. And one of the meetings was very important because that's where he launched the fundraising for his most successful event, which was the Huang Huakang uprising, the 10th uprising that he organized, which also failed. But, you know, they describe it as the turning point, which led to the successful revolution. And then, of course, even though we do say in the posters that this is not the house where he lived, but this is the most frequent question that we get. Did he live in this house? And so we can't really call it a house museum because everybody will assume that Dr. Sun Yat-sen lived in that house. And then thirdly, which is a bit strange, is that it's kind of, this revolution is all about the men. There were a few women who were involved, but in 1924, there was an important renovation when the house was owned by 3 women. And therefore, the decoration that you see, the floors, you know, the wall cupboards and all that, actually dating from the 1924 renovation. So it's a bit difficult to interpret. Okay, so the ownership, the first title we have is from 1875, and it was probably built, you know, around a few years, I mean, very shortly after that. And the second owner, Lim Bun Yao, there are 2 artifacts from 1900, which is the housewarming plug and also the safe. And there's a date to that. And recently, because some of the newspapers came online, so we know that there's something very interesting that happened in this house because he was a licensed opium dealer. And so somebody came and at gunpoint demanded some money from him, which allegedly owed to that person. And then the women went scurrying up the stairs and they went up to the window and then they cried for help. And then the policeman came. And then after that, 1913 to 26, it was owned by these women who commissioned quite a well-known architect, Chu Ing Yam. And then because the staircase was moved, and I realized that in my neighbor's house, in Gwyn's house, the staircase is not as comfortable. But this 1924 staircase is actually, you know, pretty standard. And then 1926 to 1992, it belonged to my grandfather, my maternal grandfather. So that's why I decided to save the house. And in 1992, practically, you know, houses were just being, you know, bought and either demolished or modernized at that time, like few houses every month. And the person who really stayed there was my great grandmother, whom I never met, but I did know my grandfather. And so in 1992, when I first started restoring the house, I actually had a little help from Bruce Patman and Uta. He's in Sydney, and Uta White is from RMIT. And she was teaching, you know, they were talking about historic interiors at the time. So I got some advice from them. And so actually what I tried to do is basically, we have an in-house guide who tells the story about Dr. Sun Yat-sen, because the family story is a bit complicated and it's not so outstanding, right? And we try to just, you know, we use posters, but they're kind of a bit harmonized with the furniture. And we have this screen in the front hall, which hasn't really been restored yet, because there are actually pictures of figures and even a horse. Somebody came with an infrared camera and said there's a horse there. So that, you know, I haven't got the resources. I don't know the right person to restore it yet. And then this is the second hall. Again, it's most of the furniture is actually from my grandfather and my great-grandmother's period, so 1920s. And I've left everything there. So it's not Dr. Sun Yat-sen's period, but then everybody will ask, did Dr. Sun Yat-sen sit at the table? And I said, I don't think so. But, you know, it's never claimed that he sat at that table. But there was a movie that actually was filmed in the house as if that was the table where he sat. And this is quite it's a movie starring like quite a famous Taiwanese actor, with actors from China, actresses from China, from Taiwan, from Malaysia, and it's like an international movie. But it's about Dr. Sun Yat-sen in Penang, and it centers around the love story between him and his second wife, who was there for a while before the first wife came to join them, the first wife and the two daughters. And we show, this is a bit of a messy picture, but we show the movie here, just in that staircase area, and that the visitors are not allowed upstairs because we still have a lot of catch-up maintenance to do. You know, the roof is still leaking, and all this will take time, but hopefully with some of the income that's coming in this year, we can manage that next year. And then we have also, apart from the movie, I've written a book just to support the explanation of the house. And, you know, we've developed a Sun Yat-sen Heritage Trail in 2010 when there was a kind of major meeting that was held in Penang about Sun Yat-sen and Sun Qingling, inviting the memorials from China. And then recently, last year, Tan Tuan Eng, who is quite a well-known Malaysian writer, has written a book called The House of Doors. So you see the Chinese tourists come and they are interested in Dr. Sun Yat-sen, and the Western tourists come and say, I've read this book, and it's a love story actually, which is sort of historically set with, you know, the protagonist's boyfriend being a supporter or lover being a supporter of Dr. Sun Yat-sen. And then finally, the kitchen, the beam was sagging for a long time. It was closed until about a month ago. We managed to repair the beam and then reopen the kitchen. And then I have a little board where, you know, it keeps the children busy looking for the objects in the kitchen. And I think I could do much more with this kitchen, maybe with a bit of advice from Hannah. Okay, so as I mentioned in the talk on Monday, there are actually 2 Chinese mansions which are open to the public in Georgetown. They're much more magnificent than this place. However, Sun Yat-sen Museum is the only townhouse in Georgetown open to the public as a house. I mean, there are some which have been converted into cafes and so forth. And this is significant because the shophouse and townhouse are mentioned as one of the outstanding universal values of the Georgetown World Heritage Site. So a special feature of this tropical architecture are the two sky wells. And then the house is actually naturally ventilated. I've resisted the temptation to put in air conditioning. And so while the Sun Yat-sen story takes precedence over the other, architectural and the architectural and other interesting historic aspects of the house, I do hope to conduct house tours on the architecture upon request, and also to open up the upstairs, but only not daily, but once in a while, once it's ready to review. So the conservation and curation of the museum are still very much a work in progress. So I hope that the best is yet to come. Thank you.
I'm particularly attached to this museum because I used to live 10 years ago in one of those rooms when I was working as an editor in Penang. We now have Roger Beeston, founder of RBA Architects, and Philippa Hall, who's the head of, sorry, I've lost the page, conservation, who'll be talking to us about 3 house museums in India.
Okay. Thank you very much. The last session of the day, I feel like I'm in India today. This presentation discusses 3 historic Indian house museums, using them as an avenue to explore contemporary Indian approaches to tangible and intangible cultural heritage significance of personality house museums, as well as a method of curating and conserving them and the associated narratives presented to visitors. In particular, it focuses on the outcomes of what we call the museumization on these former houses, which are, in contrast to many of those that we've seen earlier today, without any obvious architectural affectation. RBA have a unique perspective on this through our work with Oz Heritage in the Asia-Pacific region. Over 4 years, we've worked on several house museums in India, allowing us to explore different approaches to conservation practice and museology between India and Australia. The Australian approach is well established and guided by the Australia Ecomos Borough Charter. Critical to this approach and addressing a key issue of this presentation, the relationship of collection to context, is the concept of place. In essence, we say that the place is the artifact. It includes the collection and its context, and the building as it sits in its urban milieu. Intact, the Indian National Trust, with the assistance of Oz Heritage, used these 3 projects to test the potential adoption of the Borough Charter to an Indian context. The presentation describes 3 quite different historic house museums. Firstly, the Kamaraja Memorial House in Virudangada, Tamil Nadu in southern India. Second, the Indira Gandhi Memorial House Museum in New Delhi. And thirdly, the Acharya Bhavan, actually the Indian word for mansion, former home of the polymath J.C. Bose in Kolkata in West Bengal. Firstly, the Kamaraja House, significant as the birthplace and early home of Kamaraj, an activist and statesman revered at a similar state-like status to Mahatma Gandhi. Much of this section I'm going to talk to you is from a conservation management plan, which we had was sponsored by the Australian government. Just lost my slide numbers there. Okay. Kamaraj was born in Virudangada in simple circumstances. His family belonged to the lowly Nadar caste, and he worked from the age of 12 to support them. As a teenager, he joined the Indian National Congress Party and participated in Gandhi's non-cooperation movement, leading to conflicts with British authorities and also with the leaders of the Nadar community. In fact, he was forced to leave Virudangada in 1923, branded as a traitor to his caste for his support of the Congress Party. His political fortunes changed from the late 1930s as he rose through the state legislative
council, and despite his lack of formal education and English skills, he became the chief minister, effectively the premier of the state of Tamil Nadu in 1954. His education reforms from this time are undoubtedly his greatest legacy. He was responsible for introducing free and compulsory education and instigating a free midday meal scheme for students, resulting in Tamil Nadu's high literacy rate. Subsequently, Kamaraj became a major national political figure. Excuse me, though he declined the offer to become Prime Minister, he was, however, instrumental in bringing two Prime Ministers to power, becoming known as the Kingmaker. The high level of respect held for Kamaraj is indicated by the enormous crowds that attended his funeral procession in Chennai in July 1975. Back to the house. Kamaraj spent much of his early life there, and it was procured by the government after his death. The detailed history of the building has not been firmly established, although much of the building fabric likely dates to the late 19th century. The building has three sections: the larger two-story original northern portion, the middle section containing the kitchen and the later third-floor addition, and the southern section acquired after Kamaraj became Chief Minister, probably to house his security detail during visits there. The building is humble to say the least. In total, approximately 90 square meters, with the original extent of the ground floor consisting of the main hall, the primary living space, the two small rooms, and the two small rooms to the rear. The scale and structure is typical of the period and is distinguished by timber detailing and four tapering columns with simple carved stone bases. First floor contains an open terrace, a much altered anteroom, and Kamaraj's bedroom, which retains a colourful painted concrete floor imitating tiles, another characteristic of southern Indian houses of this period. Essentially, the facades have been modified so that the formerly separate sections are now integrated to read as one. It is finished in a modernist-influenced idiom, giving it a grander and more institutional character than typical residents of the era, some of which you can see there. Slide. Other alterations include the introduction of small canopies over the windows, and more recently the addition of a concrete portico and the enlargement of the shrine to the east. Internally, the public areas of the house have been stripped of their domesticity. Several original features and finishes typical of such houses in southern India, such as inset cupboards, niches, and timber doors and shutters, have all been removed or are obscured by later panels and displays. The earlier concrete floors have been replaced with decorative tiles. By comparison, the southern back of house zones, such as the kitchen and the ablutions area, which are not publicly accessible, are unaltered and retain more of their traditional residential character. The display collection consists of items predominantly related to Kamaraj's time as Chief Minister or later, most of which have no clear provenance to the house. Objects are shown in contemporary timber and glass cabinets and include gifts from foreign dignitaries and a few personal items, including travelling items and some clothing. From the brief overview of the site, it should be apparent that the museumisation of the Kamaraj Memorial House to date, while possibly affecting a retention of this significant house and establishing an interpretation strategy, albeit limited, has to some extent resulted in a disconnect of the place from its historical context by converting it into a veritable shrine. These changes have in part reduced the authenticity of the place so that it does not reliably reflect the building's original purpose or easily facilitate its interpretation. It's been altered to become a site that memorializes Kamaraj's later noteworthy political career rather than an historic house museum that reflects and documents his different life there in the earlier years. A conclusion is drawn that these interventions, undertaken out of overt respect, but verging on deification for this much admired man, translate from an Australian perspective to a potentially inappropriate aggrandizement of the place, which confuses its story. And I'm going to hand over to Philippa, who's going to talk to you about the other two houses.
Thank you. So first up, the Indira Gandhi Memorial Museum. This is the former residence of India's third Prime Minister, Indira Gandhi. where she lived from 1964. It's the place where she was assassinated by her bodyguards in 1984. Unlike Kamaraj, Gandhi grew up in a large mansion estate in Allahabad, was well educated and lived internationally before returning to India. However, she too was arrested for her involvement in the independence movement and later served her father Nehru during his 16 years as Prime Minister. Following Nehru's death, Gandhi rose quickly through the Indian Parliament, becoming Prime Minister from 1966 to 77 and again from 1980 until her death. She was known as a strong and uncompromising Prime Minister who oversaw complex national and international conflicts. Key to her success was her popularity with India's rural and urban poor, driven by an anti-poverty campaign. Her assassination by her Sikh bodyguards was retribution for Operation Blue Star, military action in the Golden Temple that resulted in hundreds of Sikh deaths amid rising separatist tensions. When Gandhi was elected, it was policy for prime ministers to choose their residence within New Delhi. Designed by accomplished British architect Lutyens as the Centre for British India in 1911, New Delhi has a central administrative axis surrounded by approximately 1,000 bungalows, now known as the Lutyens Bungalow Zone, or LBZ. New Delhi's layout was strictly planned to demonstrate the inhabitants' social and political status through the size of their compound and the distance from Government House. Gandhi chose to stay in her modest Grade 2 bungalow, emphasizing her humble approach to leadership, and in contrast with her father's choice of Teen Mati Bhavan, formerly the residence of the Commander-in-Chief of the British Army. Of course, modest is a relative term. The bungalow is much bigger than most Indian homes and set in a large landscaped garden. Like most in the LBZ, it's in a strict neoclassical European style, with rendered entrance portico, verandas, and a service wing to the rear. It would have been constructed by exploited local workers for the benefit of the British. The museum itself provides little space for this colonial architectural context, focusing instead on the collection. Visitors are directed through exhibitions which describe and reiterate Gandhi's status as a powerful and strong politician. And then, once her importance to the nation is established, a connection with her personal items is permitted, with views into her office and dressing room and displays of her belongings. The journey ends with the place of martyrdom, a spot where she was killed. In comparison to the Kamaraj house, where Kamaraj's status is well known and his house is the end point of a political pilgrimage, the route through this museum is set up to convert any non-believers before culminating in a demonstration of Gandhi's sacrifice to the cause. In this context, the building is simply a container for the spaces and artifacts on display. In fact, behind the scenes, parts were in poor condition and undergoing repairs in an ad hoc manner. Recent modifications included the removal of verandas, and further change was being considered to address perceived public safety challenges and conservation of vulnerable items. Put simply, the use of the building as a museum was being prioritized over the integrity of the building fabric itself, to such an extent as to diminish its accurate presentation as the former home of Mrs. Gandhi's family. So onto the third and final house museum, Acharya Bhavan in Kolkata, West Bengal. So Jagadish Chandra Bose was an Indian polymath, a pioneer in radio microwave optics, botany, and Bengali literature. With his wife, the social activist Lady Abala Bose, he built Acharya Bhavan, where they lived from 1902. Bose was born in Bengal, where his father sent him to a Bengali language school with members of lower castes, believing in the importance of understanding his native language and culture. Following education at Cambridge, he was appointed Professor of Physics at Presidency College in Kolkata, where he rejected a salary until he was offered an equal amount to European professors. And unusually, he published papers in both Bengali and English. His wife, Abala Bose, was an early feminist, providing education for girls. This house museum is different from the earlier two in that it was built by the people who it would later come to commemorate. It's also much larger, a 400 square meter house on an 800 square meter lot. Externally, the building presents as a European colonial mansion, similar to its neighbours, and is largely intact, although requiring maintenance. small features, including an 800-year-old sculpture, demonstrate Bose's interest in Indian history. Internally, the design is a combination of Indian and European influences. Decorative ceiling carvings feature Indian flora, including lotus, mimosa, and desmodium, Indian plants used in Bose's research. Wall murals are copies of those at ancient Indian temples. At first floor, the study appears much more European, with timber paneling to the walls and ceiling. Carved panels to the ceiling of the adjacent hall, however, use traditional North Indian carving styles and motifs. The collection, housed at Acharya Bhavan, is a combination of equipment made or invented by Bose, furniture owned by the couple, and some personal items. Many of Bose's instruments, for which he was perhaps best known, were moved to other institutions. However, some remain, albeit with little description of their purpose for non-scientific visitors. There's also the ubiquitous items the residents used, including the most extreme example, their toilet. Oz Heritage and RBA were involved at the site, partly due to its proposed dramatic redevelopment into the Acharya Bhavan Science Heritage Museum, which aimed to provide all things that are mandatory for a modern museum, including a new entrance, lift, fire services, climate control, seminar rooms, and, of course, a gift shop. Some associated conservation works were also proposed. RBA's advice in 2014 was that the proposed alterations risked overwhelming the existing place, and that the contents and operation of the museum were being given priority over the built fabric and its potential to reveal broader stories. Further research, for example, has begun to illustrate the Bose's place in the Bengali and Indian independence movements and their use of art as a tool to advance national consciousness. The conversion of Acharya Bhavan away from a house museum and towards a science history museum has the potential to further limit interpretation of these aspects of the place. If the Australian perspective sees the disconnect between the factual history of the place's habitation and the museumized or even idealized version presented to the public as disingenuous and inappropriate, in the Indian perspective, the tangible and intangible connection with the person can be equally, or in some cases more important to the public than the physical fabric of the buildings, and we acknowledge this. Linda Young has also described this process, noting museumization can affect a modern parallel of sanctification. The house parallels the shrine, its furnishings parallel relics, traces of the hero's physical presence inspire loyalty to his or her cause as true believers. In these 3 Indian house museums, RBA found that the idea of being in the presence of greatness and achieving a connection to the person was often what drew the public to the respective places. With the former inhabitant almost deified within society, the museumization of their former home acts to reflect and reinforce this reference. Thank you.
I'm just conscious of time, so we might have time for maybe 2 questions. Microphone somewhere. Oh, they're all next to me. All right, there we go. Cool.
Thanks. Philippa Woods. Did the authority listen to the RBA recommendations about overwhelming the site, or did they go ahead and do what they wanted to do?
The project was put on, thank you. The project was put on hold, firstly for financial reasons and then because of COVID. And then recently in the last year or so, it's kind of become reinvigorated, but with different architects. So my understanding is that there's a more local kind of interpretation expert who's become involved and less of a external international architect. It looks like it's still going to be developed, but I'm not sure if it's going to be to the extent that was shown there.
Were there any other questions? I might pass this on to
everybody for lasting the distance. I think the cool change is just about here.
And so I think we'll just wrap up. So we've got time to everyone to talk to each other, and we have drinks and fancy canates or something out there, don't we? Are we allowed to eat that, or is that the book launch? Oh, okay, good. Excellent. Eat away. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, don't stampede the drinks. But I just wanted to thank a few people, particularly thank you to the speakers today. It's been such a fantastic day. It's been so interesting. There've been so many different kinds of house museums that we've talked about. Everybody's really, I think, framed their talks incredibly well. So we couldn't be happier. So thank you to the speakers, and thank you to the audience as well, as I said, for sticking it out today. And I hope you found it as interesting as we have. We will have it recorded and available on our ACAHUCH website, as is previous symposia, once Theo can edit it, and I think it will be on our YouTube channel. And thanks to Sunzu and Jared for co-chairing the sessions as well, and the other chairs. Particularly thank you to Basil. Thank you. Absolutely brilliant. Couldn't have done it without you. We've had a lot of Zoom people on, they've been happy, and we can hear, and that's a feat in itself in the Japanese room. And thank you to Theo, who's doing something out there. Couldn't have done it without Theo. He told me he was stuck in Sydney with a broken steering wheel 2 days ago and wasn't going to tell me yesterday. But I had faith. Yeah, look, just to have a drink, and please do stay for the book launch, which will be launching from our symposium from 2021 from 5 o'clock. The book Architectural Encounters in Asia Pacific, Built Traces of Intercolonial Trade, Industry and Labour. So we're going to have an opening of that shortly, and enjoy, yeah.